One, two, three. Oh yeah, it works. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about to start, so we invite each and every
صباح.
of you to take your seats in the room. We will have plenty of time to network tonight, so ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we are about to begin. We also remind you that we have simultaneous translation available for our sessions. You will hear 3 languages throughout the day: English, Russian, Arabic. So please collect your headsets, translation headsets, to fully engage in the discussions. Make sure you do have your headsets so that you have the translation. Channel 1 is for Arabic language. Channel 2 is for Russian language. And Channel 3 is for English language. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to take your seats as we are just about to begin. What's more important, do not forget to collect your headsets for simultaneous translation. During our session, we'll have speakers addressing you in 3 languages: Russian, Arabic, and English. To fully engage in the discussions, you will need the translation, so please make sure that your headsets are with you.
There is no voice in the interpretation booth. We get no feed. Please make sure to have the microphone up and running. Kindly note that we get no feed in the interpretation booth. So welcome to the Alexandria Biblioteca. Now with some instructions for today's sessions. Good morning. We're so happy to have you today in the Biblioteca Alexandria. We're so honored to host the International Youth Forum for Sustainable Nuclear Technologies. So as for the Grand Hall, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. It's a great honor to welcome you in the conference hall in Biblioteca Alexandria. It's with great honor to host the International Youth Forum for Sustainable Nuclear Technologies. So as for the Grand Hall, dedicated for the forum where you are set in, it's classified into 4 different floors with capacity of 1,990 seats. We have almost 400 seats set for the forum. The hall is secured against any fire extinction with VISTA early detection, with all of the alert activated in case we have emergencies. This is the system that can have early detection for any sort of alarm with the fire extinction. Since it works with samples of air and to analyze the samples on a regular basis. The evacuation will be through exit number 1 on the right hand side and exit number 2 on the left hand side. And the gathering point will be in front of the main headquarters of the Biblioteca. The dedicated staff will be always available at the 2 exits to direct and to guide you through. The Biblioteca Alexandria wish you all the best for your forum. Thank you. Thank you so much, General Khalid Saeed, the head of safety and security of Biblioteca Alexandrina. And now with a short documentary movie about the national power plant in Daba. Dr. Mohammed Saadawi Dar, the director of the MPPA. Dr. Ahmed Abdullah Zayed, Director, Biblioteca Alexandria. Ms. Tatiana Tachancheva, the Deputy Rosatom Human Capitals. Mr. Mikhail Shudakov, the Director General Deputy for IAEA. The international youth, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, with the greatest welcomes from Alexandria, the Egyptian city, which is the site of civilization through history and ages, which is a very commercial and civilized site all over the world. Welcome everyone to the International Youth Forum for Sustainable Nuclear Technologies. Such forum, which is hosted at Biblioteca Alexandria, the beacon of knowledge, with the support of Dr. Mahmoud Ismet, the Minister of Energy and Renewable Energy, and through the collaboration through the NPPA and the Rosatom Russian agency, and with the presence of more than 25 different countries. This forum aims at the sustainable nuclear technologies files to exchange expertise and the knowledge between the youth in that field, and to discuss the current evolvement in the nuclear technologies and its usages in different regards. The forum will tackle different sessions, starting with the welcoming remarks, where we will have welcoming notes from representatives of the different partners and entities that take part in the support to enhance and to support the youth all over the world in that field. Emerging from the project of Al-Daba in PPP, so the MPPA, which is entitled to operate, maintain the nuclear Egyptian power plants, and that aims at having sustainable growth on the ground through the use of energy and nuclear energy peacefully, and that work on implementing the power plants in Egypt and its peaceful implications. It also aims at scaling up the national human capacities to have the nuclear knowledge and to support the industrial Egyptian entities. And now we would like to welcome Engineer Muhammad Ramadan Badawi, the Vice Board Chairman for Operation and Maintenance for the Nuclear Power Plant Authority of Egypt, with his welcoming remark. The floor is yours. In the name of God, most merciful, most compassionate, Dr. Mohammed Saadawi Dar, the Chairman of Board of the NPPA. Ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the state governmental entities, distinguished attendees, it's with great honor to welcome all of you here in the inauguration of the International Youth Forum for Sustainable Nuclear Technologies, which is a joint collaboration between the NPPA along with the Russian Rosatom, that's taking place here on the territory of Egypt in Alexandria and in the venue of the Biblioteca Alexandrina, one of the oldest bibliotheca in the world, the oasis of knowledge and civilization since ages and decades. Such event is a unique opportunity for networking, collaboration, exchanging knowledge and expertise between youth that are interested in the nuclear power throughout the whole world corners. And the nuclear technologies plays a very pivotal role, since it provides the clean energy and the substances and implications of sustainable growth and development. The role of youth in this field is not only for leveraging the nuclear technologies only, but furthermore, it goes beyond leadership, guidelines, innovation towards more sustainable future. We here in the NPPA, we do believe in the support of youth in the nuclear technologies field, and we do provide all the opportunities and all what it takes to make this applicable. And we do believe through this forum we can have networking and to build a strong network between youth of the world and the innovators who believe in having sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, the nuclear power is main corner in the strategy of going beyond or going towards clear energy, especially within the context of the different changes in the world energy. And Egypt has become one of the first countries at the very beginning of the 50s of the previous decade towards the importance of the usage of nuclear power in producing electricity. And Egypt has made sure that this should be part of its file through history. And within the new Republic of Egypt, and with the political will of His Excellency, the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, Egypt has taken relentless steps towards having the Egyptian ambitious program to have the NPP in El Dab'a, and now we witness different achievements, which is testimony for the success of the first Egyptian power plant with 4 reactors from BVER 1200, which is a real testimony for the transformation safely towards the construction of the nuclear 4 units. And we anticipate that this year we will have milestone, which is the first nuclear compression, and by 2030 with the new 4 reactors be in operation, the NPPU will help to meet the needs of the Egyptian electricity networks. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I'd like to welcome you once again to our venue here and to Egypt, land of peace and history. And I hope that through this forum we can have the first step to gather and to aggregate efforts and endeavors for more sustainable futures for our coming generations, and to retain the nuclear power as one of the main pillar of the future. And many happy returns of the day, and thank you so much for making it to our venue. All thanks to Engineer Mohammed Ramadan Badawi, the Vice Board Chairman for Operation and Maintenance, Nuclear Power Plants Authority of Egypt, for his opening remarks that has resembled different important messages that sum up the importance of the nuclear technologies and the interested and related youth calibers to achieve the SDGs. And in light of the different civilized diversity, which is one of the features of Alexandria, through one of the main beacon of knowledge and culture in the world, resembled in Bibliotheca Alexandrina, which is the city of knowledge and civilization. The Bibliotheca has lots of charts, books, and different exhibitions, research centers, and libraries that work in enlarging and maximizing the culture exchange. And now I'd like to call Abdullah Zayed, the director of Bibliotheca Alexandrina, for his opening remark. The floor is yours. Good morning, Your Excellency Mr. Mikhail Chinakov, the Deputy Director General of IAEA, Dr. Engineer Mohammed Saeed Duwidar, the Chairman of Board of the NPPA, Ms. Etiana Lektiva, the Director General Deputy for Rosatom, Human Resources, Dr. Hussam Osman, the Deputy of the Minister of Scientific Research, Dr. Salah Hassim, the Director of the former director of the Arab universities, Dr. Mohammed Al-Gohri, the director of Burj Al Arab University, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of our Russian partners, distinguished attendees, our guests, welcome to the venue of Biblioteca Alexandrina, this civilized beacon of knowledge, science, and enlightenment. It's with great pleasure to receive all of you today in this crucial event that gather all together to shed light on a very important file, which is the pivotal role of the sustainable nuclear technologies of youth, which is one of the files that has been proven with its significance within the arena of the changes that we witness in our world. To nuclear power, especially in the field of the production of electricity, as it's one of the strategic solutions which is effectively contributing in achieving the SDGs. As we all know, sustainable development is based on 3 different dimensions: environmental, economic, and social ones. Within this context, the nuclear energy comes as a clean, reliable source of energy that can contribute in minimizing the reliable of the fossil fuel, which is one of the main source of pollution to environment. And through maximizing the usage of the nuclear technologies in energy or in producing electricity, we can minimize the footprint of carbons, and it can help in the climate change file and can make lives better for the future generations. Moreover, nuclear power is a renewable, sustainable source of energy that can help in meeting the needs of the evolving economic consistently and enhancing the energy security in Egypt and in the region in general. And within the Egyptian Vision 2030 for sustainable development, the NPPA comes as one of the main entities to achieve this main goal through achieving its flagship projects like the Al-Daba NPP. Such projects which resemble paradigm shift in Egyptian capacity to have clean and reliable energy that can contribute in the efficiency of the usage of resources and creating job opportunities for youth, in addition to having more reliability and efficiency in the production of energy. Sustainable development is not only a goal, but rather it's a responsibility that requires the aggregated endeavors and exchange of expertise. And since here we are in Biblioteca Alexandrina, we do believe that the collaboration between the scientific researchers like IAEA and the MPPA and the industrial academia world is the actual pathway for achieving our ambitions to having further sustainable and better future. Today we welcome receiving you in this arena, which is the symbol of innovation, and we do believe that this forum will help to have outputs and recommendations that can push forward innovations and the achievements in nuclear field and open the floor and open the gate for further fruitful futures. Once more, you're all welcomed into the Biblioteca Alexandrina, and we wish you very fruitful and successful discussions. Thank you so much for your attentive listening.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed Abdullah Zayed, Biblioteca Alexandrina Director, for his statement and the image of Biblioteca Alexandrina, which is a source of pride to all Egyptians. Moving to the success partners, Rosatom institution is one of the largest companies in the field of nuclear power throughout the whole world. So we are playing a recorded video for Mr. Alexei Lakachov, Director General of Rosatom.
Рад приветствовать вас на Международном молодежном форуме по зеленым ядерным технологиям. Примечательно, что форум проходит в Египте, стране, активно развивающей новую чистую энергетику. Мы убеждены, что атомные электростанции...
That nuclear power plants will play a crucial role in reducing the carbon dioxide emissions and fighting climate change. One of the advantages of this plant is the reduction of carbon emissions and reducing the price of electricity. All countries are witnessing rapid development and nuclear power is an excellent opportunity for developing energy and supporting the economy. Rosatom enjoys a wide range of experience in using nuclear technologies. This year we celebrate the 8th anniversary of Russia's nuclear industry, and we are happy to share our experience with friends and partners. Rosatom is currently operating the world's largest nuclear plant in Egypt, which is Taba NPP. That plant will have 4 units with the most advanced and safe VVR 1200, which is one of the most up-to-date reactors, and it will help to increase less carbon electricity in Egypt. The construction of a Daba NPP has already fostered the development of the surrounding area. We have the seaport, the road infrastructure, and the stable electricity supply will make Matruh a new tourist center on the Mediterranean Sea, and I see the opportunity to thank His Excellency President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, for his interest in the construction of a Daba NPP project. Ladies and gentlemen, nuclear technologies are not just about energy, but they are widely used in a broad variety of sectors like medicine, agriculture, and industry. Radiopharmaceuticals provide great opportunities to fight cancer, and multi-purpose radiation centers make it possible to treat agricultural products. Nuclear technologies contribute to the development of science and the formation of the scientific schools. Rosatom is ready to support Egypt and the other partners in these endeavors. These efforts require highly qualified professionals, and Rosatom provides a comprehensive approach to provide education to 2,500 international students from Egypt and other partners. We support academic cooperation between Russian and Egyptian universities. With the contribution of Rosatom, educational programs are implemented in Ain Shams universities and the Egyptian Russian University, and we hope to inaugurate a branch of Russian universities inside the Burj Al Arab New University. Dear friends, I'm sure that together we will not only create a new source of electricity generation in the Arab Republic of Egypt, but also give an impetus to the development of high technologies, science, and education in your homeland, Egypt. I wish you a successful discussion and fruitful meeting at the forum. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alexei Kachov, Director General of Rosatom organizations, with international partnerships represented in IAEA, the nuclear power, atomic power agency, as the Egyptian state is keen on cooperation with international entities to support peaceful usages of nuclear power. And now we listen to Mr. Rafael Grossi, Director General of IAEA. يسعدني أن أكون جزءا من المنتدى الدولي للطاقة، المنتدى الشباب الدولي للطاقة النووية. العالم يتحرك بسرعة، والتغير يقدم فرصا لمن يستشرفون المستقبل.
Attendance today is testament to your vision. You can see the future because you are already helping to build it. I urge you to take full advantage of what this forum has to offer. Participate in the workshops, share your research, and discuss your career goals. You are in the right place at the right time. The world needs more clean, reliable energy to power economic development and support growing populations. Nuclear is an important part of that journey. Capacity will need to more than double by 2050 to meet demand and climate goals at the same time. Many countries are investing in nuclear, either expanding existing programs or building their first nuclear power plant. And Egypt is a fine example. We are only a 2-hour drive from El Daba. As many of you know, 170 kilometers along the coast from Alexandria, the first nuclear power plant in Egypt is under construction. And I have been watching this progress closely. A little more than 4 years ago, I had the honor to discuss this important strategic vision with President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. We met at that time in Sharm el-Sheikh on the sidelines of the World Youth Forum. Back then, it was one of my first official foreign visits as Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA. Construction had not yet begun, but El Daba had been selected as the site of the 4 reactors. I made a promise then that the IAEA would continue to support Egypt on this important journey, and we have kept that promise. Building a nuclear power program comes with an important responsibility: safety, insecurity, and safeguards as well. The IAEA plays an indispensable role supporting member states like Egypt in making sure that these come always first. All the areas of the nuclear field can only function if we have dedicated people in every country doing the critical work. The nuclear energy workforce needs you. But it's not only nuclear energy that needs a new generation of innovators and leaders. Nuclear technologies go beyond producing power. They support water desalination, cancer treatments, agricultural improvements, and many more crucial endeavors. The IAEA works in all these areas, and I'm happy to see they are part of your program as well. Thank you for organizing this wide-ranging event. Let me not keep you from your exciting agenda now. In closing, I will say this: your resolve and dedication will shape the future of the nuclear sector, of Egypt and beyond. Who you are is limited only by who you think you are, and so I urge you to work hard and be ambitious. Thank you.
شكرا السيد رافائيل جروسي.
Thank you, Mr. Rafael Grossi, Director General of the IAEA. And now we move to the International Atomic Association, which seeks to supporting nuclear power and the companies working in the field of nuclear energy and promotes collaboration among entities working in the field of nuclear power stations and their services. And now we are playing a video by Sama Bilbao, Director General of the World Nuclear Association, to listen to her vision about the importance of youth in the field of nuclear power.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, and dear friends, all of you of a cleaner energy future. My name is Sama Bilbao Leon, and I am Director General of World Nuclear Association. It is my great honor and truly my privilege to greet all of you participants of the first International Youth Forum for Sustainable Nuclear Technologies. I am truly sorry not to have been able to join you in person in the historical city of Alexandria, which is absolutely stunning and frankly a vibrant modern day scene that blends seamlessly the past with the future. I think that this gathering marks a significant milestone for young professionals in this region and globally in our collective journey towards a sustainable future. Because as you know, a growing number of stakeholders now recognizes the essential role of nuclear power in providing abundant, affordable, clean energy 24 hours a day and 365 days per year, both today and clearly in the future. This energy is crucial to driving prosperity and sustainable socioeconomic development at the same time that ensures energy security and energy independence. But beyond energy, nuclear technology has been a constant in advancements, in innovation, and in human benefit. Nuclear is present in every aspect of our life, from healthcare and agriculture to space exploration and everything in between. World Nuclear Association is proud to advocate for the global nuclear industry and to champion all these benefits. And you know, against the backdrop of the great library of Alexandria, we also recognize that nuclear education is the foundation and that you, the young leaders and visionaries, will be the driving force, helping to realize the full potential of nuclear energy. So your fresh perspectives, your creativity, and your commitment to sustainability are absolutely essential in shaping a brighter world. So in this context, I really would like to highlight Egypt's commitment to becoming a regional leader in sustainable energy. And I really want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the President of Egypt and the Minister of Energy for their visionary leadership and their unwavering support in steering the nation towards an equitable energy transition. I really think that the El Daaba nuclear power plant project is a landmark project that signifies this commitment and serves as a beacon of progress and innovation across the region. And I think that the international collaboration between the Nuclear Power Plants Authority of Egypt and Rosatom truly exemplifies the importance of partnerships in the development of safe, reliable nuclear technologies. Such collaborations are vital in sharing knowledge, expertise, and resources, of course, to ensure the highest standards of safety and efficiency in nuclear energy projects worldwide. So, as you start this forum, I wish all of you participants fruitful discussions, successful collaboration, and inspiring exchanges. You have over there representatives from over 30 countries, and I truly believe this is a unique opportunity to learn from each other, to share best practices, and to forge lasting connections that will last for your entire careers. So I am confident that your contributions will pave the way for a brighter, more sustainable future in the nuclear industry. So thank you very, very much. Thank you in advance for your future enormous contributions.
شكرا السيد.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sama Bilbao, Director General of the World Nuclear Association. Within the endeavors by the state to achieve Vision 2030, we got the Al-Daba NPP objective as one of the objectives by the NPPA under the umbrella of the Ministry of Electricity and Renewable Energy. And since we're so honored to call upon Mr. Mohammed Dawidar, the board chairman of Nuclear Power Plants Authority of Egypt, for his opening remarks on behalf of Dr. Mahmoud Ismat, the Ministry of Electricity and Renewable Energy. The floor is yours, Dr. Dawidar. In the name of God, most merciful, most compassionate. Dr. Ahmed Abdullah Zayed, Director of Bibliotheca Alexandria, dear experts, scientific experts, representatives of the international and national entities, the youth of the world interested in the nuclear domain. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, welcome to your second home, Egypt, the territory of civilization and heritage. It was great honor to host the International Youth Forum for Sustainable Nuclear Technologies. This international crucial event that comes within the direction towards the global movement towards clean energy, since reliable on renewable energy as one of the main pillars to have energy security and sustainable development growth. The nuclear technology sector has become one of the main axes to support more sustainable future, not only through the usage of nuclear energy in saving a secured sustainable source of energy, but furthermore through its multi-dimensional implications that can serve the fields of industry, agriculture, scientific research, and all of other related domains. And within this vision comes the crucial and significance of this forum, which is the exchange of expertise of experts and youth all over the world, and open the gate towards future ambitions and leading achievements in the nuclear industries. Ladies and gentlemen, the Egyptian state, with its leadership resembled by the President of the Republic, does all what it takes and provides all what it takes to have diversified sources of energy that meets the SDGs through making sure that the nuclear energy comes within its coming and present objectives. Emerging from this point, the Al-Daba NPP project is one of the historical milestones in the histories of Egypt through the usage of evolving technologies, which is implemented within the international standards and through the collaboration with international stakeholders to be a role model within the whole globe. And since today is a testimony for our commitment to support all of the related efforts to scale up the human capacities and calibers qualified in the nuclear field and to enhance international collaboration in the aspect resembled by this forum that gathers elite group of experts from all over the world. In conclusion, I'd like to seize this opportunity to thank all of the organizers who worked on organizing this event, and I urge all of you to leverage this unique opportunity for sharing expertise and for working together towards more fruitful and prosperous future. Also, I'd like to seize this opportunity for thanking you all for making it to this event and for participating in this event in your second home, Egypt. And I do wish you all successful discussions and fruitful presence in the land of peace, Egypt. Thank you for your attentive listening. We would like to express all thanks and appreciation to Dr. Mohammed Widar, the board chairman, Nuclear Power Plants Authority of Egypt, for his opening remark and for the achievements that comes in line within the objective of the Al-Daba NPP, asking Almighty Allah to help him along with all of the teamwork in that field for achieving such dream that has become the dream of decades of all Egyptians and now has become reality. Also, we would like to pay tribute to all of the speakers who helped through their opening speech for supporting our youth in their dreams towards the future of technologies. In this opening session, we will continue our fruitful discussions and exchanging of ideas and expertise throughout the day, as we want to go beyond the achievements in this very crucial event. We wish you all fruitful sessions and successful discussions to make change. And now we announce the inauguration of the plenary session. Allow me to call Ms. Suhaila and Mr. Vadim. Please join me on the floor.
Hello, hello, good morning everyone. Let's once again greet each other with a round of applause, please. It's so lovely to see all of you here today in Alexandria. And don't forget, we have many more people watching us online too. I'm delighted to co-host this event with my wonderful friend and colleague Sohaila, who has a lot of merits in her young age. Sohaila is a student at Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology, is an active member of Russian Nuclear Education Ambassadors Program, and a recipient of the prestigious IAEA Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship Program.
Thank you so much, Vadim. I'm really glad to be a co-host here in this forum with you, with such a young and ambitious professional, Vadim, who is an expert on international partnerships at Rosatom Corporate Academy and a member of the technical IAEA expert team on nuclear outreach. And of course, it is my deepest honor and respectfully to be with here all of you today in my home country and hometown, Egypt, Alexandria, where I was born and raised. And among such brilliant minds and experts here who are shaping the future of the nuclear sector. So throughout the day, we will explore key topics, engage in insightful discussions, and connect with professionals, leaders, shaping the future of the nuclear energy. So, let us begin.
Let us begin indeed. As you know, Egypt is undertaking its largest nuclear project. It is the El Daba nuclear power plant. It is going to bring numerous benefits for the country. First, it will help diversify Egypt's energy sources, but not only that, it will also help create thousands of sustainable jobs in the country. It will provide education opportunities and contribute to the country's economic growth and improve the standard of living.
In our plenary session, Nuclear Technologies for Humanity, we will discuss how such large-scale projects can impact societal development through a particular focus on supporting young professionals, youth communities, and engaging women in the nuclear industry. So now, we would like to invite our speakers to the stage. Professor Hossam, Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research of Egypt.
Engineer Mohammed Ramadan, Vice Board Chairman for Operation and Maintenance, Nuclear Power Plants Authority of Egypt.
Ms. Tatiana Terenitiva, Chief HR Officer, Rosatom.
Mr. Mikhail Chudakov, Deputy Director General, IAEA.
Professor Sohair Korra, President, When Africa, When Egypt.
Ms. Princess Ntombeni, founder of Africa for Nuclear and member of Impact Team 2050. And also, we are inviting the moderator of this session, Ms. Heba El Komei, member of BRICS Nuclear Energy and Technologies Young Expert Group. Welcome to all of our distinguished speakers.
Thank you all for taking the stage.
And Heba, over to you now.
Thank you, Vadim and Sohaila. Dear guests, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to have you here in our plenary session, Nuclear Technology for Humanities. Today, we focus on the future that has been unfolding. Egypt has reached the threshold of historical achievement. In just a few upcoming years, the first nuclear power plant, El Daba, will be a reality. So this is not only an energy source, but it is also thousands of opportunities for jobs and innovations in science and education, and also engagement of young professionals. Yet, the nuclear technology alone is not only sufficient to create an energy source, but also a revolution in the field of medicine, education, environmental protection, and industry. Equally important, the role of the woman in the nuclear industry, their initiatives, their initiative idea, their contribution will make the nuclear industry more adaptable and flexible. So we would like to start our new plenary session, Nuclear Technology, and we will start with our first speaker, Engineering Mohammed Ramadan Badawi, the Vice Board Chairman of Operation and Maintenance Nuclear Power Plant Authority. First, to implant such a huge project in El Dab'a and bringing the nuclear technology future of our planet closer. Of course, you are guided by your dream. Tell me, what inspires you had and help you to implant such a large-scale infrastructure and technology project in the interest of entire region? Where are the ways to this bright future? Please share your insights.
Please allow me first, I will switch to Arabic. في البداية
So at the outset, I'd like to thank you so much for addressing that question to me, and I'd like to express my excitement and enthusiasm for taking part in this plenary session. And for sure, I'm so much also excited to be among this elite of experts in the field of nuclear technologies and energy. And once more, I'd like also to seize that opportunity to welcome the representative of the youth from different 25 countries that make it to Egypt, precisely into the Biblioteca Alexandria. I'm also happy for selecting Biblioteca Alexandrina to be the venue of the event, because so much in relation to the nuclear technologies, because this idea is mainly based on innovation, and here comes the significance of Biblioteca Alexandrina, that has always been the beacon of culture and bridging the gaps and bridging the civilizations and the modern and state-of-art technology future to have the enlightened future. So to answer your question, I can for sure refer to the fact that Egypt does have its leading and significant role regionally, locally, and mainly precisely in the continent of Africa. So that was the beacon, or that was the corner of the project of NPP in Adaba, for the testimony that Egypt has such a pivotal role for enhancing the peaceful usages of nuclear energy. Egypt has started doing this since the beginning of the 50s of the previous decade. Egypt is one of the states that established the IAEA, and in the 50s of the previous century, Egypt has managed to establish the premises of the atomic energy in the 50s. And also Egypt has established the Faculty of Engineering for the Nuclear Engineering Division in Alexandria University in 1964. Emerging from this point and from the Egyptian vision towards the relief of the nuclear energies, so Egypt since the 60s has been working on enhancing the peaceful usage for production of electricity, and has gone through different steps and experiments. And now, if that's a testimony that we have got the dream reality on the ground, since now we have the construction of the Al Dab'a NPP to have 4 nuclear reactors with 4,800 megawatt of VVR 1,200 type. Nuclear power plays pivotal role in the Egyptian strategy, since it's one of the main pillars to achieve the SDGs through Egyptian Vision 2030. And such vision that's emerged in February 2016, which is a national agenda to achieve the SDGs and the related files. And it combines through different dimensions the economic, the social, and environmental dimensions, and through 10 main axes, since we have the economic dimension that covers 4 sub-axes: the economic development, the energy axis, the knowledge, innovation, and scientific research, and fourthly, the transparency and the sufficiency and efficiency of governmental entities. The social axis covers four main sub-axes that are as following: social neutrality, the healthcare, education, and culture. And for the social axis, it covers both environment and urban development.
And the Sustainable Development Strategy aims at achieving 8 goals. The first one is efficiency of life, justice and inclusion, strong economy, knowledge and innovation, environmental sustainability, governance, peace and safety, and pioneering position. And concerning Adaba project, it achieves the goals of the Sustainable Development Strategy and Egypt Vision 2030 through its 3 dimensions and its 10 axes and its 8 goals. Looking into the economic dimension, investment in a large and a mega project like Adaba nuclear power plant reflects trust and confidence in Egypt's capability to implement those national projects, and it reflects trust and the capability of the Egyptian economy to implement, and it reflects the stable economic climate of Egypt and its ownership of the main elements for implementing those projects. And this is a crucial element on the global level and improves the credit qualification of the Egyptian state. And one of the important axes of the economic dimension is that of energy, through a strategy for securing electric energy supply sources, which has been adopted by the Ministry of Electricity and Renewable Energy, taking into consideration not relying on one source for energy and using several sources, including new and renewable energy, including wind power and solar power, as well as nuclear power. Nuclear power also plays a crucial role in fulfilling the future needs of electricity, which is needed for the economic development, as nuclear power is an engine for economic development in Egypt for its competitiveness compared with other forms of energy, because nuclear energy has the lifetime of Adaba nuclear power plants is 3 doubles of conventional stations. Its age ranges between 60 and 100 years. It has a strategic benefit, which is the stability of prices, as the component of fuel is about 15% of the production of kilowatt per hour, unlike fossil fuel power plants where fuel represents more than 70% of the total cost, and this makes any change in the prices of fuel is ineffective with nuclear power stations compared with fossil fuel productions. Moreover, Adaba nuclear power stations will help preserve resources and wealth of oil and natural gas, as Adaba nuclear power stations is 4,200 megawatts, and it will save millions of cubic meters of natural gas. And the worst use of natural gas is to burn it to produce electricity, as this wastes a lot of its economic value. There is high economic value that could be added to oil and natural gas apart from burning it to generate energy. It can be used in the production of petrochemicals and fertilizers. So natural gas will be available, and the natural wealth will be used in more efficient way in the right path. Nuclear power also helps develop the Egyptian industry through a long-term program where local contribution increases, and we were keen to make this very clear through the contracts of implementing Daba nuclear power plants. It has been stipulated to have a local component of about 20%, and that will reach to 35% of the fourth unit, and this will be through pathways: 5% in design and 35% in raw materials, 35% in raw materials, and 25% for the supply of the equipment for the station, and 35% for the construction and installation operations. We have one of the most important axes in the economic development, that of knowledge, innovation, and scientific research. As we said, we shouldn't look into a Daba nuclear power station project as a project for the production of electricity, but it is regarded as a very important project for developing knowledge and scientific research, as it will help to introduce several sciences and technologies for education, as we have quantum technology, for instance, and AI. All those applications are closely connected with the implementations of nuclear projects. When we talk about and now we move to the social dimension in Egypt Vision 2030. Of course, the production of electricity and fulfilling the future needs of electricity will help improve the quality of life for the Egyptian citizen, and the provision of transportation and improving all infrastructure projects has improved the livelihood and the quality of life of the citizen in the surrounding area. And this is something that has been witnessed, as we witnessed a paradigm shift in Ad-Dab'a city. Also, attaining equality and justice is very important. We have equality and women and youth empowerment, which is very important, without any discrimination, whether in race, color, or gender. And to achieve equality and equal opportunities is very important. Nominations are done with high range of transparency, depending on efficiency and the skills and the potentials of the candidates. For education and training, Ad-Dab'a nuclear power plant entails training on new operations like supervising nuclear power stations, and we have a generation that implements nuclear plants in collaboration with the Russian side with high efficiency, and we have training which is implemented on operation and maintenance of Ad-Dab'a nuclear power plant. We will have more than 2,000 cadres who received the training in the Russian Federation, and they had undergone field training in the Russian Federation to implement reference plants. Also, I'd like to refer to, in the field of education and training, I'd like to highlight the fruitful collaboration among the NPPA and the Ministry of Higher Education, which is being represented in establishing the School for Nuclear High Technology, and it's one of the good practices that has been mentioned by the International Agency for Atomic Energy, which has been issued in its recommendations in 2019, and it recommended all member countries to follow that approach. For the third dimension, of the Sustainable Development Goals and Egypt Vision 2030, which is that of the environmental dimension. Al-Daba nuclear plant is clean and green plants, and Al-Daba nuclear plant has been accredited as a clean energy project as well as being approved as green energy plants because the nuclear power station will contribute to reducing about 15 million tons of CO2 annually through the generation of electricity using clean sources. And at the end of my answer, I would like to affirm the role of the Al-Daba nuclear power plant to attain sustainability and prosperity for our beloved Egypt, and I'd like to affirm the pioneering role of the Arab Republic of Egypt in its international and regional arena, which has been affirmed by the establishment of Al-Daba nuclear power plant, and that helped in placing Egypt among the countries of developed use of high technologies.
You, Engineering Muhammad Ramadan, for your response. Now, turning to our next panelist, Professor Hossein Osman, Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research of Egypt. Egypt Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research play an important role in preparing the next generation of specialists and fostering innovation in science and technology. Today, we will hear how Egypt is integrating nuclear education into its academic program and what measures are being taken to strengthen international cooperation in this field. Professor Osman, tell us what our initiatives are being implanted in Egypt to train new specialists in nuclear technology. How is higher education system adapting to the needs of the industry? And what are successful partnerships with international organizations already in place?
Good morning. I'll start and speak in English. First of all, please allow me to convey the greetings of His Excellency, Dr. Muhammad Ayman Ashur, Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research. Unfortunately, he's overseas. Otherwise, he would certainly love to join this important event. And I'd like to thank the organizing committee for the kind invitation. Of course, great pleasure to be in this historic, rich place and in Alexandria and talking about a key cornerstone about technological and scientific development, which is the DABA project. Allow me first to mention that I will talk a little bit strategic, highlighting certain key points that are very important to us within the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research. We just launched on February 17, we launched the National Policy for Sustainable Innovation, focusing on how to establish what they call innovation ecosystem. If you need to use innovation for economic development, you need to build sustainable innovation ecosystems across Egypt, focusing from place to place on certain technology and certain economic sectors. And within the policy, we address the need and the alliance of 5 stakeholders. So I will talk maybe in specific about DABA or about the nuclear project. You need 5 stakeholders. You need, of course, academia, including education and research. You need government. You need industry. We are talking about application of nuclear energy and nuclear technology and healthcare and agri-tech, of course, in electricity and electric generation and so on. So you need industry representing this sector. You need investment. And last but not least, you need entrepreneur so that you have startups and you have new innovation and new technological startups being generated out of the innovation ecosystem. So you have 5 stakeholders, and as a government and as Ministry of Higher Education, what we need to do is how we facilitate the interaction, the cooperation between the 5 stakeholders to be able to come up with innovative technologies, innovative product, and at the end, economic development and social impact. What we did at that time while launching the strategy, we did find the need to address how to build R&D capacity, how to eliminate the gap between R&D and innovation, and how to build the innovation capacity. So 3 main actions: R&D, innovation, and eliminating what they call the valley of death between R&D on one side and innovation on the other side. And to do so, you need 4 enablers. You mentioned one of them, which is talent. You have to ensure that academic programs and research programs will give you a wide pipeline of talent. And to do so, you need, of course, maybe technological and academic strategic partners, like in our case, many partners from friendly Russia, helping us to build capacity of researchers, local and overseas. In addition to the talent dimension, you need to transfer technology. So you have the technology dimension, and for this, again, you need a strategic partner to help you build your capacity in certain technology areas and transform this technology into innovation in certain economic sectors. The third dimension related to funding. So the enabler number 3, that you need investor and you need funding at least to be able to have within universities, you have maybe research and training reactors, similar to the one that we have in Egypt. And maybe you will need to have AI-driven simulation of reactors, virtual reactors, and so on. So you need funding. And last but not least, you need work environment well governed to be able to achieve the economic impact that you have in mind. So the 4 enablers that are addressed in the strategy, talking about talent, about technology, about funding, and about working environment. And of course, if we take the example of the DABA project, we already have many such components and such elements. Maybe we have to add more of the entrepreneurial part, to have more startups, to have more youngsters working with the government, with industry, and with academia, to be able to produce more competitive commercial product in agri-tech and in healthcare and in energy and so on. And I believe this is something that we can work together with the key elements like هيئة المحطات for sure, yeah, exactly, and هيئة الطاقة or the Atomic Energy Authority, to be able to complete all types of stakeholders and come up with social impact. Coming back to your question of the talent, of course, within the ministry, we are keen to work with Russia when it comes to the mission and how to ensure that we select young researchers to go, like whether local or overseas, and get the capacity built in nuclear technology. We even have a program, لجامعة الطفل, or a child university, where we even send children who are, they have excellence in physics and in math. We send them overseas to be able to, from early stage, build their capacity when it comes to new technology and, of course, nuclear technology. Another factor related to industrial training. We are keen within our different universities to allow for students while in their undergraduate degree to receive training, whether again في هيئة المحطات النووية in collaboration or with others, so that before graduation they are already exposed to industrial experience. So we have mission, you have programs for the child, for the undergrad, and one important parameter related to public perception. We are keen as well to gain the buy-in and the right perception of the public when it comes to nuclear energy. Of course, you know that sometimes there is some pessimistic, you can say, perception of the use of this technology due to some incident here and there. So it's very important to enhance through the media, through our channel, so that you attract more talent to join the educational program, to give them the right message about the nuclear technology and how they can be safely utilized to achieve the economic and social targets of Egypt.
Thank you, Professor Hosam Osman, for sharing with us your insights. Now, returning to our next panelist, Mrs. Tatiana, Chief Human Resource Officer, Rosatom. Rosatom, as a global leader in nuclear technology, is actively working to build the capacity for all projects in Russia and globally. Mrs. Tatiana, share with us what role does nuclear energy play in a sustainable energy transition? And when it comes to enhancing of nuclear sector, what programs and initiatives in Rosatom implanting to attract and support best talent? The floor is for you, Mrs. Tatiana.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья. Я рада всех приветствовать.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome all of you. First of all, my thanks to your presence in this international forum for the nuclear, clean and sustainable technologies. I'd like to thank the Arab Republic of Egypt and the NPPA, and precisely speaking, Dr. Mohammed Douidar, and the Biblioteca Alexandrina for the amazing organization of this critical and flagship forum in such venue. This forum has its strategic nature, resembled in the collaboration with the MPPA and the Arab Republic of Egypt. And since we work in creating and paving the way for new industry and creating new job opportunities for the interest of the future generations, and that's been already reiterated today through the opening remarks more than once. Today, it's clear that nuclear technologies can play a very pivotal role in energy sector and helps to minimize the carbon dioxide footprints and to have clean water transition, which is considered one of the very significant factors for SDGs. I'd like to share this with you and with our partners and stakeholders that when it comes to qualifying the human calibers, Mr. Alexei Likhatchov, the Director General, already talked about the 80th anniversary of the starting of this activity in Russia. Rosatom that works in collaboration with 60 countries globally. And it has more than 420 employees. 20% of them work outside the territories of Russia, and we also work on having 39 nuclear units in 10 countries, which is almost 90% of the world's NPP exports. The nuclear sector plays a significant role in ensuring the energy resources for the whole globe. And the designing of the nuclear power plants with the Russian technologies can help in minimizing almost 212 tons of the carbon dioxide emissions. And has been said today that Rosatom is considered as a leading entity in the world market when it comes to the nuclear technologies.
Цикла по запасам урана, добыче, обогащению и
And we are getting into the list of the 3 mega world countries for the exportation of nuclear energy. As we said, Rosatom is not only leading entity in the nuclear technologies, but we also do play a crucial role in building and in paving the way for new platforms and gateways for nuclear reactors of the 4th generation, since they are the first nuclear technologies that could be applied by Rosatom and that can help in leveraging the consumed fuel. Moreover, we're not only working in nuclear related files, but we also work on modernizing the healthcare and medicine sector since we fight cancer. Moreover, Rosatom has diversified sources of income since we have lots of contributions in multiple sectors and fields. Meanwhile, the nuclear technologies were the cornerstone for producing different new implications in regards of the computer-related specialized units and implications, also different shipping plants and different other fields of different high-tech implications. Therefore, in Rosatom, we have such significant role. We cannot get to any of those achievements without the presence and efforts of the human calibers. Human resources is crucial. That's why we do have huge human resources that comes usually in our priority. We have almost 4,200 employees. We provide almost 30% of young people that are under 35 years old. We also have 3,500 graduates already employed on annual basis. 33% of them are women. Furthermore, we have almost 6,700 successors, and 4,000 of them got their PhDs, and this has its great impact on the success of our company. We have huge opportunities for the skillful and the talented youth. Youth are now the real shapers of the future, and that's why we will have flows of youth who exchange the expertise with their counterparts and peers worldwide. When it comes to the preparation and qualification of the human resources calibers in Rosatom, we do have innovative and creative technology, learning and education that's been evolved in the 15 years ago. So that's why we have preschool and school. So it's very important to have people who are able to have adaptation with the new requirements. So we get into this field since the very early stages for the students in the elementary schools. We provide classes in the elementary schools, and also have lots of institutions, universities, colleges. We have even two academies for Rosatom for the nuclear technologies that resemble innovative platform to have innovative accessibility programs. One of the mega player and partner is the professors that we have. We have wide range of teachers and lecturers. We have 1,000 of lecturers and professors who put all their professional skills to their educators, and they are dedicated to Rosatom. They resemble the corporate of parents of those students that are taking part in that field. Also, we have an association for the youth lecturers and professors who provide the advanced education to our students. Also have universities. We have more than 30 universities. In collaboration with our partners, they are classified as the best ranking universities. They provide the best calibers on the highest level of calibration. Also, I'd like to seize this opportunity to talk about one of the very important projects in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, which is the engineering schools that can pave the way for engineering and technological calibration, especially for the new and future emerging specialties. 11 different colleges that are testimonies of our partners for the pre-qualification of the youth specialized in that field, since we provide average education to those students to help those students to be engines for our company. Also, we have advanced and a new curriculum that we work on enhancing and improving, and we make sure that they are sustainable to attract further youth towards science. I'd like to refer to Obmenisk University that we will shed more light on later in today's sessions. So this university provides the technologies and the technical or the high technical sciences for the nuclear technology specialized calibers through the different training centers and institutions. That's why Rosatom does have a profound experience in qualifying and training the calibers worldwide. We work with lots of global partnerships. So we work with IAEA, and also we have numerous employees who work within the UN organization's framework, in addition to the different initiatives in terms of the gender balance and equity and gender equality in the nuclear technology sector. And due to these programs and initiatives that we are honored to implement on the ground, we have managed to get a new parameter of the terms and conditions and standards of improving nuclear industry worldwide, and especially when it comes to the nuclear industries. Also have different partnerships for education. Especially in the past 10 years, we've managed to have more than 2,200 international students who made it to our scientific colleges and universities. We also have different internships and training centers for the students and the trainers. We've managed to get more than 750 graduates from our neighboring countries, and they were already employed at national nuclear projects. Also, I'd like to talk about the programs related to scaling up the qualifications of the professors, especially for training the new trainees on new curriculum. That's apart from the programs that we have. We also have branches in different places and countries like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. Also, we have the Technological Academy, which is one of the significant center for the pre-qualification of technical calibers, as it has almost 600 specialized technicians that work in this technical center, and it's considered as one of the very important centers, including Al-Dab'a NPP. If we will talk about the NPP in Al-Dab'a, it has 4 reactors with 1,500 personnel specialized in this power plant. They are all qualified with the technological sciences. And that's why we usually make sure that they are integrated and involved in the related education files to meet the criteria of Al-Dab'a nuclear power plant, to make sure that they have national consistent learning journey, starting from the elementary schools, kindergarten, elementary schools, reaching up to university. So this is the system that we work through. And this system is the one that can help to build up the calibers from the early stages till they can get graduated from the universities. Also, another wide range of collaboration that we have with Turkey and Okuyu plant. We have wide range of students that are pre-qualified and trained. We have diversified specialties. The last slide. As I said, that this year is the 80th anniversary year to our activities. So we have lots of seminars and forums like the one that we have today, which is one of the very crucial events. Also in September, we will have another crucial event in Moscow, where we will host the 1-week international nuclear event where all of the specialized and experts from the member states will meet. So I'd like to refer to the fact that our forum today, the International Youth Forum, attendees, they will have the chance to have strategic documents and the visions for the improvement and involvement of nuclear technologies, and to take part in the different sessions and lectures and other related events. And I'm 100% sure that you will have the chance to leverage taking place in this week of international energy, which will be one of the global significant events for the industry. Thank you so much, and let's meet in that week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tatiana, for your informative speeches, and thank you for announcement about World Atomic Week. Turning to our next panelist, Mr. Mikhail, Deputy Director General of International Atomic Energy Authority. Mr. Mikhail, nuclear technology have become an achievement of humanity and united the planet with a network of new friendly and partnership ties that contribute in development and achievement of sustainable development goals. The International Atomic Energy Authority, which is a part of United Nations system, exercise the authority to develop international cooperation in the field of peaceful uses of nuclear power energy. We ask you to tell us how the global nuclear community is growing today, what are the prospects and the challenges for nuclear energy in the field of green energy transition. Mr. Mikhail, the floor is for you.
Thank you very much. And first of all, let me thank the government of Egypt and Rosatom for organizing this nice conference, International Youth Forum for Sustainable Nuclear Technologies here in cradle of civilization in Alexandria and in the library. We even all knows that the first library was here and beyond during Julius Caesar. When they invited me that it will be in library, I said, but library was burned by Julius Caesar 2,000 years ago. But this is a new, real library with all ancient artifacts and a lot of information and books. That's very important for the new generation and for transferring that knowledge. So that as concerned our assistance to all countries who is creating nuclear power, that Egypt is one of these countries and creating, constructing two nice units. We are 1,200 megawatt electrical and El Dabaa. And now that we have that around 31 countries where 417 nuclear power plant in operation, and around the same amount, 32 countries, our member states, who are either constructing nuclear power plant already or would like to have the nuclear power in the future. Why they would like to have nuclear power, it's clear, because it's already was told many times, sustainable 24 hours 7, that the whole year source of energy, clean, green source of energy with predictable price for the centuries, because not depends almost kilowatt hours from the cost of the fuel, 7%, yeah, and 70%. You see that not depends on fluctuation. You can plan your future industry in the countries. That's very important for all countries, and for Egypt as one of the most developed, together with South Africa, country in Africa. And among these 32 countries, more than a dozen, I think, that African countries who would like to create the nuclear power in their countries. To helping them, we conduct a lot of assistance, and mainly this is infrastructure development. The country should be prepared for construction and operation of nuclear power, and we use that milestone approach with 19 items development, accounting all, creating the regulatory body, and of course that fuel, what to do with the fuel, emergency protection, and education, of course education, and the qualified staff, that one of the most important item, if not the most important item for the operation of nuclear power plant. I'm pretty sure that if we had that very responsible and good qualified staff, we would avoid that all events in nuclear power, and Fukushima and Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island. So that last word, in spite of all that artificial intelligence and the digitalization, left for the very well prepared and trained, qualified staff. And you never can change that. Of course, the artificial intelligence is good, but it cannot replace the real operator, because sometimes they need to take that decisions that artificial intelligence cannot take that. And we conduct our infrastructure development in all of these countries, and under this infrastructure development, we conduct in-year missions, integrated nuclear infrastructure review. We invited experts from many countries, experts in specific areas, and they can check development of necessary infrastructure. And also just sometimes making reference on the document of IAEA that it needs 15 years for creating infrastructure. Some countries, especially developing African countries, asking me how we can wait for the nuclear power if we need to spend 15 years. It's actually not true. because we have the good practices and taken from the countries who already develop infrastructure. And mainly depends on the willingness of the country, of the government, of the all stakeholder engagement that was counted here, supply chain, that academy, that the government, and human resource development. And of course, that the countries, it depends from country to country, and infrastructure can be developed in parallel with constructing of nuclear power plant. So that our projection, last projection, showing that up to the 2050, we will get 600 gigawatt installed capacity of nuclear power, which gives around 10%. It's still small amount, but even this amount, we need to start construction much more nuclear reactors, around maybe 20 per year, that even more than 20 per year for 1 gigawatt installed capacity. And we are not doing it now. And for these huge fleets, it's 600 taken into account the withdrawal from operation, decommissioning old units. That for this fleet we need that use. We need the qualified engineers, qualified workers, welders, crane operators, and our agency is helping and having a lot of that schools conducting that nuclear energy school, nuclear management school, advisory services, peer reviews all departments, not only my department of nuclear energy, departments of safety and security, that we have this special consultations, meeting, conferences, international conference, workshops, e-learning training, we have thousands of them already. So we are just helping to educate the next generation and young people, professionals who would work on the future nuclear power. And we know that without the nuclear power, we cannot create sustainable future. Never. If we compare with other sources of energy, just nuclear power is our future. And nuclear power is not only, of course, the real electricity and energy supply, but also, as was told already, the socio-economical development and create the new working places for the country, and gives a new level of education and a new level of engineers. And we in agency that using all our spectrum of all our programs to cooperate with the countries and to assure countries that we can help them create the sustainable future for the benefits of all the people and all the world. I see that my time is ended. And one more thing, that yesterday during the guided tour, that I was told that old name of the Egypt is MSR, and as abbreviation MSR. That's what I think, that even there pharaohs were thinking about the modular small reactors. That's thousands of years ago. That they wanted it, so that Egypt deserves to have nuclear power, and Egypt will have nuclear power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mikhail, for your informative speeches. Returning to our next panelist, Professor Suhair Koga, President of Women in Nuclear Africa and Women in Nuclear Egypt. Professor Koga, you are a recognized leader in promoting nuclear technology for sustainable development and advancing the role of women in nuclear sector. Your work spans across the critical area where nuclear innovation address global changes ranging from food security and water management to healthcare and industrial application. From your perspective as a leader of Women in Nuclear Africa and Women in Nuclear Egypt, how can greater gender diversity in nuclear industry drive innovation? What successful initiatives support women participation in nuclear science? Professor Koura, the floor is for you.
Everybody. I would like to congratulate the organizing committee, Rosatom and the National Power Plant in Egypt for organizing this important forum. Actually, we have established WIN Egypt, and then we established WIN Africa in order to disseminate nuclear technology among African countries. And as we know that mothers are important part of the family, so addressing women is a very important issue. The role we first advocate for women in nuclear by working in the field of human rights, peace and friendship between nations, social services, community development, and environmental protection. We provide social services in order to be visible, and this is by organizing charity events, health campaigns, and public engagement activities. And we support local communities through social and environmental initiatives. And we also, we know all that people fear the word nuclear. So we want to promote public awareness and education about nuclear by developing dialogue with society on nuclear technologies and their benefits, encouraging young people, especially women, to pursue careers in nuclear sciences. And we also encourage international collaboration by strengthening partnership between African countries, nuclear education and research. Participation in global forums and discussing on sustainable development and clean energy. Well, in Egypt, women have worked in nuclear ever since the establishment of the Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority. We had Professor Lotfia Nadi and Professor Tomader El-Khalafawi. Professor Tomader El-Khalafawi became head of the center in Anshas. Professor Lotfia worked at the Cairo University and was the founder of the National Institute for Laser Enhanced Sciences. We have Professor Nagwa Zahran, Professor Layla Fuad, and Professor Samira Morsi that have reached the position of deputy for the chairman of the Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority, and Professor Faiza Abdelmegid. She was the first and only Egyptian chairman for the Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority. Actually, the number of women working at the Egyptian Energy Authority is about 45% compared to men, and this is a good percentage. How do we address the society? We made public campaigns for the early, we already made it on every 2 years. We make a campaign for breast cancer. We get a van from the Ministry for Health and Population that is equipped with sonar and mammogram. And the doors of the Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority outer clinic are open to the public. This allows women to come and make their tests, and at the same time, we acknowledge them about the peaceful application for nuclear. We also made health campaign on osteoporosis, on virus 3 early detection, on cervical cancers. And during the COVID era, we had made organization for the immunization of the workers and their family at the Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority, and acknowledgement was received from the authority. We also make social events, and this is by, we organized picnic or excursion to the White Desert and to the Siwa Oasis. We also, every year we make Iftar Ramadan together, all together with the women. And we have, we engage ourselves with social community. As we see, there was a Nile clean-up project with the Ministry for Environmental Affairs. We shared in this project, and we encouraged the schools, children, and university youngsters to come and join us. And these were given certificates at the end of the event. And of course, we acknowledge them about the importance of nuclear for sustainable development.
Thank you, Professor Suhair, for your presentation. Now, turning to our next panelist, the least but not the last, Mrs. Prancy, founder of Africa for Nuclear, member of Impact Team of 2050. Mrs. Prancy, Africa is a vital moment in its energy transformation, and the nuclear technology has the potential to play an important role in continent's sustainable future. As the founder of Africa for Nuclear, you have been passionate about advocate for nuclear science and its benefits, practically engaging young professionals and raising public awareness. How can youth engagement in the industry contribute in its sustainable development? And what steps, in your opinion, should be taken to popularize nuclear science among young professionals? Mrs. Prancy, the floor is for you.
Thank you so much, moderator. Greetings, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. You know, the disadvantage being about speaking the last is that everything that you want to say has been said already. I don't know, but let me try. Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me try and answer the question. You know, we need young people, of course, the world, in order to move forward. And, but to truly make an impact, we need young people to be driven by scientific fact and not profit. What I've noticed about this agenda for sustainability or development is that it has been hijacked by those who have profit-driven motives. And so we need young people to look at scientific fact and so that we move forward and advocate for a good agenda. But also what we need are young people that are passionate, patriotic, and are visionary. And those young people you find in the Impact team. I always get a question of, what do we need to do in order to be part of Impact team? And my answer is that these are young people that were chosen based on their work that they are doing in their countries. They have proven beyond reasonable doubt that they want to be part of a change. And so I really celebrate those people and all the young people that are being celebrated here. Congratulations, including the African young generation in nuclear. I saw my colleagues, they are here today. And to popularize nuclear, we need people to, not just people, but we need leaders that are going to drive that change. And I'm glad that Egypt has taken this stance to the position to push forward and finally build nuclear power plants, because we need to be fair to young people. We cannot call young people to join the industry when the policies of our countries are speaking a different language. I always get direct messages from people who are studying nuclear in Russia, in China, South Korea, to us that, Princey, I'm almost finished with my qualification, but I'm very scared because my country, there is no direction in terms of nuclear. So where am I going to work? And Egypt has solved that piece of the puzzle. And I want to encourage all the countries to really help young people so that they know that when they join the industry, at least the future, there's a tangible future for them in terms of nuclear direction. That's what we need. But also we need young people that are like impact team members, visionary, passionate, patriotic, and want to be part of solving the global challenges, because that's what it takes. And those young people, at Impact Team, we are working on ambitious programs, very ambitious projects that you will hear about them in the future. And those projects are about popularizing nuclear, but also what I want to encourage young people is that you must be comfortable with not being liked most of the time. I always make an example about my colleague at Ireland. Her name is Sarah. Sarah has disappeared for 2 years. And when I finally met her, I asked, Sarah, where have you been? And then she said, you know what, Princey, I'm tired of being the most hated citizen in my country. Because even the president is now starting to speak bad about me. So that's just what happens when you want to popularize nuclear. There are times when you are going to face those challenges of being the least liked in your country, and you just need to push, because those who probably dislike you are just a handful of people, and beyond them, there's an army of people who appreciate your work. You also need to enter spaces where you are not invited. In my country, I always say, when nuclear is being discussed or not being discussed, I am going to invite myself if I don't get an invitation. So you need to invite yourself in political gatherings, in entertainment gatherings, because that's why you push nuclear. When I enter the room where they are not going to discuss nuclear, and it's time for introductions, what I always do is that my name is Princey, I am a nuclear communication specialist. Or I start by saying, you know, I'm probably the least entertaining people in this room. Then I introduce myself. And then, trust me, during the break, people will be coming to me, tell us about this nuclear. So that's what happens. You introduce the nuclear discussions where they are least expected. And you also need to make use of digital spaces like social media, because that's where you find most of young people. I have, what I've done recently, I've started the video series. I call them Nuclear Simplified. I don't make them over 3 minutes, where I speak about nuclear, different types of nuclear applications, and educate people about nuclear. In my country, they like politics, so I do have to inject a little bit of politics just to create controversy so that people can watch those videos. So you need to choose them according to the audience in your country. So social media is also very important. And I think what is also important in popularizing nuclear, we have graduates in this room. But when you Google and type nuclear, most of the things that come up are things that are anti-nuclear. So I want to encourage young people to continue writing those articles. Write your opinion editorial, publish it, and so that when people go and type the word nuclear on Google, your work comes up in your country. So it's also important that you write a lot as a nuclear graduate so that you popularize nuclear. I want to close by saying the decisions that are taken today by this current generation will affect the future generation. So the young generation that are here today, you owe it to the next generation that you live or you fight for this current generation to live working economies that will be inherited by the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Prancy, for your informative speeches. Now, in conclusion, I would like to ask our distinguished speakers, please feel free to answer only if you wish. Your advice today to students and young professionals, what should they consider at the start of their career in the nuclear industry in order to lead a professional life, remain highly sought after, and contribute to the well-being of others?
May I start?
Okay.
First of all, I'd like to say that nuclear power has a promising future. This came as a result of the transition in the energy market worldwide. I'd like to also to make reference to the COP27 here in Sharm el-Sheikh and COP28 in Dubai, whereas it has been announced that the only way to meet the climate changes goals is to not double but triple the capacities of nuclear power worldwide. This shall be an ambitious and challenging goal. My advice to the young people and from many different countries would like to be involved in the nuclear industry. I'd like to say that this challenging and ambitious goal cannot be achieved without the young people and their involvement in this for achieving this goal. Young people is the vehicle for the progress and the development of our societies. Additionally, I'd like to mention that continuous learning and training shall be a lifestyle for anyone involved in the nuclear industry and the nuclear career. Not only this cannot be limited to the training on the implementation of your tasks and jobs, but also it shall be extended for all the aspects of your life that can gain, even for the personal skills that make you able to face the challenges in your life and resolving the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Muhammad. Next, we need only one more speaker to respond to this. Feel free to answer. Okay, Professor Mrs. Titina.
Okay, I just say for the young people to learn, and learn. Lifelong learning is the one secret for your future success. And to be sure that nuclear is a sustainable development and for sustainable future. Dream for the future and start any project in providing your dream into a real life.
Thank you.
And I would like also just to just to wish for the young generation that please install that topest high-level goal in your life. That our problem not that we installed high goals and never reach them. Our problem that we install too small, too low goals and very quickly reach them. So just for yourself, decide inside, I will be Minister of Energy, I will be the director of IAEA, I will be the plant manager, and then you will get that, take the good career and the good position. And second for this, take responsibility for everything what you are doing. Be involved in all activities, be involved. And as much responsibility you take, that the better you will construct your career for the future. This is very important. Be responsible.
Okay. No.
I would like to add that you have to work hard, you have to increase your knowledge and widen your scope of skills. And you have to know that life is not a fairy tale. You will face a lot of challenge, you will fall down, but you have to stand up quickly and continue. Competition is important, but however, competition should be neat and clean. It is not it is not that it's good that you reach a place. It is how you reach this place with self-respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Hussein?
Okay, like for me, it's a quick advice to focus more on demand pull rather than science push. Like in Egypt, we have a need for nuclear technology when it comes to our own local strategy, comes to green hydrogen, climate change, industrial development, agri-tech development. So look for demand when you decide to take a course of action rather than focusing on the technology or science part. Thank you.
Nancy?
My advice is that, especially to young girls, you do not have the luxury of being good. You have to be best. So, like the DDG says, you have to think like a minister. You want to be a minister, you want to be a CEO, but you also have to start acting like one at a very young age. Walk like a minister, walk like a CEO, dress like a CEO. Trust me, people are attracted to aesthetics before they listen to what you have to say. So be best at what you do.
Thank you. So, dear friends and participants, thank to all our speakers for very informative, important speeches and sharing their insight. Today, it seems to me that we have already been to build the new technological path, uniting people all over the world to achieve their goal, creating a society future with equal opportunities and equal access to nuclear green energy. And the nuclear green energy is not only an energy source, but it is also a different field of revolutions in medicine and industrial and space exploration. I'm convinced that our efforts, we will achieve a success toward achieving our common dream. Thank you very much. I would like to ask our panelists for a group photo.
Dear speakers, please proceed to the fore of the stage for a group picture. And the audience, we kindly ask you not to leave the room because we have an important announcement to make. Thank you. Dear delegates, we kindly ask you not to leave the room yet because we are going to announce something very important and very maybe unexpected for most of you. Okay, so while our speakers are still networking, we're going to take a minute of your time and explain an interesting game. We invite you...
To the wow.
Yeah, can we please not put the music on, because it's hard to explain with the music. So just like Ms. Tatiana Terentьeva announced, this year Rosatom celebrates 80 years of the Russian nuclear industry. And the most important event is going to happen in Moscow, Russia, in September. We have prepared a special online quiz for you, which is based on questions related to some of the speakers' presentations and information which they present here, which they mention. We would like now to ask you, those of you who want to win a trip to the World Atomic Week, or WOW, as we say, scan the second QR code to my left, register, and right now you can already answer the questions for the first session which you have just heard. We hope that you kept attention and were listening carefully.
And if you are not in our WhatsApp chats and channels, please scan this QR code to stay connected with updates. And of course, please be sure to visit the exhibition area in the forum and take a step beyond the panel sessions too.
So once again, please do not miss the chance. Those of you who will now take the first question online, you will then have other questions after other sessions, right? So throughout the day, please listen attentively. There will be some key information in the questions, and the answers are all in speakers' presentations. So keep an eye and stay attentive. Now we'd like to invite you to a coffee break, which is there outside. Please be back in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ой, извините. Можете, пожалуйста, посмотреть презентацию Адрианова? У нас есть по ПТХ?
participants. So now upon your special request, we turn the slide back to the screen so that you could scan the second Win a Trip to WOW 2025 QR code. And that's how you can participate in our quiz. I would like to remind you that the quiz is your chance to win a trip to the World Atomic Week in Russia, Moscow, in September. So welcome back, welcome back. It's good to have you here again.
We hope that you enjoyed your cup of coffee. And now we are moving to our next plenary session, Future Leaders Keynotes. When we think of nuclear energy or nuclear technology, we right away think of the power generation. However, nuclear today is going beyond that, like nuclear medicine and its application, the applications of nuclear in agriculture and water security, offering many groundbreaking solutions to help the world foster in a better and beneficial ways.
Exactly. And so now we are going to start the session where experts from different fields of nuclear energy and non-energy applications will, in a TED Talk style, we hope you know it. If you don't, you will discover it. We'll explain what it means to work in nuclear medicine, innovate in nuclear agriculture, help water desalination, food preservation, whatever. So with these words, we would like to start.
And let's welcome our moderator, Mr. Murad Aslanov, Director, Rosatom Representation Office in Egypt.
الأول قبل ما نبتدي أنا عايز أعرف نفسي.
I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Murad Aslanov. I am the director of Rosatom office in Egypt. I have been in Egypt for about 2 years, but in fact, I love Egypt very much. And the first thing that I thought of while I stay in Egypt is to learn the Arabic accent so that I could understand the Egyptian culture and the Egyptian people, because they are wonderful people with diversified culture. And my colleagues in the Egyptian office are Egyptians, and I wanted to be close to them. I am very happy to be with you today, and hopefully you will benefit from that forum and that meeting as a whole. Back once
to our exciting session where we'll explore how nuclear technologies are making a real impact far beyond energy production, from cutting-edge medical technologies to improving food security and protecting the environment. Nuclear science is driving innovation in areas you might not expect. Today we are joined by an incredible setup of young experts who will share their insights and experiences, showing us how these advanced technologies are shaping a better, more sustainable future. Before we hear from our distinguished speakers, I'd like to take a couple of your minutes from your time to introduce Rosatom's global footprint and product range. Следующий слайд. Rosatom operates on a truly global scale, embracing the philosophy of being local globally. Our presence extends across almost every region of the world, allowing us to foster deep partnerships and adapt to the specific needs of each country. Here are some key figures that highlight our reach. More than 20 regional and country offices worldwide, 14 diplomatic representatives, approximately 170 foreign subsidiaries. We never cease to expand, forging new partnerships in Latin America, Middle East, Africa, and beyond. A prime example of our commitment to this growth is right here in Egypt, where in 2023 we opened a dedicated country office, further cementing our commitment to deepening strategic cooperation with our Egyptian partners and supporting nuclear and non-nuclear advancements. But numbers alone don't tell the full story. Our impact is best seen through real projects. And one of the most significant examples is just a few hours away from here, in El Daba. In El Daba, we're not just constructing a nuclear power plant, we're shaping the future of Egypt's energy security. This project is more than just infrastructure. It represents technological advancement, sustainability, and national development. Of course, nuclear power is at the heart of what we do, but Rosatom's portfolio extends far beyond energy generation. Our expertise is structured into 4 key areas, covering both nuclear and non-nuclear solutions. Let's start with our bread and butter, nuclear energy products. We oversee the entire nuclear power cycle, from uranium mining and fuel enrichment to reactor construction, operation, and back-end solutions. We also have a wide range of nuclear products for non-energy applications, actively advancing healthcare, research, and logistics. We produce medical and industry isotopes, develop research reactors, and support nuclear medicine, improving global diagnostics and treatments. Additionally, our nuclear icebreaker fleet, and Rosatom is the unique company in having that, is crucial for Arctic logistics and global trade. We also have a very diverse set of non-nuclear products. For example, we have different energy products not using nuclear energy. We're actively advancing renewable energy, including wind power, hydrogen technologies, smart grids, and energy storage solutions, helping shape a low-carbon future. As far as our non-nuclear, non-energy products are concerned, I know that might sound a bit confusing. Our work extends to very diverse sectors and products, covering composite materials, lithium production, additive manufacturing, waste management, environmental sustainability solutions, and many, many more. And every one of these innovations is aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring that our technology supports clean energy, responsible production, climate action, and global health initiatives. Now let's try to focus on what this might mean for Egypt. Egypt is not just an important market for us, it's our strategic partner. We are ready to collaborate in key sectors that drive innovation and sustainability, including, but not limited to, healthcare, water desalination, renewable energy, digital solutions, manufacturing, and many more. Together, we can unlock the full potential of nuclear and other advanced technologies, not just for energy production, but for sustainability, digital transformation, and long-term prosperity. With this very brief overview complete, I'd like to turn to our first speaker. Our first topic addresses one of the world's most stressing challenges, water scarcity. With 2.2 billion people lacking access to safe drinking water, innovative solutions are of utmost importance. Nuclear technology is playing an increasingly vital role in desalination and water treatment. To speak on this, we welcome Anna Belikova, Business Development Manager from Rosatom International Network. With her background in international relations from GIMO University and expertise in smart city technologies and water treatment solutions, Anna brings a strategic vision and hands-on experience in advancing nuclear-driven solutions. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me today. And I want to start with a question. Actually, not even a question, but my request. Could you please take a mindful moment to think or even imagine how would it feel like to wake up not knowing if your electricity is going to be on today? Imagine if every sip of water will not be a given, but a luxury. That sounds like a plot from a dystopian movie, right? But actually, maybe it's not. I asked artificial intelligence to do exactly what I just asked you to do, to imagine a world with energy and water crisis. This is what it gave me. From distance, it may not look that horrible. But honestly, I've been looking at this picture in details. And the only thing that I feel is fear. Fear for my family and fear for the future. But some people believe that energy and water are not somehow connected. Why have I even started thinking about connecting this thing in one picture? The simple truth is, unfortunately, they're very deeply interconnected. Without water, we cannot produce energy, and without energy, we cannot purify the water that we use. So this kind of a vicious cycle is influencing not just countries and economies. They're influencing each one of us. But then you think, what can, and more importantly, what should we do in order to prevent that? And that's where technologies and innovation come into the game. You may know Rosatom as a technology leader in nuclear. But what you might not know is that Rosatom is also a pioneer in solving this second problem, which is water crisis. We offer several solutions using advanced water treatment and desalination technologies. So let's take a closer look. How is that exactly connected, and why is it that Rosatom is doing that? Basically, nuclear power plants use a substantial amount of water, primarily for two different reasons: cooling down the reactors and transmitting the heat. And that's when and why and how we started to build our own water expertise. And today, we turned not only into building the reactors, but also offering a comprehensive water solution. And this brings me to our Clean Water Project, which is not just an initiative, it became our mission. Through desalination and advanced water treatment technologies, we are providing sustainable, cost-efficient, and safe water. Our approach here is holistic. From design to commissioning and maintenance, we ensure that every single drop of water is used efficiently. And that's where Rosatom's unique advantage comes into the game. We offer two different types of desalination. The first one would be nuclear, when we integrate a desalination plant within the nuclear power plant. This allows us to use the water desalinated not only for the needs of the nuclear power plant, but also for the regions and people nearby. The second one is non-nuclear, when we can integrate a desalination plant with another energy source, which could be a thermal power plant, or it could be a completely standalone, independent solution. Our desalination method includes two different technologies within, so it's called a hybrid solution. So first the water is collected, then it goes through preliminary treatment, which means that we get rid of large particles and debris. Then it goes through disinfection, finally coming to the desalination itself. And so the hybrid technology means that first we do the evaporation. So we heat up the water and then collect what is condensed. Later on, this goes through reverse osmosis or membrane technology desalination. And this means that we push through membranes the water, ensuring that all salt ions are left behind. Finally, in order to make the water drinkable, we push it through so-called mineral saturation. So it passes through natural minerals, making sure it's safe and healthy to drink. This hybrid technology is not only efficient, but also highly reliable, especially when it is integrated with a nuclear power plant. But why does this integration really matter? And here I want to give you 3 reasons. First one, it's cost efficient. Our esteems show that the water coming out from a desalination plant, which is integrated with a nuclear power plant, is 10% lower. This is mostly due to the economy of scale. Also, it is efficient. By that, I mean that we can integrate the inflow at the design stage, which means that every technological process is made efficiently right at the beginning, so we don't lose water at any stage. Finally, it is sustainable. Every desalination plant requires a lot of energy, and it's our decision which energy it's going to use. And this way, by integrating it with the nuclear power plant, we ensure that the energy used is clean and green. And finally, we also follow the zero liquid discharge principle, meaning we don't lose or leave any waste within the process. But our work doesn't stop at desalination and water treatment. Rosatom is not just a company. We consider ourselves as family. And we operate in so-called cities of responsibilities. Those cities are where the employees of our enterprises and their families constitute the majority of the population of a city or a town. And we feel it's our responsibility to take on the role of modernizing urban infrastructure in these cities. By that, I also mean water supply systems. We integrate digital and smart solutions in order to make sure that every citizen in our cities of responsibilities get access to clean, safe, drinkable water. And we have been doing that for more than 45 years now. So our projects are not just projects when we take care of the water and live it away. No, our projects mean that we care for the quality of life of our people. And that's what we've been doing. And our mission here is to provide our people with safe energy and safe drinkable water at the same time. So I want to think of the future as not something that happens to us. The future is what we create together. And at Rosatom, we believe that the hardships of today are only the opportunities of tomorrow. And with collaboration, innovations, and a shared vision, we can create a world, we can create cities where safe, clean energy and safe, clean water are not luxuries, but realities for every single one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much, Anna, for your amazing presentation. Could you please elaborate on your last slide? So what features or what innovations do you envision as essential components of the cities of the future?
Thank you. So cities of the future, for me, they should be built on the human-centered principle. Those cities should be all about the people, ensuring that every citizen has all his needs covered. That means, of course, energy. That means, of course, water. But also that means using smart and digital tools that would environ everything and ensure that everything is used efficiently and all of the resources are used smartly. For me, those are our smart cities.
Thank you very much for sharing that.
Thank you.
Next, we turn to healthcare, where nuclear science is revolutionizing diagnostics, treatment, and medical technology. Our next speaker is Alexandria, who is a leading expert in nuclear medicine and medical innovation. With 70 years of experience in nuclear physics, he has worked on projects from CERN accelerator rings to radiopharmaceuticals, MRI systems, and radiation therapy. Alexei, we look forward to your insight.
Thank you. Good afternoon for everyone. I have been working at Institute of Nuclear Physics for almost 17 years, since I was 18. And also I have been working in Rosatom for almost 3 years. Currently, I am head of the project office, which focused on projects related with high-tech medicine. Like a person who lived most of my life in Siberia, I'm enjoying your warm winter and warm welcome. Have any of you ever been in Siberia? Raise your hand, please. I see my colleagues. I see. Yeah. Thank you. And in Russia, maybe? Thank you. For those who haven't, I'm glad to invite you to visit us. Let's get started. Today, I want to tell you about Rosatom activities beyond nuclear energy sector. I want to show what else, besides electricity and jobs at power plants, nuclear industry brings in the country life. Today, I will focus on nuclear medicine and isotope productions. Just a few words about Research and Development Business Unit of Rosatom. It includes 12 research institutes. In one of them, Scientific Research Institute of Technical Physics and Automation, I have been worked. It includes 7 research nuclear reactors and more than 200 experimental facilities. But I want to focus today on the projects of my institute. It includes radiation technologies for irradiation and work with radioactive substances, non-destructive control, radionuclide energy device sector, and production devices for nuclear power plants and other needs of industry, and of course, nuclear medicine. Are there any people who related with nuclear medicine? I see one hand, 2, 3, yeah. Thank you. I think you find something interesting in my presentation. For others, I hope you discover something new. Short definition of nuclear medicine, it's an application of physical principle or techniques from the field of nuclear physics to the diagnosis and treatment. I want to note that our institute creates radiation and contact therapy complexes, MRI and radiopharmaceuticals. Let's start with radiopharmaceuticals. There is another definition. I don't pronounce it, but as can you see from it, we need radioisotopes. There is another definition, but I think we should focus on receiving methods. There is 3 of them. One of them is directly from decay of uranium nucleus, from the charged particle accelerator, and with help of nuclear reactors. A few words about charged particle accelerators. There is presented cyclotron, Russian-made cyclotron, the same installed in our institute. On the right side are described principle of operation. We wouldn't focus on it, of course, but depends on energy gain and type of isotope you need. You can use different type of machine. Okay. There are shown companies belong to the scientific division, but let's return to the Rosatom as a whole. As you can imagine, all methods of isotope production and all suitable raw material are available for corporation. That's why Rosatom, one of the biggest supplier of radioisotopes to global markets. It produced more than 100 items. Few words about usage of radioisotopes. Of course, it's cancer treatment, PET diagnosis, and SPECT diagnosis. MRI is another project of our institute. We try to produce own MRI. Maybe you know that MRI was originally named like NMRI. N means nuclear, nuclear magnetic resonance imaging. But the word nuclear was dropped to avoid negative association caused by radiophobia. It's like from nuclear power plant, dropped word nuclear, and could be perhaps it's possible to power it by coal, but no. This slide shows us superconductive magnet of MRI installation, its main magnet, without beautiful casing, and inside of it, liquid helium. This is one of the most traditional and oldest device for our institute. It's a device for brachytherapy. First one was designed in the 70s. More than 600 units was delivered across the Soviet Union and modern Russia. The device allows delivering the requirement dose to the tumor through body cavity by using special device applicators. Currently, specialists from my project office upgrading this device. One of the biggest and most complex projects in my project office is creating such radiation therapy units. Because project very big, I try to talk about very short. It includes linear accelerator. We have laser? No, laser. it has linear accelerator, multi-leaf collimator, system of dose control, CT scan, gantry rotator mechanism, and treatment table. And of course, software. Various versions of it have been implemented at Rosatom in the past, but now we have a task to produce competitive installation that meets modern requirements of accuracy and safety. Okay, let's take a break before we finish. It's second to the last slide. I want to talk you some personal story. Once I get a flu, it's pretty common in cold climate, but when disease came back, I decided to go to doctor anyway. I only had a slight cough and slight elevated temperature, but the doctor ordered full CT scan of the chest. And I realized that I get half of the year dose of personal A category, I mean 3 millisievert. They didn't find any inflammation, of course, and I sent results of CT scan to my medical physics to check that I haven't any hidden cancer. Everything okay, but why am I telling you about this? Because of accessibility. Just 5 or 7 years ago, it was impossible to imagine that you would be sent to a CT scan with SimplyCloud. Okay, let's finalize. Let's return to the slide. What is the main idea? The history of humankind is very long, but history of modern medicine is not. Only 140 years ago was discovered Röntgen or X-ray. Today we have a full set of technologies that allow us to identify and treat or cure cancer. As far as I know, Egypt nuclear program in cooperation with Soviet Union was begun in the 50s when first experimental research reactor was built. Now, a new round of nuclear technology developments which unites our country. I dare to the hope that further development of technologies, cooperation and mutual opportunities expand to the other areas of Rosatom activities and whole country. For example, it's final information. For example, Egypt's additional demands for megawatt treatment units by 2030 was estimated as 234 in 2021. This single forecast and single number allow us to identify areas for collaboration and areas of potential growth in the field of next generation healthcare. Thank you for your attention.
Alexey, thank you very much for your presentation. It was pretty thorough. Could you please elaborate a bit more on what specific areas of cooperation between Egypt and Russia do you see as promising?
As I already told you, we can collaborate in the field of brachytherapy devices. It's a ready product. I think we can develop together radiotherapy, and maybe we can make I think, healthy tourism together, if it's possible, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next discussion focuses on an invisible yet critical aspect of our environment, radiation monitoring. To speak on this, we welcome Russell Rolf Mubaku, head of the Radioactive and Non-Radioactive Substances Unit at IRSEN, with hands-on expertise in nuclear substance management and environmental safety. Russell plays a key role in radiation monitoring and environmental protection in Congo. Russell, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm really pleased to represent my country, the Republic of Congo. Also, our national organization, Congolese Young Generation Nuclear, African Young Generation Nuclear, and every African countries here. So, most of the time I received the visit of many visitors in our laboratory of nuclear physics and applications. And recently, one of them told me, Russell, we don't need nuclear here. Why do you want to bring us nuclear in this country? Because it's so dangerous. I say, really? If it was dangerous, normally you should die a long time. Why? Because every human being in this world, black, yellow, white, whatever the color, is daily exposed to the ionizing radiation coming from cosmic and terrestrial origin. I'm not going to talk about cosmic origin of ionizing radiations because of time, but those coming from terrestrial origin are mainly due to the family of uranium-238, thorium-232, and potassium-40 that we call natural radioactivity or NORMS. And these radionuclides or this natural radioactivity could be found in every compartment of the environment. You could find it in water, you can find it in soil, in the air, till you can find it in your foodstuffs. And besides of natural radioactivity, we have artificial radioactivity. Artificial because it's coming from human creation. And the most spread artificial radionuclide in Africa particularly is cesium-137. Why? Because it stays longer because of its half-life. It stays longer in the ecosystem even after the nuclear tests of France in Algeria, and also the recent nuclear accident of Fukushima in 2011. And the presence of those radionuclides in the biosphere later could pose harmful effects to the human being, also to the environment, but for the human being through different pathways, like it could be inhalated, it could be ingested through food or contaminated water, and both of these scenarios lead to the internal exposure. And the last one lead to the external exposure because of the dermal contact. And these scenarios lead to the development of many cancers in a human being. Besides of radioactive notion, we have also another notion for non-radioactive. Because, human activities like agriculture, like mining activities, disturb what we call a geochemical cycle of trace elements. And between those trace elements, you have oligoelements, which are really important for the human health. You have potential toxic elements, which are toxic for living organisms. You have also rare earth elements, which are really important for new technology. And several studies report the harmful effects of trace elements to the human being, also to the environment. Reason why it's really important to know exactly the distribution and the concentration of those radionuclides in different environmental pathways in order to protect the human being and its environment. So, what we do in Congo? In Congo, like I said, we just newcomer in nuclear field. And thanks to the technical cooperation of the IAEA, so we received some nuclear facilities for radioactive substance measurements and for non-radioactive substance measurements. Among those, we use like AlphaGuard for radiant measurement in D-links, and we use gamma spectrometer for radioactive radionuclides. And for non-radioactive substance, we have alpha spectrometer, we have DIMA-40 for mercury measurements, and we have gas phase mass spectrometer. So we do many activities like sampling campaign, because our first purpose is to map, we're planning to map the background level of radioactive and non-radioactive contamination level in the country in order to minimize the harmful effects on the environment and to the human health. So we receive a lot of visitors. The recent one is our Minister of Research and Technology Innovation. And through our association, Congolese Young Generation Nuclear, and with our laboratory, we organize some events because, you know, our purpose is to inform people, because nuclear is still, you know, like a mystery in Congo. So I'm also a teacher in the university, and we fought exactly to have a nuclear field, nuclear technology. And most of the time, students ask me a question to say that, but you're talking about nuclear here, but what are we going to do after our bachelor? What are we going to do after a master? So for the moment, we recommend them this different program in order, you know, to make human resources development, which is very important for nuclear industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Russell, for your presentation. I believe that it had a huge educational value for all of us. Could you please clarify, just for better understanding? So once you know the distribution of radionuclides in a collected sample of your study area, what do you do next?
Yeah, you know, the purpose is to protect the human being and its environment. It means that once we know the distribution of radionuclides in different matrices or in different environmental compartments, so we define or we assess radiological impact, and after that we can project for 10 or 50 years later in order to, you know, to modelize the system and also to ensure population, and we publish articles to inform and also some resume for our authorities.
Thank you very much. To conclude our session, we focus on agriculture, the backbone of food security and economic stability. Climate change, soil degradation, and water scarcity all pose serious threats. And nuclear science offers powerful solutions to create more resilient and sustainable farming. Our final speaker, Ignacio Villarroya, is a natural resources engineering student, climate activist, and nuclear energy communicator, representing Argentina at the Youth G20 Summit and working with Rosatom Impact Team 2050. Ignacio is dedicated to bridging nuclear technology and sustainable agriculture. Ignacio, we're eager to hear your perspective.
Well, what if I told you I come from a city where nuclear flies fall from the sky? And what if I tell you that in school we raise these flies when we're children? Well, I know it sounds like a science fiction or like dystopian story, but actually it's true. and it's what makes Mendoza, my city in the west of Argentina, an agricultural hub. Not working. There it is. Those are flies. And actually, these flies make us, make agriculture possible in my city. I don't have the slide. Well, we will go back to that later. But first, let's look at all these vegetables, all these yummy vegetables. We have corn, tomato, avocado, peanuts, potato. All these vegetables haven't been around since ever on Earth. They first grew in South America, in Latin America, and thanks to the work of indigenous and of Andean communities that selected all these crops throughout centuries in all the continent. And they first came into Europe in the 16th century because of the European colonization of South America. And imagine like a world without French fries with ketchup. Well, that would have been impossible without all this natural selection. Let's first look at some data. 900 million people suffered from food insecurity according to the UN in 2022. World population will reach 10 billion people by the year 2100. Imagine 10 billion people that we have to feed, that they have their right to work, to be educated, to go to universities, and of course, the full right to live a life with dignity. We need to increase our food production by 60% to meet this demand. Our population is still growing at a fast rate, and especially in the developing countries, where this lack of food is more prevalent. But the agricultural system is totally unsustainable. We're doomed in a never-ending loop where agriculture produces almost 1/4 of greenhouse gas emissions. And because of this, we have climate change. And climate change makes our food system to be endangered. So this loop seems like never-ending. But let's look at some more data, because Latin America is so important to fight back not only climate change, but also hunger. Latin America has just 15% of world's land area, but we have 29% of world's precipitations. Not only that, Latin America is also important because we have 40% of fresh water available on Earth, and also 1/3 of the available natural resources we have in the whole planet. 45% of net international trade agri-food products come also from this same continent. And well, don't even get me started if we want to talk about forest cover, all we have to talk about biodiversity, because those are very important resources we have in South America, and we have to protect and defend. Look at this. All this represents the pesticides used all over the globe. South America and Latin America, as you can see, uses most of it. We have the most usage. And only in the last 20 years, it grew by 110%. And we can talk a lot about this. We can talk about agriculture from a political, from economical, from a defense point of view. And there's lots of debates we can have and lots of scopes we can see through. But because of the topic of the forum and because of the time constraints, I will just focus on the technological solutions. And sometimes, with the technological solutions and the science solutions, the first thing we should look at, it's the most minimal and the most tiny things on Earth, the atoms. Well, imagine with the atoms, we can have a lot of different technologies, not only applied, of course, as we know, to energy, but also to agricultural, applications. Well, the first application we can find is plant breeding and genetics. As well as Russell said before, all this radiation, natural radiation we have on Earth, coming from the Earth and coming from the cosmic radiation, produces a lot of mutations. Those mutations are beneficial because they produce natural variation of the plants and animals we have on Earth, and that produce evolution. Imagine what would happen if we can control that radiation to have more plants and more variation, and these plants could, for example, have better genetics, and they could survive at the harshest conditions that are every day more common due to climate change. For example, what happened if we can have wheat that supports droughts, or we can have, I don't know, watermelons that supports, or prevents or can live even with more heat or extreme conditions in general. Also, another application we can find is avoiding fertilizer pollution. Because many times we apply fertilizers in a manner that we don't know where the fertilizer is going to. But with the isotopes, we can track all the fertilizer through the whole cycle. So we can know where the fertilizer is going to. If it is being absorbed by the plant, if it is being, absorbed by the soil or the water. So we can use it more efficiently, so we avoid fertilizer pollution. Well, almost 15% of the food produced on this planet goes to waste before reaching the shops. That number can go up to 45% when we talk about fruits and vegetables. So, what if we could irradiate those fruits and vegetables for them to stay longer in shape, for them not to rot, and without changing, like natural flavors, and without changing the characteristics? And finally, and this brings me to my point in the beginning about the nuclear flies. What if we could, for example, irradiate different animals or insects that are considered pests, and we can bring those populations down? Look at this. So, this is the sterile insect technique that is the one used in my city. So, how it works? Okay, in my city we have a fly that is named the Mediterranean fly, and eats lots of crops, and a lot of food is wasted, a lot of fruits, vegetables, especially grapes, peaches, and berries, and many others are in danger because of this pest. And what do we do in my city? Okay, there's a research institute named ISCAMEN that they irradiate male flies with cobalt-60, with gamma radiation coming from cobalt-60 source. They irradiate the male insects, and then they set them free. How they set them free? Okay, from the sky. They just throw bags with, cardboard bags with flies inside, and yeah, you can be hit in your head with one of those. And when it reaches to your home, you have to open the bag and let all these insects go free. We also do it at schools. Yeah, we babysit, we pet all these flies that protect our crops and agriculture in my region. Then those male flies mate with female flies, but all the eggs are infertile because of the radiation. They turn male flies into infertile, and they cannot produce offspring. So we bring population of Mediterranean flies down, and we can save lots and lots of crops. And that's how you should think, nuclear energy because of this. And that's very important, because next time you're drinking wine, especially if it is from Mendoza, please raise a glass and toast for Pacific and for agricultural applications of nuclear technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ignacio, for your presentation. You've outlined several ways nuclear technologies can innovate agriculture. What do you see as the biggest barrier in their widespread use in Latin America, and how can we overcome that?
Thank you so much. I think the question is, and the answer is simple, and it's funding. Because in Latin America, most of the funding is not going to scientific, it's not going to scientific purposes or education. So we need a lot of funding from different international organizations, especially from our government, to really step, step in the front and say, I want Latin America to be a scientific hub, because that's the primary way to have development through scientists, through educated people, and through universities. So that's the main thing we should be pushing for.
Inshallah, we'll achieve that. So I'd like to invite all our distinguished speakers to the stage for the quick recap of the key takeaways of today's discussion. Today we've seen how nuclear technologies are driving progress across critical sectors. Water desalination plays a vital role in ensuring access to fresh water through innovative and sustainable solutions. Healthcare is benefiting from advancements in diagnostics, radiopharmaceuticals, and cancer treatment. Environmental monitoring helps enhance radiation safety and protect ecosystems. Agriculture is using nuclear technology to improve crop yields, strengthen food security, and adapt to climate change. I hope that this knowledge will broaden your horizons and help you in your future career endeavors. We have some free time, so we're ready to answer some questions, not more than 4, I guess. If you have any questions, please raise your hands. So it was, yeah.
I'm asking Russell. Yes, I'm asking Russell. So you started your presentation by telling a story of someone who told you, why are you bringing nuclear to our country? It's so dangerous. So what are you telling? What did you tell him? I mean, what is the public perception of nuclear right now in Congo or in your country or in Africa in general? And what are you doing to remedy that?
Thank you very much for your questions. Yeah, absolutely. The problem is, the Republic of Congo is newcomer in nuclear field. It never exists. So we created our laboratory in 2023. Can you imagine? Just 2 years ago. And we were obliged to fight about that because no one regarding authorities was really engaged about nuclear. So me and some brothers of my team, so we were obliged to written a project, national project, and to convince our Minister of Research. And for that, he was engaged for nuclear purpose. And, now we're fighting for a regulatory body, but it's not simple at all. Reason why, communication regarding nuclear is like a tender for this moment. But we're trying to explain when we have visitors, because everyone is curious. Nuclear? Laboratory of nuclear? Okay, let me go and see what's happening over there. And when they came, they stress out, perhaps I'm going to be rejected. And we try to explain them, you are always irradiated and daily. It's not about talking nuclear for military purpose. No, we're talking for nuclear, but for peaceful purpose. And it's different. Not different in a bad way, but you are daily exposed to the ionizing radiations. And we try to convince them like that. And to school, it was difficult to convince, the head of the president of our university, and finally he accepted. So now we have our field in nuclear technology, and we try with the young generation to give them every materials regarding nuclear, and they are really excited and committed to continue in nuclear field. And that is the way that we're doing and we're fighting in our country.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, over there.
My question is for Anna regarding water desalination. You said that using nuclear energy saves 10% economically. I just was curious to know a simple technical answer for why is it cheaper? Is it because we use the heated water, something from the reactor to heat the water we want and save the electrical energy that we could use in the other types that we lose a lot of energy in due to the low efficiency? Or is it because something else, non-related to a technical reason?
Okay, so mainly we see the cost efficiency due to the economy of scale, as I've mentioned. So, which means that as you're building the nuclear power plant, you're also building the infrastructure coming up. So that includes the building itself, the flows, the tubes. You're already building roads and everything. So it means that when you're integrating the desalination plant within the nuclear power plant, you're using the joint infrastructure. And if we see how the cost of water comes, we see that you have the capex and you have the opex, and here we see that the capex will be lower due to like part of the construction being included within the nuclear power plant.
Okay, thank you.
So do we have any other question?
Thanks for an informative session. My question is for Ignatius, as a climate and environmental activist, how you can dealing with public acceptance and raising awareness about nuclear energy, especially for kids and school students, how you can dealing with this? Are you using a specific type of workshops or what? I'm curious to know more. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the question. Well, as I was showing in the first slide, there was this bag, you know? Well, these bags are the ones thrown from the sky and to any person because they just they just land in a house, in a park, whatever. But there's something very special that is something that really caught my attention as a child, because when I was in school, they would give us boxes with all these flies inside. And through that way, they would teach us how, for example, nuclear energy and the applications, actually not energy in this case, but the nuclear applications in agriculture work. But because it's something that when you're a child, it really impresses you. It's like, how come they are using nuclear technologies with flies, and then you are taking time with the flies because they just give you the eggs, you know, inside the box. So you have to leave it in a place, you know, away from the sun, waiting for some days until all those eggs hatch, you know, and then you have your own flies that are like your baby's flies, you know, that you go out to the garden and you set them free. And you really know, because in Mendoza, in my city, we have a very strong sense of feeling of the of all the nature and the agriculture we have around, because same as many parts of Egypt, my city is an oasis. So the rest of the province is almost totally desert. So we know how important and how hard it has been for us, for our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents to build all what is around us. So I think it's very important to connect a nuclear energy, nuclear education with things that you see around. We shouldn't be talking, for example, as you were saying that, okay, in my country we don't have nuclear power plants. So you have to connect nuclear with something that you can see, not something that is far away or it will happen in 1,000 years. No, it has to be something that they can see with their own eyes. Thank you.
Any other questions? In the middle.
First of all, I want to ask you...
Okay, so we're going to have 2 more questions and we'll conclude that, please.
First of all, I want to ask, I want to thank all the presenters for the very informative presentations. And the question is for Russell about nuclear medicine. I want to ask if there are any current or ongoing projects that makes nuclear medicine more affordable or accessible for like underserved villages or cities.
Sorry, could you repeat a little bit, please?
Okay, it's about nuclear medicine. Okay.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask if there are any projects or projects that makes the nuclear medicine in general, like PET scan and even treatments, more affordable and accessible for underserved cities, like poor part of the world.
You mean under accessible, increasing quantity of installation in the country, right?
Yeah, and make it more affordable as well.
To make it more affordable, we need some technologies, of course, and we need biggest market. When you produce single devices, it's every time it will be very expensive. But when you make a big series, you can decrease the cost. But global affordability, I don't know. It's a very difficult question, and we need special solution. But we have mechanism for it. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
To be honest, I'd also like to add on this, because as our country office of Rosatom in Egypt, we're also promoting nuclear medicines, different nuclear medicine solutions here. We have very competitive and pretty affordable solutions for that. We're ready for partnerships, and we have so far seen a great interest both from the public sector and private sector in Egypt. So we cannot say that this is not accessible or not affordable. No, if you collaborate on that, if you involve different sectors and seek some effective partnerships, it can be easily achieved, especially that, as you know, the nuclear medicine term is very broad. So when we speak about nuclear medicine industry, we're both speaking about even the supplies of isotopes, which is already in place here in Egypt. We are speaking about different medical equipment used for diagnostics, and at the same time, we're speaking about medical equipment that's, for example, cyclotrons used for the production of isotopes. All of them are used for different applications, for different uses, but all of them are in place here in Egypt. So I believe that Rosatom and Egypt, and in broader terms, Russia and Egypt, have a lot to do in this field. And I believe that, especially with time, we're going to hear more and more about successful projects implemented in this field in this country. And another question we have here.
Thank you. My question is to Russell. So Russell, what is the current dominating source of energy in Congo? And then the second question is, in the energy plan of Congo, does nuclear feature? And if it does feature, how much of that is in it in terms of the megawatts? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Interesting. You know, currently we're still using renewable energy, which is hydraulics. And, you know, discussion started with Rosatom. And we told them that, you know, people have to be, first of all, mature before, taking nuclear reactors in our country. Normally, the demand must come to us. I know that you have exactly your reactors, but we must come to you to say that regarding this problem, we need this SMR or we need to build this one, okay? And this is the project that we have, but for now, the privilege is on human resources development, because for me is is a long term, is fundamental to the long term sustainability and expansion of nuclear industry, mainly in Congo.
So thus we conclude our session. Thank you very much for your engagement, for your time, for your questions. We really hope and believe that this session was useful for you and it managed to really broaden your horizons, understand that nuclear energy is much more than just electricity production. No, we have a lot of different applications. And Egypt, which has already started its nuclear journey, will find more and more applications for that. Thank you very much.
Hello. Doesn't work. Yes. Fantastic. Thank you, everyone. Our dear. I'm not sure if it's working. Does it work? Yes. Thank you. Thank you to all amazing speakers over there. I think it was pretty insightful. When I say pretty, I underestimate the level of excitement which at least I personally got when I was listening to that. Have you ever heard of irradiated flies being dropped upon your garden to prevent to prevent harvest losses? I mean, that's incredible. So again, even us people in the nuclear sector or those who are exploring it, working with energy, we pretty often forget about the vast array of applications which are now available in different countries, in different companies, across different organizations. So every day you learn. And as I say that you learn, I would like to invite you once again to come back to our online platform and start answering the second section of questions, which are now open to you and are based on some of our speakers' facts and details in the question form. Make sure you do answer it now, because later the forum is going to be closed and a new session is going to appear. So kindly proceed and kindly, kindly work with the forum again if you still want to challenge your knowledge, challenge your attentiveness, and win a trip to the World Atomic Week. And in the meantime, I would also like, on behalf of all the organizers and hosts, thank the incredible venue where we are all at. The Biblioteca Alexandrina, for their hospitality, for their service, and for their openness, not only to this topic, not only to high-level speakers, international delegates, but to each and every one here, because we are here to exchange, we're here to learn. And now, if I'm right, we're gonna watch a video about the venue, so enjoy. So this is the magnificent place where we're all at. As you know, the hugest ancient library was also located here in Alexandria, and we find it a perfect place for events like this one to exchange our knowledge. This is the primary goal of every library, a temple of knowledge. And now, without any further ado, I'd like to show you one more video. It's about how such huge country-scale project like the LDABA NPP can change the life of a single person, but also of the entire country. So take a look.
I wish that my country can have a great success in all spheres. Marsa Matruh is a touristic city, and it means a dropped harbor, which means that it's located on the flat Mediterranean coastline. So our city reminds us of a gem that's been discovered, but we're not polished yet. We're not used. If they were polished and used, they would have got further value. So me, as the oldest fisherman in lots of towns, I've seen a lot, and I believe that we will have better success. I started my fishing job as a child, since my late grandfather, who woke me up very early in the morning, taking me to let me know about this profession. He told me everything. Most of my relatives are fishermen. We all do it for a living. So actually, customs and traditions are so important, and keeping up with the progress is essential. We have to follow the new trends of technologies, and God willing, everything will be better. I know that Matruh and Egypt will have nuclear power plant in El Dab'a. This is a great achievement for our country. We've been waiting for such a moment since decades, maybe 50 years or half a century ago. Today, we would see this project that will improve the infrastructure and attract more tourism and will create new jobs for the locals. It will improve our infrastructure. This power plant will be the largest in the whole Africa, and this will help to attract better tourism. Our country will be way better, and there will be a huge demand on fish. There will be increase on that fish, and that will help us in return. Nothing is way better than fishing. So there is nothing better than that. So fishing for us is both work and leisure. And we hope that a nuclear power plant will give us furthermore income, will help us to realize potential to the life of fishermen worldwide. When we talk about the happiest moments in my life, I can think of my trip that I got to Russia. But really, this is not because of just getting into the fishing competition and I won the prize. But talking about the NPP, I've seen it in reality. I saw people, how they live in prosperity, in peace. I've seen people who have lots of things around animals, fish, lots of things inside the nuclear power plant. It gave me this sense of hope and trust, and I wished that I can have this plant one day in my country. And God willing, hopefully, we will see it in my own eyes. I wish that I can see it before passing away, and to return back home and to tell this to my grandchildren and to everyone surrounding me. I've even taught lots of people about it in the Bedouin meeting to let them know that this will be safe plant. It has no risk. I've seen it myself. It has all safety and security measures. Our nuclear power plant will give most technological perfect and safe for everyone, for all creatures. We will continue along with our grandchildren in our fishing profession. I hope that our region will be the best of the best, so our next generations can have better living conditions. And for our children and grandchildren can have decent life.
Thank you for the video and for your attention, of course. So now, I would like to build this little bridge, just like the gentleman did across epochs and cultures. I would like to build a bridge between what we've just learned about the multiple applications of nuclear in the energy and non-energy fields, with the most essential part of it all. None of those people would be able to tell you so passionately and in so much detail about what their nuclear application field looks like without having the proper education as the foundation, right? And now I'd like to invite a person who will guide us through a vital discussion on education for all varieties of what nuclear science has to offer. It's my honor to invite Ms. Milena Migre, Councillor of Belo Horizonte City Hall of Brazil, on stage. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to hear from you. Good afternoon, everyone. Really happy to see you here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Happy to be here in Egypt for the first time. Thank you for the warm welcoming of the Egyptian delegation, as well as everyone here. It is a pleasure to be among all of you. I would like to invite to the stage our distinguished speakers. First of all, Ms. Tatiana Lianova, Deputy Governor of Kaluga region. Please, a round of applause. Up next, we have Professor Amr El-Hag Ali, Board Chairman of Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority. Up next, we're going to have Professor Dr. Walid Abdel Azim Ibrahim El-Barki, Dean Faculty of Engineering, Alexandria University. Please, a round of applause. Up next, I would like to invite Ms. Engineer Sohaila, student from Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presence. While we're still waiting for the other speakers to arrive, we have seen how the traffic jam is kind of chaotic. I just wanted to ask a question to all of you here. All of us are working in the context of nuclear technologies. And I'm pretty sure, just like in the previous section, we have seen the multiple ways where we can work with nuclear technologies. Many times, I'm sure that whenever you explain to people, what do you work with, you were met with a mix of curiosity and at the same time, a little bit of concern over certain topics regarding radiation, the use in nuclear, the safety, and so on and so forth. So I would like to ask you a very straightforward question, but just before the question, let's give a round of applause to our speaker who just arrived. Thank you, sir. So, my question, raise your hands if you ever had to explain what to do while also clarifying the misinformation of how safe and clean nuclear technology actually is. So, several hands up. And this is kind of very well connected to what Mr. Vadim has mentioned earlier on. This is how important it is for this session for us to clarify the importance of nuclear education, of having an academic degree, and as well to spread proper information, communication with our work. So, just going back again here with our distinguished speakers, we have Ms. Tatiana Lianova, Deputy Governor of Kaluga region. Thank you so much. We have Professor Amr of the Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority, IAEA. Thank you. We have Professor Dr. Walid from the Dean Faculty of Engineering, Alexandria University. And we have Ms. Engineer Sohaila from MEFI Institute in Moscow. Thank you so much. Now, in today's world, we know that nuclear plays a crucial role in the energy transition, as well as we know that, however, this mission could never be possible without the high-quality education and the preparation of a new generation of specialists. According to the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and nuclear capacity is expected to triple by 2050. And this is going to require hundreds of thousands of new professionals. But this also presents a tremendous opportunity for us and for young professionals who are eager to contribute to a clean and reliable energy system. So today we're going to discuss how educational programs, scientific research, and international collaboration can accelerate this transition. We're also going to examine the prospects of nuclear education development in Egypt and globally. Now, moving on to the discussion, I would just like to ask our distinguished speakers to keep it up to 7 minutes so we have time to listen to everyone's insights and to gather towards a question in the end and to also have the audience questions. So to begin with, Ms. Tatiana Yanova, thank you so much for your presence.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your invitation. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. And if we are talking about nuclear, if we are talking about energy, we are talking about the leadership. Because I think all of you want to be the leader, and all countries want to be the leader, and how to save this position and how to improve this position. What we are doing inside in our country, and in this case, okay, we have 19 national projects. And I focus on 2 of them. First of all, personnel, and second one, technical leadership. Because it's very important to have a goal. What kind of goal it will be, and how to be the leader, how to prepare the specialists who can be competitive in modern economy. And in this case, our government spent time, focus for education, focus for the engineering education, and also it's very important that we have several, I can say 8 national projects which focus of technical leadership. And you can see 3 of them. You can see nuclear energy, yeah, and nuclear technologies. It also technology in space. It's also biotechnologies and new materials. And we have focus where we are going to be the leader in the world. And how to be the leader in technical point, exactly, it's important to increase the engineering education. And how to motivate children to study physics, mathematics, IT, biology, chemistry. It's really difficult. You need to spend a lot of time and study a lot. And in this case, we have the special program for motivation. We are working together with our leader companies, for example, like Rosatom, and we are working together with the children in kindergarten, in school, and also at the university, exactly. And we have so interesting, I think, so ambitious project at the Advanced Engineering School. In this school, they are located at the university. You can work together with great scientists, and also we can work together with the enterprises, factories, companies who order for you something new. And you create new technologies, and you have all kinds of equipment, and you have a possibility to change the real world. And what we need for success? We need really good team. And how we can do it? We can work together, region, university, and great company like Rosatom. Because we know we have the same goals. We are thinking about people. We are thinking about how they will live in the future. What kind of conditions will be in our city. How we can create smart people, because all companies now are struggle for smart people. Because talents, how to create talents, how to study talents. And we try to do it together, only like a good, big team. And in Kaluga region, we have, I can say, fantastic project, because today we are talking about great goals. Only great goals can motivate you to study, to work hard, to open something new. But now we have the program in project Oblinktech. It will be the place for all students around all the world where they can receive modern, perfect, ambition, education in engineering. And focus will be for the nuclear technology, not only for them, for nuclear medicine, for IT, for biotechnologies, and so on and so on. In this case, it's very important that students will have possibility to attend Oblinsk, to have a joint program with Oblinktech, because you can live around all the world and have partner university, for example, in Egypt, and also have possibility to spend time for the practice, or maybe one semester for education to spend at Oblinktech. In this case, I think it's a new time for educational process, because now we have so active students. We have a lot of IT skills and possibilities, and we also can order new educational programs, new educational type, in new maybe style of living. In this case, I invite you to enjoy to Oblinktech.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tatiana. Thank you for sharing such a successful story, and that is one that we can replicate in our countries in so many ways. Thank you for sharing this. Therefore, I would like to ask Professor Amr to share a little bit here with us. Professor Amr is the chairman of the Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority, IAEA, with a strong academic and scientific background. So you lead Egypt's effort in nuclear research, development, and education. The IAEA plays a pivotal role in advancing nuclear science, fostering research initiatives, and training future experts in the field. I'd like to ask you, how does the IAEA work with universities to integrate cutting-edge nuclear research into academic programs and ensuring students are well prepared for careers in the sector? And what initiatives are currently in place to attract young professionals? Thank you.
Thank you. أشكركم جميعا. اسمحوا لي once
Thank you very much. As long as there is an opportunity to speak in my mother tongue, allow me to speak in Arabic. I'd like to thank the organizers to invite us here to be in Biblioteca Alexandria, one of the beacons of civilization and science in Egypt and the whole world. Let me give me a quick glimpse about IAEA. A lot of Egyptians know nothing about IAEA. The Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority is one of the oldest research centers in Egypt in 1955, and the first reactor was present in our agency in 1957, and the Atomic Energy Authority has its headquarters and 4 research centers. We have the Nuclear Research Center, which is responsible for all studies related to nuclear researches, including materials, theoretical and applied physics, and all sciences related to equal science. We have the second center for radiology research, which is concerned with studying the impact of radiation on all components of life, including solid or living cells. It includes different branches like pharmaceuticals and chemistry. The third center is connected with the hot laboratories, which is concerned with the manufacturing of scope. And we have the safety center, which is responsible for the applications of nuclear radiation researches to safeguard the safety of the communities. Let's say, what is the role of IAEA? What is the role of the Egyptian Agency for Atomic Energy? It has been established to empower the Egyptian state to have the utmost uses or the utmost peaceful uses of atomic energy with all its forms. How to for our agency to enable the state to have peaceful uses of nuclear energy, this through knowledge and localization of the nuclear industry as much as possible. If we are to talk about having access to knowledge, the IAEA conducts high-level researches in the field of atomic energy safety, addition to materials, as well as theoretical and practical researches. Everywhere, the more advanced is the technical research, the more knowledge we have in different fields, and especially the nuclear one. In the field of localizing and applying nuclear knowledge, Egypt was in the front position. In addition to the second reactor, Egypt managed to have a factory for the fuel of nuclear reactors, and in addition to a center for the production of in scope. In Egypt, we produce 2 types of isotope, covering all the local production, and we started exportation to other countries. Is the localization of the industry related or connected to production? Localizing the industry may be connected with the use of using nuclear technology in ways that are beneficial for citizens. If we are to talk about what are the applications adopted by our agency, we work in industrial operations and in defining malfunctions, and in medicine. Egypt is one of the leading countries in the field of radiology, and Egypt supports the medical team in the field of education and in agriculture, we managed to have a specific classes of agricultural production. This, in addition to getting rid of toxic waste matters. One of the techniques of technology transfer is that of having cooperation with the educational system in Egypt. We, as the Egyptian Atomic Energy Agency, we have cooperation with the Egyptian universities. We have two agreements with Ain Shams and Alexandria universities to localize nuclear knowledge, and through those we started to have a professional master degree with the Faculty of Engineering in Alexandria University, and now we have a professional master degree in the field of nuclear pharmacy. In addition to that, a major part of knowledge transfer is based on training. We have ISO certified training center providing training courses in the field of radio protection and specialized fields of protection, in addition to training graduates of schools and universities, and we had the biggest training programs of Egyptian universities in which we trained 2,700 university students. I was so long, sorry for that, and thank you.
To see someone with such a strong academic background as you to talk about the many ways in which we can explore this in research to actually ascend and have a promising career in the field. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Walid, the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Alexandria University. Thank you so much. Dr. Walid, under your leadership, the Faculty of Engineering has been at the forefront of developing programs that not only focus on technical expertise, but also addresses the challenges of preparing a new generation of professionals for the rapidly evolving nuclear energy sector. So I have a few questions for you. Feel free to navigate through them as much as you want to. So the first one would be, what are the strategies and challenges in promoting the peaceful and use of atomic energy and nuclear education among students? And also, how can partnerships between education institutions as well as businesses ensure the relevance of nuclear education, preparing a workforce that is ready to meet the sector's evolving demands? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. مساء الخير على حضراتكم، وخليني في البداية قبل
afternoon, and first of all, and before we navigate around the presentation, let me give you a quick glimpse about Alexandria University and the Faculty of Engineering. Alexandria University is the second largest Egyptian university. It has been established in 1942, and it is the largest Egyptian university in terms of number of students. We have about more than 180,000 students. And if we are to talk about the engineering sector, the engineering school or the Faculty of Engineering is the largest in terms of number of students. We have about 15,000 students in the BA University and more than 3,000 students in postgraduate stages. Our connection with nuclear engineering started in 1963 with the establishment of the Nuclear Engineering Department, which is a source of pride for all of us to have such a specialization a long time ago. And since the very beginning of that specializations, the department has conducted researches on nuclear energy with all its uses at the level of the university and at the national level as well. We move lately to have a multidisciplinary approach, to have different specializations, and as for nuclear engineering or the nuclear sector, we are about to establish MA or master degree in nuclear law in collaboration with the Faculty of Engineering, Alexandria University, and the Faculty of Law, and that was outcome of an agreement that has been signed in Vienna with the IAEA, and the agreement has been renewed this February. It's important not only to address nuclear energy in the field of engineering or science, but it should be also coordination in the field of safety and protection and laws and legislations as well. We have challenges in the engineering education as well, especially that of nuclear education, and we are working on them. Those challenges, as Dr. Amr said, they are related to awareness raising and developing curricula and to have alternative for education. And we are moving greatly to have partnerships with several universities all over the world to have double degree to be provided to students. So we have agreements with several universities, and we are expanding in that respect. We have partnerships with concerned authorities, whether in the governmental sector or the industrial sector, that we give special interest, and we have a lot of success stories in that field. And we have our outcomes not only in the field of training and employing, but also we have inputs for the educational process, and we can see that the educational process should not be only confined to curricula and scientific content to be presented to students, but we also work on the soft skills needed for employment that may have a great impact in forming the personality of the student and allowing him to be eligible for the labor market. And we have transsectional fields in the field of learning and teaching nuclear. We are working with all concerned authorities, and we are building new partnerships. Let me tell you that Alexandria University and the Faculty of Engineering owns a professional consultative arm that takes part in several projects, including Al-Dab'a nuclear plant in its engineering part, and it's also a partner not in different projects, not only in Alexandria, but at the national and regional levels. Currently, in Egypt, we have international branches. We have two branches for Alexandria University outside Egypt. We have a branch in the south of Sudan and another branch in Chad. And also we got approvals to establish two branches in Desalination in Abu Dhabi and Malaysia. And currently studies are being conducted to establish a new branch in KSA and other branches that are in our pipeline, with the aim of transferring our knowledge, expanding horizons of collaboration with other universities at the international level, in order to increase the efficiency of our education and transfer educational and professional expertise to our sons, so that they could be qualified for the labor market at the national and international levels. I don't want to be so long, but I just wanted to give you a quick glimpse of what's happening lately at the university.
Because I believe that this very much correlates to the idea that we talk about nuclear creating jobs and actually fostering the economy locally, because even before the finalization of the NPP here in Egypt, the market is ready. We have the academia field preparing the professionals that are going to work there in partnership with the Russian specialists. So this indicates a market that is well consolidated in expertise in nuclear, ready to meet the demand and creating jobs for the Egyptian population. Thank you so much for sharing with us. So let me introduce our next speaker, Mr. Vera Upirova, project lead of the International Academy Programs Office in Rosatom. Thank you so much, Ms. Upirova, for being here with us. You play a key role in implementing international education initiatives, fostering partnerships with leading universities worldwide, and shaping the new generation of nuclear industry professionals. Through these programs, thousands of students gain access to cutting-edge knowledge, hands-on experience, and career opportunities in energy, nuclear energy. So I would like to ask you, what are the key directions of international educational cooperation, and how does this help train specialists for the nuclear industry across different countries? Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the question. So in the previous session, we've mentioned already that the success of any nuclear project depends on the highly qualified professionals involved at all the stages of the project realization. That is why I would like to tell you a little bit in more details about Rosatom approach to human resources development. And our approach is based on IAEA principles, and it is aimed at training of 5 main categories of the personnel that is involved at all the stages of the nuclear project realization, either nuclear power plant or research reactor. So actually, for the recent 12 years, we've created the whole educational ecosystem, starting from secondary schools, colleges, universities, both in Russia and abroad, and also providing professional development and upskilling program in the life learning education. So we've mentioned already that we work hand in hand with the leading Russian universities. At the moment, there are over 20 leading schools, like, for example, National Research Nuclear University, MEFI, Tomsk Polytechnic University, St. Petersburg Polytechnic University, and many, many other universities. So at the moment, we are working with them in 4 main directions. The first one is teaching international students in Russia in nuclear and related areas. At the moment, over 2,200 students from 65 countries are doing their degrees in Russia. And I must say that all of them study free of charge because we provide scholarships for them. Besides, we're trying to find some other resources to support them while they are learning in Russian, like providing additional stipends. So I must say that the second very important area, we support cross-university cooperation as the main instrument of knowledge transfer, because we actually trying to promote nuclear education among school children and students, providing them with open lectures, conducting a kind of students' competitions that we call hackathons, when students try to solve very interesting problems related to nuclear and related areas. Also, we support realization of joint academic programs between Russian and international universities. At the moment, there are over 20 international programs with the universities in Egypt, Rwanda, Kazakhstan, Bolivia, and we really hope to extend this cooperation. And one more instrument that we use, we are support opening branch campuses of the Russian leading universities in other countries. At the moment, we have 2 branches at Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, and we're really looking forward to opening the branch campus here in Egypt. And thank you very much for the support of the Egyptian side in this respect. And the other 2 directions we're working in is the professional development and upskilling programs and supporting international networking. So we pay very close attention to the cooperation with the African countries, and it is important to say that many graduates of the Russian universities are successfully employed within the nuclear projects at home. So one of the most important things is the practical trainings that we provide to any student, and their training is connected with the project that is realized in their countries, either nuclear power plant or research reactor, because we understand that students have to know the technology and the equipment they're going to face when they're back home. We are very careful about the future of the students, and we trying to do our best in their career development, and we organize a number of career development events like Rosatom International Career Days, not only to inform them about our projects abroad, but also to inform them about their national nuclear program and to facilitate direct communication with the potential employers. One more effective instrument of the knowledge transfer is professional development and upskilling programs, not only for the specialists, but the faculty members and professors of the universities that facilitate not only their competencies in nuclear technology, but also provide methodological support in developing new curricula, developing new academic programs in their home universities. So, and of course, we understand that it's very important to support the connections with our graduates and alumni, because we understand they are our future partners, the future stakeholders of the nuclear programs in their home countries. So, of course, we are trying to do our best to support them, like inviting them to different events. Thank you very much for your attention, and I really hope that our experience will help you to overcome those challenges mentioned by the previous speaker, like promoting awareness, promoting STEM education, and developing new curriculum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pirova. And it's very inspiring to hear from Rosatom, because in Institute Soyuz in Brazil, we gave a course about nuclear diplomacy, and we used Rosatom company as an example on how not only Rosatom benefits Russia inside from a top-bottom and bottom-up approach, including everyone from the company, the students, and the communities, but also it reaches outside. It does those partnerships outside Russia, helping other countries to do this as well with the governments, all their stakeholders, universities, and students. It's very inspiring. Thank you so much for sharing your work with us. Now, moving on to our special guest, Miss Engineer Sohaila, who is a student and has an inspiring journey to share here with us. Miss Sohaila, you're very welcome here to our stage. And I would like just to introduce Miss Engineer Sohaila. She is a member of the Russian Nuclear Education Ambassadors, RINIA, as we know. She is a winner of the prestigious IAEA Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship Program. And you're studying science and also inspiring others actively with this beautiful journey that you're creating. So I would like to ask you many questions, actually, but I'll just let you to pick which one you would like to share with us. So your experience has been a story of personal and professional success. What motivated you to choose nuclear science and pursue nuclear education abroad? And what were the key moments in your journey that influenced your decision? And we would love to listen any more insights and stories that you would like to share with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for introducing me. It means a lot to me, and I'm honored to be with you today now. Like, if we're gonna talk about like 7 years ago when I was graduating from high school, and I had always this in me, like studying here in a governmental school in Egypt, in Alexandria. Like, I had great foundation of physics, chemistry, mathematics that gave me the urge that I want to know more. I want to dive deeper. I have questions. I want to try and take research and development as my career path. So I started looking for universities to practice and have a good, solid foundations to be a scientist. I looked abroad for universities, also to seek the opportunity for culture exchange, to seek like a good foundation of sciences. And I found Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. And it was in the top like 10 ranking in physics, especially. And I was interested. I started like translating everything written in Russian language into English so I could understand what's about. And then I realized that the 10 Nobel laureates studied and graduated from this university. So I was like, this sounds like a challenge. Moreover, that this university to study chemical physics, applied mathematics and physics, my profession will be in Russian language. So I was like, okay, sounds like a challenge, but I will take it. It's for science. And I went. It wasn't easy, but it's worth it. First 3 years, I have been taught by professors and scientists in physics, mathematics, chemistry, programming, that give me the urge to reach my full potential. And even from 4th year, I was placed in a department laboratory to practice my own research, which is automation of technological processes. And then it was hard learning the language, of course, but there my friends, my group mates, helped me to step by step to learn the language till I can speak a bit fluently now in it. And then after I finished bachelor's from MIPT, I wanted to continue master's to dive deeper into my research. And here when Ms. Vera from Rosatom reached me and she told me about the opportunity to present my research in the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship from the International Atomic Energy Agency. And I applied, and my research was recognized for its application in the nuclear sector. So all of this journey and trip, and now I'm second year master's, and I'm also applying for PhD because I want to continue being a scientist, is because I focused on science. It always what driven me forward, and also from the support of my family, and to look for my younger sisters so they could find, as girls, to find their way also in the nuclear and even in STEM overall. So they could go for it. And also many, like I see right now, I have done something and I have reached master's. I see that it's also important for me to inspire and empower younger minds, youth, and which I encourage to do through technical trainings. I have been in nuclear training like a month ago in Novovoronezh nuclear power plant for a week, where I learned as any employee, and also I have been Obninsk Tech Summer School and Obninsk Tech Winter School, in which 1 month ago I gave out a lecture on automation and control systems engineering. And as a Russian nuclear education ambassador, I always say, yes, it's not easy to study nuclear or any STEM field, especially in a different language, but it's worth it because you start thinking in new ideas, and here when you start being creative and thinking different ideas with different minds, different culture perspectives, and this what drives us further into success. And thank you all, and I'm really happy that I'm here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Sohaila. And I would just like to draw everyone's attention to notice, and especially our distinguished speakers here, to see how, as we move throughout the session and we listen to each one of the speakers here, we see how every single action, every single work that you do creates results such as Engineer Sohaila, because every single initiative that you have presented here has made the path and the journey that she is today. She took the opportunity, she studied, she enjoyed the partnership with Russia and all the research, the academic, the excellency that Egypt has to offer, and now she's the consolidation of all those efforts. And I think this is so important to stress, because we see that every single initiative that was mentioned here is not simple words, is not only on paper, but that this is actually working. We're prompting students in Russia, in Egypt, across many other countries, in Latin America, the African continent, in Asia, that are actually taking the lead and working in the nuclear field that we're trying to expand, the nuclear field that we want for a sustainable energy future. Thank you so much. And moving on to actually show another great example of how those initiatives are being consolidated and being constructed, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Saleh Hashem, Counselor of the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research of Egypt and President of the Arab Arabic Universities Leagues. Thank you so much, Dr. Saleh, for being here with us. You are playing a crucial role in shaping educational policy in the region and fostering cooperation among universities in Arab countries. Dr. Hashem, you are the head of the Arabic Universities League, which unites numerous educational institutions across the region. So I would like to ask you two questions. What are the initiatives the government is undertaking to support and develop nuclear education, and what are the steps that are being taken to align educational programs with the needs of the nuclear industry? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm really confused whether to speak in Arabic or in English, but I love to speak in Russian. But I'm afraid. أنا متأسف فعلا بس
I'm really sorry, but this is how it is. So the Russian language for me was like my mother tongue. I've studied back in the 60s of the last century in Russia. I started in Egypt for sure, and then I've moved to Russia where I learned my Russian language. And then I worked in Russia. I've also worked in some other Arab countries. As I've been the Secretary General of the Arab Universities League, and that was after I've been selected as the President of Ain Shams University, and before that I was also the Dean of Al-Alsun faculty, where I've got the chance to learn Russian language for the first time in the Arab world and in the African continent. The Russian department was the first of its kind in the Arab world to teach Russian language. And today, I'm honored to say that we have nowadays more than 22 different Russian departments. We only used to have just one Russian department. Nowadays, we've got 22 department language. 12 Russian department, apologies. And again, this may answer the question that was just addressed a while ago when Miss Teresiana Trent can maybe answer that question as well. So we started with the establishment of the high dam for electricity at the beginning of the 60s. At that time, we were preparing all the competent calibers in Egypt. At that time, no one was still aware about what would it be for having electricity, water electricity power through the high dam. And I think that the nuclear technology culture will be disseminated very soon. It will be mainstreamed in all of its related fields through the educational institutions, media, and universities. And it will be broadcasted through radio and TV as well. We do provide consistent seminars and meetings for our students to disseminate the culture of nuclear technologies and nuclear safety and security. And I have been taking part in disseminating this culture in the Arab universities, where I was the president of the Arab Universities League. And again, if I would revert back to your question, so I can say that this has already been maybe written in books or in articles before, but I would like to seize the opportunity to thank you and to thank Rosatom, and also to thank the Russian government and for His Excellency President Vladimir Putin for the consistent support and collaboration that you have never hesitated to provide since the 60s of the last century. I'd like to pay tribute to and express my thanks and appreciation for all your endeavors, and I hope that you enjoy your stay in Alexandria. Maybe you see that we have some sunlight still, but let me say that we are here in the hall and there are lots of hot conditions. Thank you so much again and welcome to Egypt.
To listen to you speak in Russian, and if I would like just to share, I'm not Russian, I'm Brazilian, and I also had the opportunity to study in Russia, the first Brazilian to graduate from my university with honors, and speaking Russian has always been my dream ever since I was a teenager, and to see someone just like you having this journey and to have gone through this path and achieving such an important position and honoring the education and the language that has taught us so much is very inspiring. Thank you so much for sharing with us. And just...
Yeah, it's been years. Yanis, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. I thought you are Russian.
Спасибо, я рада.
Yeah,
Не русская, но, конечно, мы можем говорить по-русски.
But in BRICS countries, I think all of them, all of those countries now are studying Russian language in Brazil, and now you are the presidency of the BRICS.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And this is another topic that I was going to touch upon, which is how happy I am to have Egypt as a new member country of BRICS. This year, the presidency is in my country, Brazil, and we are very happy, and we welcome you in our country to be there, to join the discussions, to discuss education, nuclear field, and many more topics. And talking about education, I would just like to mention that here we have Dmitry Savkin, which is representing MIFI. He's the Vice Rector of the National Research Nuclear University, MIFI, in Russia. And MIFI has a long-standing tradition in nuclear education and research, significantly contributing to the field. And I would like to ask Mr. Savkin, what we have discussed today, what are the trends that are really implemented in your university, if you could share with us?
Thank you so much. So the first issue is about the new trends in education. We take them from the market. So the market shows that there is a significant increase in the usage of the artificial intelligence. Then we launch a center of artificial intelligence in the university and gives the market what it needs. So the research in this area, and we launch those research to the educational courses. Then the market says that in the future the quantum technologies will play the most significant role. So we launch the Quantum Center and we launch research in this area, and then we reply to the demand that our industrial partners Rosatom says about the huge impact into the quantum market in Russia. So this is very important to listen what market says. This is the first issue. And the second issue, that how we cooperate with Rosatom. As already Dr. Opirova said, we are the partner university of Rosatom and the head of the consortium of 21 universities, which train personnel and people for future projects, including new businesses of Rosatom. So we share this responsibility with other universities of Rosatom, but we are the leading university. We are the head of consortium. That's why we train people for the existing projects, such as nuclear power plant here in Eldaba, but also for the new projects. That's why we understand that the future engineers will need some economic logic. So we teach students how to develop this economic logic, how to develop the future skills which they will require after 10 years or 20 years working in this project. And we also teach students how to fulfill the demands to launch their own startups. In this case, we cooperate with Rosatom, and Rosatom is supporting our accelerator for the startups. And we are negotiating with our Egypt partners, such as Egypt universities, about launching some of the startups here on the Egypt market. So that's the most important issues about our cooperation with Rosatom international framework. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dmitry Savkin, for your words. And just to wrap up our session, I would just like to ask our distinguished speakers, if you could please answer in one sentence, it can be one word also if you'd like, what inspires you in nuclear education? Go ahead.
I remember now the word of John Kennedy when he visited France, Paris. He said that every intelligent person have two rodina, motherland. First, France, and then his second, their own motherland. But I think Russian language is a nice motherland now, and we should, every intelligent person should know Russian and love Russia as his own motherland. Thank you.
If we are talking about nuclear education, I think we are talking about great international Rosatom team. It's possibility for all of us. It's possibility to be a leader and create not only your personal life, but create all our life, all our planet.
Let me say it is endless research and knowledge transfer field.
For me, let me say that together we can shaping the nuclear engineering in our plant.
And for me personally, education is a very big part of my life because before Rosatom, I have been working for 20 years at the university. And then starting working for Rosatom, I understood how much is being done for promoting STEM education, for promoting technology. And of course, for me personally, it is very, very inspiring to see the results of our job, like Suhaila, like other guys who are here in this hall today. And this is a very, very good, inspiring experience to know that we really do something very good.
I would like to say, like, just do science and do engineering and go further. Don't be hesitant because of any barriers and go ahead. You like something, you like sciences, you like engineering, especially I see the youth here, a lot of students talk to me. Go, don't take the step and have your path. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our speakers and our incredible audience for this session today. I think it was so inspiring, and I think the message that I want to extract from our whole session, besides all the numbers, the figures, and the examples that you have given today, is to show how every single step that you are making, all of you over there in the audience as well, is actually being fruitful. This is actually helping to build the new generation, the current generation, and the future that we actually want for a sustainable nuclear energy transition. Thank you so much for your presence here. And I would like just to invite you to take a group photo, but before, a round of applause to our speakers, please.
So while our esteemed speaker, I think it was a remarkable session. I heard so many speakers speaking Russian language, which is incredible. And also, well, Russian might be one of the, nuclear languages. We need to think about that. Please, I'm not keeping you any longer. You have the picture. I'm just talking to the people in the audience. And I would like to remind all our esteemed delegates that you have a unique chance to win a trip to the World Atomic Week. Wow! So now please check the online platform once again. The questions are there. Please make sure you have submitted your answers, because another session coming in an hour will be dedicated to another topic, obviously. And the questions will change. So please make sure you have answered the questions for this session. And last but not least, we finally have lunch. So please go enjoy the lunch and kindly be back for the next session at 4 p.m. sharp. Enjoy. Thank you.
We breathe energy. We depend on energy. We produce energy. We transform energy into brilliant ideas for a greener planet. For medicine. For clean water. For safer food. For our future. Energy for life. Rosatom.
احنا هنفضل نشتغل ونبني ونعمر في بلدنا لآخر لحظة بيكم كلكم. هذا البرنامج هو برنامج نووي سلمي لإنتاج الطاقة الكهربائية، وإحنا ملتزمين التزام قاطع وكامل بتوقيعنا على اتفاقية حظر انتشار الأسلحة النووية. ده مستقبل أفضل لشعبنا وأيضا للشعوب المحبة للسلام وللأمن في العالم. رسالة أمل وعمل وسلام لينا في مصر وللعالم كله. حلم كان طويل قوي لمصر إن يبقى ليها برنامج نووي سلمي، وأنا بأكد مرة تانية إنه برنامج نووي سلمي لإنتاج الطاقة الكهربائية. القدرة الحقيقية لأي أمة هي العلم والمعرفة والوعي والعمل والصبر. اللي يمتلك ده بيبقى امتلك حاجات كتير قوي. احنا بنتكلم على محطة من 4 مفاعلات. المحطة ديت من الجيل الثالث، أقصى ما وصل إليه العلم في هذا المجال. احنا بنتكلم على محطة نووية تستطيع طبقا للمعايير العالمية أن تتحمل اصطدام طائرة وزنها 400 طن بسرعة 150 متر في الثانية، دون أن يؤثر ذلك طبعا على السلامة النووية اللي احنا بنتكلم عليها. حلم كان طويل قوي لمصر إن يبقى ليها برنامج نووي سلمي.
التمس من سيادتكم فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي وفخامة الرئيس فلاديمير بوتين إعطاء إشارة البدء.
الإنجازات اللي تحققت على الأرض بلا مبالغة بيكم يا مصريين عظيمة جدا، ودي كلها برضو خطوات صغيرة على الطريق. لسه في قدامنا عمل كبير قوي، وفي كمان قدامنا أمل كبير قوي عايزين نحققه لينا ولشبابنا ولأحفادنا إن شاء الله.
حلوة يا مصر بجد، كل ما فيك يشد. حلوة يا بلدي بجد، كل ما فيك يشد. حلوة يا بلدي ما فيش في الدنيا زي جمالك حد. وانا من حسن حظي اني طلعت مصري، وربي وديني ولا يملى عيني زي جمالك حد. حلوة يا مصر بجد، كل ما فيك يشد. وحلوة يا مصر بجد.
احنا قادرين المصريين على ان احنا نبني بلدنا ونعمرها ونواجه كل التحديات اللي انتم شايفينها ديت، بشرط احنا
كل ما تمشي في شارع ولا في حارة تصادف. كل ما تمشي في شارع ولا في حارة.
وأعرب عن خالص الشكر والتقدير للعاملين كل من شركة أتوم ستروي اكسبورت وهيئة المحطات النووية لتوليد الكهرباء.
تعرف إني منهم لو بصيت في عينهم. تعرف إني منهم ناس فيها طيب.
does work does.
We breathe energy. We depend on energy. We produce energy. We transform energy into brilliant ideas for a greener planet. For medicine. For clean water. For safer food. For our future. Energy for life. Rosatom.
Well, I think we've had enough of this wonderful video. Can we please move on to the session? Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. I have the lights. It means something, right? If I have the lights, it means that we are just about to begin our next session. There are not many left, so be patient. Hope you've got a nice lunch. Hopefully the queue was not that large. We've just talked about energy and non-energy applications of nuclear. We have listened to esteemed professionals, both mature and very young ones. And now we think it's time to move on to something even more personal. But before I tell you something about our next session, I would like to, as you might have guessed, once again remind you of the WOW quiz, which is now open online for this session. So kindly check it again and do not fill it out once the session is over. Please do fill it out during the session. This is the main idea. And one more important item on the WOW selection, which we are about to finish, we have this session and one more left and it's over. So do not waste don't waste this opportunity. Once the last session is over and we close the last question form, our specialist will count the answers which we received from each of you, or most of you. We have more than 100 people who have participated so far, which is great. And we will identify who got the most correct answers. Those people at the gala dinner tonight at the Sunrise Hotel will be able to participate in our grand finale, in our fantastic second round, to test their knowledge skills and luckily win a trip to WOW 2025.
Yes, please guys, don't forget to scan the go through the QR code in our chats and go through the things and meet us today in the gala dinner.
So now, without any further ado, let us move to the session.
Yes. The nuclear industry, often seen as a highly specialized and technical field, offers far more than meets our eyes. Beyond energy production, nuclear technologies are shaping innovations in several aspects of our lives, and even space exploration. The industry is evolving very rapidly, creating career opportunities at the intersection of nuclear science in many directions.
So, what are the personal stories of some of the experts who are now here in the room with us? Some of them work at the IAEA, some of them represent the most active community here on the continent, and some of them work for Rosatom. So let's learn more from their perspectives, and hopefully it might inspire some of you to pursue your own trajectory in the nuclear sector.
So let's now invite to our session the moderator to the stage to guide us through the session. We are pleased to introduce our moderator, Engineer Marwa Ibrahim, leader of the Egyptian young generation in nuclear, and nuclear engineer at Rosatom, a safe branch in Egypt.
Welcome, Marwa. And our distinguished speakers, Ms. Bianca Carpinelli, Associate Coordination Officer, Division of Planning, Information and Knowledge Management, Department of Nuclear Energy of IAEA.
Mr. Rafael Chisori, President, African Young Generation in Nuclear.
Welcome, Rafael. Engineer Mina Sami Bolis Tawadros, Specialist, Atomstroy Export, Eldaba NPP Project.
Ms. Maria Zotova, President, Rosatom Youth Council.
And Engineer Khaled Atya Abdallah, Project Manager, Eldaba NPP Project, NPPA.
And now we will give the floor to the session moderator, Ms. Marwa Ibrahim.
Thank you so much, Suhaila. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome you all. Добрый день, визим. أهلا بحضراتكم جميعا. Today panel is titled
Welcome. جلستنا
See our stage is full of brilliant young leaders and future innovators. And all the audience here is buzzing with eager attendees from Egypt, Morocco, Russia, and other distinguished guests. Some already well into their study, already nuclear engineering, or while others on the verge of choosing the university. So listen closely and consider your option carefully, whether you decide to join our community in nuclear or to transition your career into nuclear industry. I think in my perspective, the possibilities are vast and impactful. You know, nuclear energy is a comprehensive term, but most people is still associated this primarily with nuclear power plants, or at least imagine the worker with full protective gears. However, the reality is far abroad. The nuclear industry includes medical application, environmental solution, research, policy, international relations, and much more. So we are excited to have young leaders from various sectors, from industry, from NBB, government, from NGO, from IAEA. I think they will have some secrets we'll share with you, and also a successful story. So sit back and get ready to be inspired by their speech and journey. First, we would like to begin our panel and discussion today with welcoming speech from Mr. Andrei Petrov, First Deputy Director General for Nuclear Energy Rosatom State Corporation. Rosatom, as you know, the headquarters in Moscow, and in Russian state corporation specializing in nuclear energy and high-tech productions. Established in 2007, and it comprises more than 350 enterprises including scientific research, organization, and also nuclear weapons complex, and world only nuclear icebreaker fleet. Mr. Petrov carry a wisdom of experience, the legacy of achievement, and we more than happy to share with you his welcoming speech.
Уважаемые коллеги, дорогие друзья,
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, I would like to welcome all attendees at the first International Forum for Nuclear Applications. We are very proud to be part of that international event this year. We are celebrating the 8th anniversary of the Russian nuclear industry in 1964, when the Russian scientists operated the first nuclear plant. Along 70 years, nuclear energy turned into a separate industry. We operate about 35 nuclear systems. And today, Rosatom is developing with the government of Egypt, and this will result into establishing the first nuclear plant in Egypt. And work is currently underway with partners, and now we are operating about 22 nuclear power plants in Egypt and other countries. We have the largest nuclear plant in Egypt, which is affiliated to the third generation plant, and it is formed with all requirements of nuclear safety, and Rosatom provide all its accumulated expertise to allow experts to get up-to-date knowledge and skills. We have our traditions in that field. We have wide experience in implementation and operation, and this will lead to the required success. I am talking to you as a person who spent long years of his life in nuclear energy. Everyone working in the field of nuclear energy are working for the welfare of humanity. I am confident that this forum will be an excellent platform for knowledge sharing and making you feel that you are part of the ground nuclear family. Wish you all success in your important work.
Is Ms. Bianca Carbonelli, Associate Coordination Officer in the Division of Planning, Information and Knowledge Management within the Department of Nuclear Energy, International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA. So IAEA is the heart of global decision-making, is a policy development, and the world-changing advancement in nuclear energy. In my opinion, it's where the game start and the end. And also I feel that everyone working in nuclear industry have a dream to work in IAEA or at least visit IAEA. So it's like a holy grail. So how you joined? From, I think you came from government, Argentina government, and go to IAEA. How you did this?
It's working, yeah. Hello, thank you very much. To start with, thank you so much to Rosatom and to NPPA to welcome us in this beautiful venue. It's my pleasure to be representing the IAEA today in this very, very special event. So answering to your question, I used to work in government before, and then I applied to the agency. Liaising with the agency regularly has been part of my day-to-day prior job, and then working for the agency has become a dream, right? So in that regard, and to be practical on what might be interesting to the audience, the IAEA has many different career pathways for many different professionals, from technical to policy. So it's a matter of going into our website, see what's open, applying, be in touch with us, and knowing that there's much more than a technical background needed to work for the agency and for other international organizations. There's so much to do in the nuclear sector today that the opportunities that are out there are really up to what you young professionals want to shape them on.
I will take from your speech, dream. Like Mr. Tiana said, just a dream, and you can reach your dream. So my next question for you, from IAEA perspective, how does IAEA see the nuclear capacity unfolding and increasing in the world and in the region?
Thank you. So I wanted to start with this because it's a thrilling time to be looking into having a career in nuclear. And I'm not saying this just because I'm enthusiastic about the sector or because of my IAEA cap. I brought some fresh numbers from Vienna that prove this. If I could have the next slide, please, because we don't have the clicker here. Oh, it's there? Okay. Perfect. So first I wanted to just give you an overview on where we are standing today. With 417 nuclear power plants operating in 31 countries, nuclear represents 23.3% of the world's low-carbon electricity production. And looking into what's to come, we have 62 nuclear power plants under construction in the world, and 16 countries are looking on expanding their existing fleet. That means a long-term operation, right? At the same time, we have 32 newcomer countries. These are countries that are looking into or have already decided to include nuclear energy within their energy mix. Please pay attention to these numbers. From 32 of the newcomer countries, 30 are from the global south, and 14 are African countries. This is not a small number. The next one. Going specifically to your question on how do we see this unfolding on the next years, in a high-case scenario, the IAEA projects that by 2050, nuclear capacity will increase by 2.5 times compared to the 2023 installed capacity. A considerable amount of this increase is projected to come from small modular reactors. And then I wanted to give you a very brief overview on how we see this in Africa. In that high case, the IAEA projects that nuclear electric generation capacity in the region will more than triple by 2030 and increase more than tenfold by 2050 compared to the 2023 capacity. Why I wanted to bring these numbers and put it out there both in the world map and also in Africa, because the case that I want to make here is that the numbers that we have and that they were released last year present a very promising scenario. And for young professionals, what they present is a huge window of opportunity. There's a lot to do if these projections are to follow. And that's why I want to come to my first phrase. It's a thrilling time to be looking into a nuclear career. And it's an opportunity that, in my opinion, should not be missed.
I think it's the echo for me from the first speech from IAEA director. He said, you are in the right place and right time. So my second question for you, from your perspective, do you think that the government body around the world have significant influence to promoting nuclear energy? And what role does youth play in this process, in IAEA especially?
So I can talk from the work that we are doing in policy and raising awareness, especially in the multilateral sphere. So from the IAEA, we, as a technical organization, we inform our member states and different multilateral and governance bodies into the role that nuclear has in the clean energy transitions. We were just discussing this earlier in a coffee break with some of the very high-level speakers that this great forum has gathered. And we were noting how it has been only 3 to 4 years where the perception in the policy-making organs has really changed on bringing nuclear into the table. So what we do is, with our technical research, we inform our member states and all this multilateral process where we can, where we are invited to go and inform on the key role that nuclear has in the clean energy transitions and how nuclear is a key part of the mix to get to the targets that we need to get to.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Bianca. Our next speaker actually is not only a leader, but also is my personal leader. Let me share a brief story with you, with a great beginning and sweet ends. I first met Mr. Rafael Chisuri in 2017, when I was a part of a talented community of young professionals, all imagining and discussing the future of nuclear industry in 2030. This event, called Forsage, was the first piece of amazing puzzle, I think. As African youth, we come together to collaborate, to be heard, learn from experts, and shaping our career path. Actually, this event was generously funded and supported by Rosatom. First, fast to today, Mr. Rafael Chisuri is now the president of EYGN, and I have the honor to be the president of EYGN. Through this event, I'm inspired by Rosatom and the dream to pursue a career in Rosatom. Really, when I see this logo, I inspire, and I said to myself, one day I will work in this company. And also now I'm hired with atom destroy expert in a welding laboratory. And as you know, welding is a male dominant. And I'm hired as a first Egyptian in this field, so I'm so proud. And see now, thank you for Rosatom, that I think it's play a very important role personally in my direction and the career path, and for also our volunteering work. I think also Rosatom gave to me and you very good support to start our volunteering work and make many chapters in all Africa today. So my first question to you, can you tell more about yourself and what personally inspired you to work first in nuclear career? Also tell all the audience about our chapters and what our activity.
Thank you, Engineer Marwa. Yes, indeed, we met in 2017, more than 7 years now. And the journey has been great. Yes, thanks to Rosatom, and of course, on this special occasion today, we are grateful as part of the African delegation. We sincerely thank Rosatom and NPPA for making this a possibility for us to come here and share the African dream. And I'm glad that as we speak, Egypt is becoming the role example of the bold step that we want our governments to take in Africa in creating that energy reliability and creation of job opportunities for our youth. What inspired me to be in the nuclear industry or to pursue a career in nuclear is basically personal motivation to be part of the solution to the challenges that we are faced as communities in Africa and across the world, especially in health, energy, food security, environmental protection, and what have you. In the context of Africa, we're talking about a continent that we still have a lot of population not having access to electricity. And again, coupled with the problem of hunger and poverty. So I am part of the faculty at the university. I teach at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, bias on health applications of nuclear science and technology, especially in cancer diagnosis and treatment. Many countries in Africa have limited access to radiotherapy services, and I'm glad that through the IAEA technical support, some member states are really putting up facilities that are helping their citizens to access healthcare at the national level. Of course, we have had many people traveling outside the country, going to India and abroad, seeking this diagnosis and treatment for cancer diseases. But I'm happy that example of South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, they having these treatments happening at the country level, and it's a plus. So particularly, I'm motivated that we as young professionals, we are part of this solution, and the future that we want, we must create it now. Thank you.
Thank you, leader. Actually, I have a lot of questions from audience about how they can follow our activity. We have any platform, how it can reach to us?
Yes, I work as a volunteer within the Young Professionals Network. I'm currently the president for the African Young Generation. Previously, I served at the International Youth Nuclear Congress as a vice president. Of course, our tenure ended last year. We are working closely with governments and non-state actors to see how we create platforms for young people to access opportunities in nuclear science and technology. So we have created a platform where we inspire the youth, the young people in Africa to see opportunities in nuclear, as well as also trying to see how we formulate ways of communicating the benefits of peaceful application of nuclear science and technology. As presented by the leader from the Congo YGN, of course, many countries' reception of nuclear is still very low because they still have the misconceptions. And the work that we're doing is really to demystify the nuclear technology through the networks that we have established. So far, we have presence in about 22 countries. Of course, we started in 2017 as only 3 chapters. Now we have 22 chapters. Egypt has done great on the other part of the world, this northern part of Africa. We have Morocco, very vibrant network on the other end. We have Ghana, we have South Africa, on the southern part, doing great job as part of the young nuclear generation networks. And to be sincere, a lot is to be done because we believe from the presentation, from the speakers who have talked this morning, there is a lot of gap when it comes to addressing the needs that we have in the nuclear space, especially training, education, and of course research in nuclear science and technology, which we believe as young people, we need to see how well we tap into these opportunities and also try to urge our governments to create job opportunities for our young. Some have trained, they don't even have jobs. They have graduated as nuclear engineers, but back home, they don't have places to work. And some of them are still hanging outside the countries, trying to find a place outside there, but it seems to be hard. So I'm happy that with Egypt, you've set an example that yes, we can build our own nuclear power plants, create jobs for the youth, create more opportunity to train more future workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, leader. Now I will navigate to another successful story. I want to share with you something personally. I came from academia to industry, and I admit it's not an easy transition. But I also have my colleague here, engineer Mina. He have also interesting journey, and he now working with us at Atom Story Export, while he now pursuing her PhD also in the same time. So We come to the beginning. You study in Russia in Tomsk Polytechnical University in the heart of Siberia, Russian coldest region. So tell me why you made the choice first to study nuclear engineering.
Thank you, Maru, for your question. First of all of us know that Russia is from the strongest nuclear history. So this was the first reason. Also, I chose Tomsk Polytechnic University in Siberia because Tomsk Polytechnic University has its research reactor where we had a practice a whole semester in this reactor, and we finished specialist degree, nuclear power plants, design, operation, and engineering. Also, I continued my master's degree in Tomsk Polytechnic University. I had a degree in nuclear physics and technology.
Oh, excellent. As we hear from engineers Suhaila, that maybe you face some challenges with language. Speak about this. Do you already now speak Russian or English or the study language in your university?
Actually, I had a lot of problems about the difference in culture, and I even didn't speak in Russian. We arrived in Russia without language. We were 13 persons. Egyptians, we speak only English and Arabic. We had a problem facing how we will speak with people. How I should ask them to give me like water, food.
Basics.
Yeah.
We need to survive.
This was the first problem. Second problem that the difference in culture, difference in mentality, that we can say something in Egypt is normal, but in Russia is very offensive, and vice versa. So we had to get adapting to these barriers.
So excellent. Can you give us just a small advice how to be fast for this language or difficult language?
Actually, I learned Russian I lived in Russia for 6 years. I learned Russian in 4 months. It's super fast, but I had a lot of practice with my friends. So the main target to learn Russian is to have a practice.
So now we have 2 excellent examples facing the challenging of language, and they overcome this, and now they can already speak Russian, English, and Arabic. Wow.
French.
French. Oh. Now our next speaker is Miss Maria. Miss Maria, you are here on the behalf of Rosatom, one of the biggest nuclear business entity in the world, and you are leading Rosatom Youth Council and Mayak Academy in Novgorod. We have heard that at the morning from Rosatom and from the panel that Rosatom does a tremendous work, attractive young specialists and students into nuclear industry. So what key initiative aimed at attracting the developing young specialists in nuclear industry are implemented by Rosatom Youth Council?
Okay, Marwa, thank you for the question. Hi, everyone. My name is Maria Zotova. I'm from Rosatom, Russia. And first of all, I'd like to say that it's really a great pleasure for me to take part in such global event. And it's really inspiring moment when you can see so many faces who are interested in nuclear technology. And as for your question, Marwa, let me first of all make some unexpected movie. I would like to ask you about your dreams.
Personal dream?
Yes, what about your dream?
Actually, I graduated from Nuclear Engineering Department at Alexandria University, and also I take my master here in Egypt. But after that, I like to get deeper in nuclear security and safeguards. So I apply in a master degree in Politecnico di Milano and finalize my master degree in safeguard. My dream now to become a safeguard inspector in IAEA.
Okay, thank you. And Rafael, what about your dream? Rafael, what about your dream?
Thank you for that. Of course, she called me Rafael Grossi. I'll be the next IAEA DG. I don't know. Okay. Well, I studied actually chemistry, my first degree, and master's in nuclear science, and later enrolled for IAEA PhD fellowship in nuclear chemistry and radiochemistry, bias in radiopharmaceuticals. And my dream actually is to be a leader in nuclear industry, inspiring others into action in really driving the nuclear agenda to the next level. I know from the statistics you just presented, Bianca, many countries that are newcomer are from Africa. The nuclear industry is actually having the new frontier in Africa. And we believe that we cannot harness this potential without preparing adequately for the same. So I am working at the university, training the future workforce as part of addressing the needs that we have in the nuclear industry. Because currently, technical expertise is a major concern. In fact, some countries lack technical capacity in handling the nuclear projects and also maybe driving this agenda to the next level. So as much as we are having, of course, the support from the IAEA through the technical cooperation, the fellowship that we have for the young people to train, masters and PhD, that is not enough. We want our governments to commit resources and really see an opportunity in building nuclear workforce that we can, of course, tap into to provide the solutions that we want in addressing the energy poverty, addressing the issues we have in health sector, and environmental protection, and also food, because if we can have food security in Africa, well and good, we can have health populations to power our economies. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafael. You dream big. And I'd like to say that that's exactly that Rosatom Youth Council is doing. You know that now in Rosatom work more than 120,000 young employees, and everyone has his own dream. Someone wants to be a famous scientist. Someone wants to make his hometown better, as comfortable as possible. Someone wants to make an international research with experts. But sometimes it's very difficult to do it alone. Because you need professional skills, you need help of the experts in different areas. Sometimes you need only just advice. And together in Rosatom Youth Council, we make scientific research. For example, Bogdan Chernyshov, can you raise your hand? Bogdan is our young scientist, and yesterday he presented his research for the young generation of different countries. I think that it's one of the other goals of our society to help different people who work in Rosatom. Of course, we work with students. We tell them about the benefits of nuclear technology, and we tell them about our history. As you know, in this year we celebrate our 80th anniversary of nuclear industry in Russia. And we're proud of our history, and I think that it's really cool when you have the 80 years of the experts for the construction of this sustainable future. And of course, one of our goals is to create professional networks across international borders. And I think that today it's a cool chance because we can move from the words to action.
Thank you so much. By the way, I enjoyed his presentation yesterday. He spoke about material science. I find it fascinating about this topic. So I think I will work with you, inshallah. So let's navigate now to MAYAC Academy. What opportunity does MAYAC Academy provide for professional growth of young nuclear workers, and what's the plan for development of educational program?
Okay, I will tell you my story. I am a PhD in physics and mathematics. I specialized in stochastic processes and random fields. And when I do my research, it was amazing because I cross with the situations that you can find really few information about this topic. And of course, I surf the internet, I find any articles in scientific journals, I write the authors of these papers, I meet them in person. I was really like a Sherlock Holmes to find some information because it's very, very difficult way. And today my dream that our students and our young scientists don't have such problems. And that is the main goal of the MAYAC Academy. It's created for the help young generation to find professional experts and to make their research. In the previous year, we start with the educational program, how to find the support, financial support for your scientific ideas. And Alexey Andrianov, he presents the topic about nuclear medicine. He was one of the experts of this program. And it's a really chance for our young scientists to find the support for their researchers. And I think it's very important in our day.
Yes, thank you. And my last question to you, as you're working very closely with youth, what inspires them and what motivates you especially?
Oh, I think it's very philosophical questions. I think that in any time, young generation inspiring by the ideas to rock the world. They want to make something special, something interesting, for something global for their family, for their city, for their country. And it's very important. And as for me, I think that inspiring when I can share my professional expertise with young generation. And it's really cool when you see how young innovation, young engineer improve their professional skills.
Yo, thank you so much. And now allow me to switch from English to Arabic. And for our distinguished guest, we have already translators, so set your heads. And now we are honored to hear from Engineer Khaled Atiyah Abdullah, the project manager for Idaba nuclear power plant. باشمهندس خالد عبد الله مدير
Engineer Khaled Abdullah, director of the NPP at Daba. I am honored to have you today and to discuss your experience in the field of nuclear energy. I was impressed by your CV and bio. You started your biography as a mechanical engineer and then you moved into nuclear engineering. When did you take that step, and what was the motivation? Thank you very much. First of all, I am honored to be with you to share my professional experience. And in fact, I have studied the mechanical power, which is one of the exciting specializations which is highly required in the nuclear field, because we study a lot about thermal dynamics and materials engineering, in addition to chemistry, physics, and mathematics. So I had the basis that helped me in the nuclear field. And the second point is that I had passion towards the nuclear field. In the Arab Republic of Egypt, we are not new in the nuclear field. We started in the 1950s, and we have 2 research reactors. But for the power reactors, it was the first step for us to own nuclear power stations to generate electricity. So I had passion to belong to the generation building the first nuclear plant on the land of the Arab Republic of Egypt. We always talk about the builders of the high dam, but in the new generations we are talking about the builders of the nuclear plant at Dab'a. We are talking about Dab'a as the 4th pyramid that we have in Egypt, and we hope it will complete and to be the core for sustainable development in Egypt. I had a belief that I have something to give to that field. That's why I joined working at that prestigious NPPA, and that was in 2009. The beginning was in NPPA, where they give special interest to human cadres and their development. And at the very beginning, I had a course for nuclear bases, focusing on the basis of nuclear engineering, and that was the starting point for me. And that was in 2012. I had a specialized technical course in the Russian Federation, and after that I studied my master degree in South Korea, and that was in 2014. And thanks God, I got the prize of the best researcher for academic achievement, and that was with the help of God. I got a master degree in the engineering of nuclear reactors, and after that I received specialized training in the Russian Federation for the reference station of a Dab'a power plant. And I also took part in the nuclear plant, and I witnessed the development which is undergoing in Egypt, and that was a source of optimism for me. So what we are doing is just a starting point, and we still have a long march and a long journey, and I am very happy and proud to be a student under great professors and members of the workforce of Dab'a NPP. I will take from what you said. You have studied in Russia, Korea. How did you benefit from that diversity while we are building our nuclear plant? We have people from Russia, Belarus, and other countries. Of course, there are several nationalities working in the nuclear power plant. And having my studies in Korea and having a specialized training in Russia with different cultures, my colleague engineer Mina was talking about the challenges that he had encountered with different cultures, because he moved from a community to a different one. So studying abroad and understanding other cultures is a great opportunity for having good understanding of different nationalities. In the current project, we have tens of nationalities working in the project, and we have to deal with them all with their differences. So my diversified studies in Russia, Korea, and the International Atomic Energy Agency, and recently in 2024 I participated in 2 experts missions. I took part as an expert, and the first expert mission was in Russia in Rosatom Technological Academy. I was a lecturer and expert in that training course. At time I was learning at Rosatom Technical Academy, and then I became an expert who is giving lectures at that academy. I was very proud of that achievement. And on the second time, I was in Sri Lanka at a mission expert to transfer knowledge, especially that of Adaba NPP. Of course, Adaba NPP is a success story to be narrated. We are talking about a project that was selected as the second best project in the world in terms of its beginning and its proceeding according to its timeline. So all those diversified cultures helps us to overcome challenges in dealing with different nationalities in the project. Thank you. I can imagine that it's like a puzzle. Every now and then we are forming a part of the puzzle until the whole image is drawn. If any young student or graduate would like to join the nuclear industry, how could he realize that he is qualified? Working for the nuclear field requires a mixture of specializations, whether engineering, scientific, or technical ones. Among the important topics is that of commitment and continuous learning, because it's a common term, which is that safety comes first, because there is no room for mistakes in the nuclear field. So commitment is one of the important features that everyone should acquire. My piece of advice to young people is to exert great effort in their studies, and in the nuclear field, unless we have the human element, no technology or progress would be available. The specialization needed in the nuclear field includes all engineering specializations. And for the field of science, we need geologists, chemists, and physicists, and different specializations of science. And we have an example. We have a good practice of establishing the technological school for nuclear industry in Daba, and we have 3 batches that have been graduated, and they are doing well in the implementation of the project. So my advice is to be serious and to exert great effort, and I think you will win. If I moved to the leading program, you are the director of Adaba NBB. What are the characteristics of a successful leader? I may be good in technical terms, but in terms of leadership, we may need your advice. The project of Adaba NBB is considered as a multitasking and a mega project. So the success is not that of one person. It depends on teamwork, and the success of the leader after organizing his times and setting priorities, it depends on the teamwork. He should build a strong teamwork. We were very successful in having an action force or workforce that receives the Egypt governmental prize for the best team. So the successful leader is the one who can organize his time, set priorities, take decisive decisions at the right time, because it's a very important feature, especially in the nuclear field, building a strong team and motivating them to work hard. My last question to you, is there a room, is there any room for students and graduates? Can you attract all those professionals at Daba NPP project? Since we started the forum, we say that the nuclear field is considered as a job creation field, and if we are to take about Daba NPP, in the construction we have tens of thousands of people, we have tens of thousands of workers working in the construction of the NPP, 70% of the labor force, including engineers, technicians, and the workers, and there is a great opportunity for youth to take part in the project. We are talking about sustainable jobs, and at Daba NPP, in the phase of operation and maintenance, will need about 4,000 jobs in different engineering and scientific, as well as technical specializations. These are direct jobs, and each direct job creates 10 indirect and complementary jobs. So the future is bright in the field of nuclear power, and the project creates different jobs and different sustainable jobs for young people. Nothing is better. Everyone has an opportunity, whether he is a mechanical, nuclear engineer, or a linguist, or international relation specialist. Everybody can have his place at Daba NPP. The project will take years. When will the project be completed? The nuclear unit will be linked to the electrical grid by the end of 2028, and the fourth unit will be operated with the first quarter of the year 2030. If you are still a student, you can think of having your postgraduate studies in the field of nuclear power, and if you are a graduate, you are most welcome, whether in NPPA or in Rosatom. I was happy to have you in the International Youth Forum for Nuclear Technologies, and thank you.
Can we take a group? Yeah.
Thank you to the speakers.
Thank you all.
For an amazing and inspiring personal career stories. In fact, we've seen how diverse this career trajectory may be.
Exactly, and how having a career in nuclear, having some challenges in it, but we had very bright examples of tackling this issue to inspire our youth here in this hall. So our final and very exciting session is going to be soon. So please wait for us in the hall. It's going to be an incredible discussion ahead, and don't forget to miss it.
So in the meantime, we invite you to take a quick break. But before that, I would like to remind you that the form for submission of your answers for the WOW 2025 interactive game is closing now. So if you haven't submitted your answers, please do so. We have one more round to go. And after the next session, we will close the forum for good. And you will learn who is the winner of this first round during our gala dinner at the Sunrise Hotel. So please do not lose your time, seize the opportunity, and submit your answers right now. We invite you to watch a video which is called The Energy of Life.
Energy is the heart of progress, shaping industries, societies, humanity, the way we live. As we look toward the future, innovation in energy continue to thrive. So let's take a moment to explore this vision in this video.
We breathe energy. We depend on energy. We produce energy. We transform energy into brilliant ideas for a greener planet. For medicine. For clean water. For safer food. For our future. Energy for life. Rosatom.
احنا هنفضل نشتغل.
We will continue working in building, constructing our country till the doomsday for your interest.
هذا البرنامج
This program is a nuclear program for safely production of electricity, and we are relentlessly committed by our signature on the Non-Proliferation Treaty. For a better future of our people and for our peaceful neighboring countries.
رسالة أمل.
A message of hope, of work, of peace for Egyptians and all the world. A very prolonged dream of Egyptians to have a peaceful nuclear program. And I'd like to reiterate once again that it's a peaceful nuclear program for electricity production. The actual capacity of each nation is the one based on knowledge, awareness, and work along with patience. The country that can have these components have got it all. We're talking here about a plant of 4 reactors. The 3rd generation plant, the state-of-art level of plants. We're talking about a nuclear plant that, according to international standards, can have the crash of a 400-ton airplane with dozens of kilometers per second without any breach for the safety. This was a very prolonged dream of Egyptians to have such a peaceful nuclear program. I would ask Your Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and Your Excellency President Vladimir Putin to give us the sign to start.
الإنجازات اللي تحققت على الأرض بلا مبالغة بيكم يا مصريين.
These achievements we managed to have are tremendous. And still, we are at the very beginning of the journey. There is still a lot waiting us ahead. And lots of hopes that we will still make reality on the ground for our common generations.
قادرين المصريين على ان احنا نبني بلدنا ونعمرها ونواجه كل التحديات اللي انتم شايفينها ديت بشرط احنا
كل ما تمشي في شارع ولا في حارة صادف كل ما تمشي في شارع ولا في حارة.
أعرب عن خالص الشكر والتقدير للعاملين كل منهم شركة أتوم ستروي أكسبورت وهيئة المحطات النووية لتوليد الكهرباء.
So, right now, our technical team is going to rearrange the space on stage just a little bit. And we'd like to use this opportunity to talk to you a little bit because, you know, I'm a bit envious. Many other speakers had this chance to do that with you. Even Hyla was speaking and I hadn't had any chance. Yes. So let us use this opportunity.
Yes, so we would like to ask you what is the most interesting fact that you know about nuclear?
And actually, not even know, but I guess learned during this forum, because it's almost over. We have only one session to go, right?
Yes, we are almost soon to finish. So please, Vadim, you share your fact first.
Yes, I have my favorite one. It comes from Latin America. There was a session about non-energy applications of nuclear. And Ignacio Villarroya from Argentina said that in the city of Mendoza, to preserve harvest and plants from dangerous insects that might damage it, they drop specific irradiated flies, which help reduce the infectious population of insects. I have never heard of that before. Please raise the hands, those who have also never heard of that fact before, that we can irradiate insects and thus reduce the damage to our harvest. Well, I do have some supporters in the room. I feel, okay, we are all smart. And you, Sohaila, what did you learn? What was something you didn't know before coming here?
Maybe it's not much scientific, it's more into life and societal, that we can introduce nuclear into a younger age, like teach them more about nuclear. I remember from the session with Miss Marwa, Engineer Marwa, when she started talking about teaching younger minds about such sophisticated field of science. This is really interesting for me because, I don't know, I think when I have kids, I want them to know about nuclear when they are 8 years old, so I'm gonna buy Marwa's book.
Invite Marwa as a lecturer, right?
Yes. So
maybe we could ask some of you, what was the most surprising thing you've learned after 4 of our sessions, or even 5, right?
yeah.
Something you'd like to share? Yes, Princey. Could we please
Yes.
have a microphone and give it to Princey Mtombeni? Princey, is there something you still don't know about nuclear? You're in Impact Team 2050. You know more than Rosatom Director General.
Actually, there is. I'm also going to quote Nacho, not because he's my colleague, but in his closing, he showed a picture of Stellenbosch in South Africa, the wine area. And he said, I'm not a wine drinker, by the way. Next time you drink that glass of wine, remember that nuclear application has played a big role. Thank you.
Fantastic.
That's interesting, yes.
And we do love Stellenbosch, the fantastic surroundings of Cape Town. Yeah, thank you, Princey.
Thank you.
Anybody else to share the most surprising thing they've learned and have never thought of before?
We have Brangi.
No? Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah.
Hala, I let you pick the person.
No, if someone raised their hand. Oh, yeah.
I see one hand here.
Yes.
Please give the mic to the gentleman wearing the blue jacket.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I learned something that is very interesting. I think from the last session that there is 417 reactors that are operating in 32 countries and the 62 that is under construction, and the fact that there is still 32 that is coming, and that's new for me, and I'm happy to learn that. Thank you.
I mean, it's the number and the scale which surprised you.
Yes, the scale surprised me. I was not aware of that. So I'm glad that we are moving in the right direction.
You know what always surprises me? I mean, at Rosatom I see it quite often, but it always surprises me. The slide with like 60 plus countries, thousands of businesses. Every time I see that slide, like global presence of Rosatom, there is something inside which starts moving. So, I mean, it's truly massive. It's massive. And it's all made by people.
Yes, it's really interesting how to collaborate with such like different mentalities, different cultures at the same time, and create successful projects, large-scale ones, in such a difficult field. It's really interesting, yes.
Okay, anybody else? I see a hand over there.
Oh,
Gentleman wearing a dark red tie. If I'm not mistaken, because I mean, the light is strong.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I'm Mohammed Al-Tarawni from Jordan. Actually, I'd like something to the last session that one of my professors, while I'm studying my master degree in MIFI, I asked him in the last semester, what's the way to find a job in the nuclear field or any other place? And he said to me only 2 words. Try to make connection. Connection is the best solution to get a job everywhere right now. Okay, there's a lot of jobs, you can submit your CV, but if you know someone, like in such events, try to introduce yourself, try to promote yourself, and make friends over all the world. And that really was one of the advantages of in our study in MIFI. We were many students from Turkey, Bangladesh, Bolivia, and 2 months ago, one of my colleagues from Turkey called me and said to me, Mohammed, there is a position in our company if you are interested to apply. So try to make connection, you will success to get a great career in nuclear field. Thank you.
I agree with you. Networking is really important throughout forums, conferences, several events, traveling to other countries, but it should be based also on dedication, science, and the eagerness to work, to keep this networking and connections flourishing. So it's a really important thing, and we all should take care of it in our career path.
And now, I mean, we all learn, every day we learn. And I think it doesn't only apply to young people, but also to esteemed experts who have been here in the first row listening to all the sessions quite attentively. I would like to ask some of the esteemed experts in the first row to share something they didn't know before coming to this forum. Is there anything that comes to your mind? Is there anything you didn't know before coming to the forum and listening to the experts, to young people? Maybe something surprised you?
Yeah, something about the forum, or maybe about Egypt. We are interested to know.
Okay, Natalia Boris.
So I was surprised that young generation of Egypt is well known in atomic energy, and this interest to our forum was surprised.
Thank you so much. Like in Egypt, we have many young talents, and we're really pleased that we could impress you.
Okay, and I have a hint that we are running short of time so that we can start the next session. Am I right?
Yes, let's go. So
we are glad to start the final session of today's forum. Please make sure you get most out of it. Egypt goes nuclear. And with these words, we'd like to invite first the moderator on stage, Ms. Elsie Pule, head coordinator of BRICS Nuclear Platform.
And our speakers, Mr. Mikhail Chudakov, Deputy Director General, International Atomic Energy Agency.
Mr. Alexei Kononenko, Head LDBA NPP Project and Vice President of Atomstroy Export.
Mr. Ali Khan Çiftçi, President, Nuclear Industry Association of Turkey.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Dr. Mohammed Yasser Halil, Head of Nuclear Engineering Division, Alexandria University. Welcome on stage. No? Okay. Okay. No rush.
Professor Mohammad Morsil Gohari, President, Borgel Arab Technological University.
Miss Anastasia Minina, Project Lead, Obnins Tech.
Ms. Radia Sedawi, Chief of Section, Climate Change and Natural Resource Sustainability Cluster, UN Economic Social Commission of West Asia.
Welcome on stage to each and every esteemed speaker. With these words, we're glad to hand over to you, Elsie.
Thank you so much. I know I'm loud, but it's supposed to be working. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for this opportunity. And thank you to the esteemed panel for accepting the invitation to come and share your insights. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, nuclear projects are inherently international. They require collaboration across borders to ensure their success. Egypt's flagship nuclear project, the LDBA NPP, stands as a testament to global cooperation involving multiple international stakeholders. Last week, I saw that Rosatom Egypt had been posting on LinkedIn like very aggressively, and I was sharing last night that their social media team requires a raise or a bonus. I responded to one of the articles which were posted, and I said, I can't wait to see the project tomorrow. And I realized that there's so much following, especially on the continent, and the continent is very proud of Egypt in terms of this flagship project. The session we're going to have now will explore how intentional cooperation drives nuclear infrastructure development, ensuring efficiency and sustainability while aligning with the pledge to triple nuclear capacity by 2050 and reduce industrial carbon print. Today, we will gain insights into the evolving dynamics of the global nuclear collaboration, the role of international regulatory frameworks, and best practice. We'll also be deliberating on what are the key innovations in nuclear infrastructure and cross-border project management, and how that can make future builds more cost-effective, efficient, and safe. We'll also engage on how international collaboration through regulatory framework, joint expertise, and workforce training ensures the success of nuclear projects, particularly in emerging markets. We'll also explore that as nuclear expands globally, what are the best practices in knowledge sharing and human capital development to develop a skilled workforce for international projects? And finally, and the most important one, how can youth contribute to the global aspirations of the nuclear industry? So allow me, when in July, when I met Mr. Mikhail Chidokov for the first time, I had prepared my speech. We were at the International Atomic Energy Association Nuclear Conference. In my preparation as a human resources person, I quoted somebody I didn't know. And only to find that the handsome gentleman who was sitting next to me was the gentleman I quoted in my opening remarks. So it's a pleasure, Mr. Chidokov, to introduce you again. It's my pleasure, and I'm always excited to introduce you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a distinct honor, as I indicated, to introduce the speaker, Mr. Mikhail Chidokov, with a distinguished career spanning several decades in the nuclear energy sector. Mr. Chidokov has been at the forefront of promoting safe and sustainable nuclear technologies worldwide. Since 2015, Mr. Chidokov has served as Deputy Director General and Head of the Department of Nuclear Energy at the I like pronouncing the longer one because I struggle with the abbreviation, the International Atomic Energy Association, where he leads global efforts to promote safe, sustainable nuclear energy and supports emerging nuclear programs worldwide. His career reflects a deep commitment to nuclear safety, international cooperation, and advancing innovative energy solutions. Today, Mr. Chidokov will share insights on the role of international collaboration, the importance of global safety standards, and how the next generation can shape the future of the nuclear industry. Before you take over and have a keynote, I would like to ask you two questions that you will take into consideration as you engage us. The first question to you is that international cooperation in nuclear projects must align with global safety and regulatory standards. How does the IAEA, I got it right this time, facilitate this process, particularly for emerging nuclear markets? The second part of the question, with the global push for expanding nuclear energy, what role do international regulatory bodies play in ensuring that new nuclear projects not only meet technical requirements, but also contribute to sustainable and responsible energy, and most importantly, social development? Over to you.
Thank you. One, two. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Elsa. Thank you, Elsa, for the questions, for inviting me here, and I'm happy to be here on this important international youth forum for sustainable nuclear technologies. Of course, we supported the nuclear power development all over the world, and also supported the newcomer countries and who is constructing and who would like to have nuclear power in their energy mix. So that we have the whole set of the programs, and one of the most important, this is our milestone approach, infrastructure development, that have that 19 areas of collaboration and the development in the country. And international cooperation and activities is very important, because one of the main way to check how the infrastructure developed. This is invite peer reviews, and peer reviews consist of the international experts who is the expert on a specific area of development and the best maybe person in the world in this area, so that conducting peer reviews, we can help give the good advices and correct activities and development necessary infrastructure in order to, in the future, to safe and reliable operate nuclear power plant. And this is not only in EAR missions, but under this integrated nuclear infrastructure review and this auspices and also that umbrella that we had the development of other our activities on, as you mentioned, on safety, security, safeguard, non-proliferation, that, and also have that peer reviews which help to create the strong regulatory body based on our safety procedures and all our documentation and experts' advices. Expert advices and good practices, and these good practices already checked with many countries, because we conducted a lot of already peer reviews on different areas, can help expedite the construction of good structure and good infrastructure for the safe and reliable operation of nuclear power plant, dozen years, even 1 century with prolonging operation. So the nuclear collaboration is very important in specifically in, of course, in nuclear area. And the role of the youth is, you cannot overestimate. It's very important also to get taken into account the long life of nuclear power, the young generation, well educated and responsible for what they are doing, and just working on nuclear power plant. And we have also many programs, international programs. It's not only the conferences, as you mentioned, that thank you for the chairing that our conference on HR conference, but also important that a different school, energy school on different levels, not on the top levels. Important international cooperation, collaboration for stakeholder engagement, and we have, by the way, in May, first ever international conference in agency on 20th of May of stakeholder engagement. And I invite all of you to participate in this conference to help using the good examples of the countries where they operate nuclear power for a long time, as France, Russia, Finland, Hungary, Slovakia, that use good examples and for how to involve stakeholders in order if you involved in nuclear power, you should continue to work. Even your government change or something happened in policy, you should continue to work in the nuclear. This is one of the main features of sustainability of the nuclear. That's we are happy that to see the young people and the forums like this, and we already working with them on different programs, including also that for ladies, for female students, Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship Program, and we saw here the good examples who was working and studying and getting their education through the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship Program. And we conduct Liz Meitner program that also to hold that women working in nuclear industry, and many others program. So that international cooperation very important, very important. And how we can, I like always when we are talking about the young generation, how we can educate them using the good personal experience, and to tell the lectures clear and understandable for them. I like just telling, remind that Plutarch, philosopher, ancient Greek philosopher, that the student is not the vessel you need to fill in. This is the torch you should put fire on, and put fire on can only who is burning himself. That's why the more burning people to the education process, to educate the next generation for safe and reliable operation of nuclear power. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So some of the key messages from your message as well is that the agency's role in establishing and promoting global safety and regulatory standards for nuclear energy projects. The previous moderator was actually saying is the beginning and the end of the nuclear industry. Also, some of the things that you are raising are the mechanisms through which the agency will assist emerging nuclear markets. And thank you for the invitation for May. And I think we should take advantage of that invitation, particularly around stakeholder management, particularly for the youth, as we try to advocate for nuclear programs. In Africa, I think it's a must. When we're having a lot of African countries, aspirations of becoming nuclear-oriented, becoming actually real. And I think Egypt gives hope for the rest of the African continents to do that. I do know in South Africa in particular, in terms of the integrated resource plan, 2,500 megawatts are dedicated to nuclear. So there's still hope, and I believe we should take advantage of that conference and make sure that as many people, particularly politicians, also attend so that they can be able to advocate for nuclear as one of those platforms for a reliable, stable energy baseload for our countries. The other issue that you are also raising is the whole issue around ensuring sustainable and responsible nuclear energy expansion. And I think when you look at the just energy transition, particularly the just in that space is the most important, that as we do that, we take our people with, and we make sure that whatever we come up with, and I know Princess was talking about the whole issue around people focusing commercially, but what's important, we need to make sure that whatever we do as we transition is just. Thank you so much. So our next speaker is going to engage us in Russian. So let me do this first. I took the challenge to learn Russian, but it hasn't happened yet. It's just one day. As I introduce you, I'm going to get ready for your talk. Mr. Alexei Kononenko is the head of Eldaba NPP project and the vice president of Atom's Troy Experts. So what we're going to be listening to is that you have been part of a team, and I guess the dream, my apologies, the dream team to advance Egypt's first nuclear power facility. Eldaba and many other nuclear power projects rely on the collaboration of multiple companies and nations. From Rosatom's perspective, what are the key factors that ensure the smooth execution of such multinational construction projects? And what young people can learn from this experience? And can you also share your insights in terms of the challenges that the project has faced?
Добрый день, дамы и господа.
You are most welcome. Peace be upon you. Wish you a good day, dear participants in the forum. The sustainable future is something that is a concern of everyone in that big planet. The new developments of history urge us more than before to think about how to work with the leaders of nuclear agencies, how to face international challenges, and how to create a bright and safe future for our young people and the coming generations. Today, we are constructing 4 nuclear reactors, and I'm going to talk about Rosatom's response to that. At the beginning, allow me to tell you how Rosatom journey started in 1954. The first atomic energy plant in the world was established. It was a historic moment that paved the way for the world to start a new era of the peaceful use of nuclear power. A new source of energy has been placed in front of humanity. It derives its strength from the splitting of atom. It has been 70 years since the production of the first kilowatt of energy and the operation of industrial units, and the decision of establishing that governmental agency for nuclear energy is a historic decision.
A historic moment indeed, and thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Alexei Kononenko, to share. I've got a follow-up question for you. I would like you to share with the audience in terms of what has been the insights in terms of the program and what has been the challenges that you faced during the project.
Я хочу сказать, что сегодня нету неразрешенных проблем на этом проекте. Мы сооружаем атомную станцию, значит, по российскому проекту, который сегодня является.
We are establishing the nuclear plant. We have, according to the reference nuclear plants, and today we have the Russian contractor, and we compiled the best professional international skills for that project. And I'd like to say that the experts working from the Russian side are not implementing their first project, but they have constructed several projects and they had similar challenges. And Dr. Duidar and the engineer Khaled have a lot of skills that qualify them to address challenges. So we cannot believe in a problem that cannot be solved, and this allows us to go on our timeline to solve all challenges in order to be able to establish the nuclear power plant.
Giving me about 3 minutes back. I'm going to change the process slightly and allow the audience just to ask a question around the project. I'm going to give 2 people an opportunity to ask about the project and some of the experiences in the project. Can I see any hands? I see one hand here in the middle. Are the mics ready? In fact, there's 2 hands.
Thank you so much to our speakers. My name is Princess Mtombeni. I heard yesterday that currently there are around 25,000 people working at Eldaba, which is a good thing. My question is, how many local companies that have been capacitated to also participate in the construction of the Eldaba NPP? Thank you.
Да, спасибо большое за
вопрос. We are committed to localize the industry. That's why we are working on attracting Egyptian companies to take part in that mega project, and Rosatom organizes an annual forum for all Egyptian companies to expand their contribution in the project and to cooperate with them to have full understanding of the procedure that they should learn about. As you know, the project is implemented according to the Russian standards, and we have about 24,000 workers, including 12 Egyptian ones. It is supposed that 15% of the labor force to be Egyptian, but as for the number of the Egyptian companies, I can say that the Egyptian companies are greatly interested in taking part in that project, and we have about 220 companies in different specializations, whether supplying materials and other specializations, in addition to preparing designs. And we have in the year 2025-2026 the equipment will be supplied to the plant so that we could reach the highest level of localization inside Egypt. Thank you.
Mr. Alexei Kononenko, for your contribution. Our next contributor, I see your hand, we'll see you later. The next speaker, I spent like sort of time with you yesterday, so I hope I'm gonna pronounce your surname better than my brain tells me now. Mr. Alikan Shifchi. Did I get it right? Wow. I deserve a drink. So he's the president of the Nuclear Industry Association of Turkey. The Association of Turkey, he's currently involved in shaping the country's nuclear energy development. Turkey has embraced international cooperation as a key strategy of accelerating its nuclear infrastructure. We look forward to hearing your insights on how partnerships with multiple countries and institutions contribute to the efficiency and sustainability of Turkey's nuclear industry. Please tell us.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for this kind invitation and having me here. And firstly, I would like to introduce about ourselves. Our association, Nuclear Industry Association of Turkey, founded in 2020, and brings together industrialist companies who are interested in and working in the nuclear sector in Turkey. And in a short time, we have achieved significant success as being a newcomer country. Today, we have 25 members in our association, including Akkuyu company, collectively representing around $2 billion of turnover and also representing more than 16,000 of employees. Also, additionally, we have MOUs and signed collaborations with similar organizations in 17 different countries. So if I come to your question, let me start with the nuclear journey of Turkey. So Turkey's nuclear journey is a great example of how international collaboration and cooperation accelerates the infrastructure development. Our flagship project, which is Akkuyu NPP, as you very well know, that is developed in partnership with Rosatom. This collaboration brings to our industry and to our energy market cutting-edge technology, engineering expertise, and financing, which also enables us to efficiently build our first NPP while ensuring the highest safety standards. But our partnerships also go far beyond this. We are actively working with the IAEA to align with global safety protocols and best practices. At the same time, we are engaging with countries like South Korea, China, UK, USA to explore advanced reactor technologies and small modular reactors. These partnerships allow Turkey to diversify its nuclear portfolio and integrate innovative solutions, which is also kind of tailored to its energy needs. And looking ahead, our goals are also ambitious in our country. By 2050, Turkey aims to have over 20 gigawatt of nuclear capacity, which includes 5 gigawatt of SMRs. So by this, the Turkish SMR market alone is projected to reach around 10 to 30 billion US dollars of investment opportunity. Beyond technology, international collaboration helps also Turkey to overcome critical challenges, which can be counted from financing and regulatory harmonization to the also public acceptance. So by partnering with multiple countries and organizations, Turkey is currently speeding up nuclear development while building a strong foundation for long-term energy security and the sustainability. Turkey is fully aligned with global climate commitments as well. At COP29, we committed to tripling also our nuclear capacity by 2050. So lastly, by adopting best practices from countries, from our partners with extensive nuclear experience, we are working to build a strong, sustainable, and future-ready, future-oriented nuclear ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think the highlight from what you are saying is that whilst we are constructing this mega project, the whole issue around high safety standards is key. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. Our next speaker, Dr. Mohammed Yasser Kahil, as the head of the Nuclear Engineering Division of Alexandria University. Your university has experienced and has been instrumental in shaping the education and professional development of future nuclear engineers in Egypt. Alexandria University is actively engaging in research and international collaborations. So tell us, share with the audience, how does Alexandria University foster knowledge sharing and human capital development to ensure students are equipped with the skills and the expertise needed for the global nuclear industry? Secondly, what best practices in knowledge sharing and human capital development do you recommend for young engineers aiming to build an international career in this field?
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I would like to start simply by catching up on what my colleagues here said before, especially Mr. Shifinchi. Okay. It's simply, this is what I call technology transfer. Is we start, it's not we get some companies to participate in just by submitting some of their products or something like that, but nuclear industry is something much wider than just the civil industries that we know for every day. And I would like to say that at the end of the day, a country which really has intention to get into the nuclear field, especially a country like Egypt, which has 4 nuclear power plants, which each one is 1,200 megawatt electric. That's a lot of energy, and we cannot be on just the importing side of the story. We need to have technology transferred to Egypt. Exactly. I think this is ambitious plan of our neighbor country, Turkey, is exactly what we need to have, because, and I have said that before many times, but I would like to put that within other things, like, for example, the best practice in knowledge transfer. The best practice in knowledge transfer, there is something I see here people from many different African countries, and it looks like we are different cultures. That's by nature. Maybe every country or every group of country have different culture. What does that mean? What does has to do with nuclear energy? It simply says that work culture, and there is something called work culture. Work culture is something that we have to teach people who are going to work in a nuclear power plant. It's not something that you get, like you're working for the government before, and then you move to the nuclear power to work in a nuclear power plant, and then the work culture you get with you is enough or good for here. No, it's not. We simply have, there is a professional culture. And if I were to take a decision, I will teach everybody who works in nuclear power plant, I will give them training on what is professional culture and how to work in a professionally in nuclear power plant. There is a lot of things which you can do if you work for a macaroni factory, for example, but you cannot do if you work in a nuclear power plant. It's a very sensitive environment, and it needs really a lot of carefulness. Simply, the other part, not only to have this transfer of knowledge or culture of the culture of prepare the staff who work for the nuclear power plant is to have hand-on training to all of this. Yeah, I know our engineers now are working with their Russian partners, and that's very good. And Russians, our staff and the Russian staff are doing very good job so far. But we still need to have hand-on experience that in one day, the Russians will finish the job and they will go home. They will hand over nuclear power plant to nuclear engineers and workers at the nuclear power plant. And they need, at that time, to be capable to run the nuclear power plant safely, efficiently, and to may innovate something or improve it. And innovation and improvement is part of knowledge transfer. Innovation and improvement, actually, when you have, I'm going to finish in a second. Actually, when you work with diverse group of people, innovation becomes very important, and actually it's much better situation because you get different ideas from different point of view, and you can really reach innovation. And remember, AI is not innovation, because innovation is not an answer. Innovation is a question. If I want to sit in a comfortable seat, very simply, I will ask AI, how do I design this comfortable seat? But the AI will not tell me, oh, you're sitting, but you look like you're not relaxing, so here is a design for comfort seats. If we were still moving on camels and horses, AI will not tell us, let me invent car for you. No, it won't. Innovation is human subject, and it starts with a question from the human, how do I do this? And you get an answer from the AI. Sorry, I was wrong, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kahil. I think what I'm hearing from what you're saying is that the whole issue around knowledge sharing is not negotiable. It has to be deliberate and intentional. So when we start talking about what's the best practice in terms of knowledge sharing, it's just about doing it, planting the timber, building the skills now, and not wait until the projects come to an end. Thank you so much for sharing. Our next speaker is Professor Mursi El Gohari, the President, Borg Al Arab Technological University. As the President, you had an institution focused on technological education and the training of specialists for high industries. We heard from Mr. Chirakov of the global goal to triple nuclear energy capacity by 2050. In this regard, what role do modern technological universities play in this ambition, and how they are fostering global cooperation? Secondly, what initiative does Borg Al Arab Technological University have to integrate nuclear science into its curriculum to promote international partnerships in the nuclear field? Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much. طبعا أنا سعيد.
It's with great pleasure to take part here in the International Youth Nuclear Technologies, and I'd like to pay tribute usually to the IAEA for this successful event and such sufficient collaboration with Rosatom and our Russian partner, because me as a professor for Alexandria University, for being the president of Borg Al Arab University, even Dr. Dawidar can share this with me. We've always felt that our students in the Alexandria University were so unique and interested in the nuclear field, and they were so much competent. However, they were having still lots of bottlenecks because we were not having practical plants on the ground away from IAEA. So this was such a big challenge for us to feel that we have to urge the students to delve into the details of the nuclear technology. So I'm so happy that we've managed finally to have the nuclear flow, to have it as one of the source of energies for production of electricity, and to have reactors and power plants. And for having such renewable energy source, just as the whole world is concerned with for having renewable energy, so we can tell that one of the dimensions of this is connected with nuclear energy. So since we're having nuclear energy, this means that we can get rid of the carbon footprint, etc. So to answer the second part of your question, Burj Al Arab Technological University does a lot. So actually, as we've been part of the new republic in the nuclear field, so we've also taken lots of steps in the technological universities. And maybe we were steps behind because Japan and Germany have got those universities before, and they were serving lots of other industries for having technology and localization of technology in those countries that made presence for those technological universities. Yes, we were a step behind, but thanks God, with the will of the president, we've managed to have 3 technological universities just 5 years ago. And then 3 years later, we started to have other 6. So far, we have 12 technological universities. And the private sector, as we were just sharing with Dr. Dawidar, the private sector has managed also to provide 3 technological universities and to have a German technological university in Badr, so to have technological alumni and graduates. That means that we are on the proper path, which is fully integrated, not only to have green and clean energy along with nuclear energy, but also to have a technology transfer, AI, and information technology. That's all integrated with the presence of the 4th generation of technological universities that do not only provide the calibers for the design and engineers that are competent, but also the technicians that can really bridge the gap and can really work as it takes in different domains, including factories, manufacturers, etc. So Burj Al Arab Technological University, to answer your third question, started already to have international partnerships, and that's all under the guidance of His Excellency, the Minister of Higher Education. So we started to have collaboration with our Chinese and German partners, and also with the British and American partners. And in Burj Al Arab Technological University, as been stated by the President of Rosatom in the first session, that he promoted the collaboration between Rosatom and the Burj Al Arab Technological University as a technological partner that will help in the STEM-related educational institutions. And in case they would like to have both graduates, so all of the technological applied universities and colleges can keep their work in these regards. And I think through the integration of the Burj Al Arab Technological University by the president and the level of the students that we have in their fresh year and junior levels, and to which extent they have been competent to get lots of fellowship like Fulbright. After Fulbright was only excluded for governmental students, but last year, apologies, others have managed to have a German fellowship, others even taken part in the IEEE, they got the 3rd rank. So again, we're not the Ain Shams University or Alexandria University, but rather we are technological university, and our students managed to have the 3rd rank in the computer science. These are some of the steps that I wanted to share, and I'm really so enthusiastic with this forum and with such partnership that we have with Rosatom and IAEA and the other technological universities. And from our end, we open our gate to have collaboration with any potential partners. And the Russian school in the nuclear technologies have got their heritage and their culture and the sort of reacted and related technological or nuclear technologies mean that they have electronics, they have AI, they have quite lots of things that we as the technological university, we are here open to collaboration in all of those dimensions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. There has always been criticism that the academic institutions tend to ignore industry requirements. And listening to your talk this afternoon, I'm very proud to say we can present this as best practice, particularly for other institutions, to intentionally and deliberately engage with industry and vice versa, especially when we start considering nuclear build programs, such that we can collectively work together in terms of the readiness to implement this project. Thank you so much for sharing that. And most importantly, also, thank you for reminding us that we cannot ignore the impact of AI. Thank you.
Shukran.
The next speaker, Ms. Anastasia Minina, is the project lead of Obninsk Tech. Dr. Minina, we heard from Ms. Terentieva today that Obninsk is a city where the first world NPP was built in 1954. And now you are building a new education and research hub that integrates historical achievements and modern scientific breakthroughs. We look forward to your insights and how the platform like Obninsk Tech can bridge the international expertise and equip young professionals to contribute to global nuclear projects. So tell us, what role does youth engagement play in shaping the future of nuclear research and workforce development for the sector globally?
Thank you very much, Elsa, and it's really a very great pleasure to participate at this wonderful international young forum, and I'm pretty sure that each year we will spend such kind of wonderful time here and with so many young students. So today I would like to remind some of you and to tell who never knows about our new project. This project was established by Rosatom State Corporation of Atomic Energy, Kaluk region, and also MIFI University. And still several years we develop this project together with our partners. And these days are also very important for this project because I see a lot of our partners with whom we discussed and communicate previous time, and I'm pretty sure that we do our best and improve our cooperation. If you speak about the place, why Obninsk and why such name of the project, I'm pretty sure that you know that Russia have a capital named Moscow. We also have another capital, it's named St. Petersburg, it's cultural capital of our country. And today I would like to present here and again remind some of the people who have already heard about it, about our new nuclear young capital, and this capital is Obninsk. So I'm pretty sure that in a very nearest future, and even now, the city will be a real capital of nuclear and really nuclear young capital. And why it's so? My colleague today mentioned a lot of time about the city Obninsk, about the project. Really, the city is such kind of place there the first nuclear power plant appeared. And also a very huge nuclear university also take place. That's why this all, and moreover, a lot of enterprises and factories worked in this city for a very long time. So it's no doubt that the city that can attract really fascinating and amazing people who would like to improve their knowledge in nuclear science. Also, this city is, and not only city, this project attract young generation to be the part of this project and to generate new ideas and new such kind of project together with us. And that's for us is also very important. Previous section, you saw our young members of the team who also made reports and was really amazing of this project. So if speak about the options and the function of the project, first of all, you see some points and I will mention about each of them a little bit later. First of all, Omnistech is a single umbrella which gather together businesses, universities and different enterprises. It's place for recruitment international students, and it's place which gather together different educational projects and programs in order to spread it for international markets. Here you can see the main thematic direction of the project and some of the programs which we developed together with our partners. And I would like to mention that these projects don't develop its own educational programs. We gather together the best programs of our universities and also international universities, and then work with them into international markets and attract international students and our Russian students. So it's a real such kind of approach to promote these programs. It's also one place to recruit students, and you can see the options which projects get to young generation. It's just for you. Certainly it's scholarships from Russian Federation and also scholarships and grants for international students, which is quite important now and which is on the topic of our discussion even today. Certainly it's joint educational programs, long-term, short-term, different kind of. And it's the place for practice and internships, and it's quite important now, especially in Russia, and I saw that all over the world it's quite important issue to get practice and to be involved in real practice at enterprises and factories. We also have such kind of very interesting direction when we train the trainers. So when we work with our faculties and with international faculties and work with them in such a way when they educated at our technologies, and we discuss with them how to develop joint educational programs and how to promote our joint programs together all over the world. And it's also a very important project because it helps us to share our knowledge and also to share with you our technologies. And moreover, in the nearest future, we are going to organize such a program in Russia, and it will be in summer, and we invite professors from Egypt to be part of this project too. I'll show my email. You can also write me in order to get an application. Moreover, you can see I told about infrastructure, and for us it's quite important. We develop new infrastructure on the base of the Obninsk and also use the infrastructure of our partners. There are a lot of factories, enterprises around the city and in Kaluk region, but moreover, we are also developing new laboratories, joint laboratories, and we open to your also calls and thinking how to do project together. Here you can see even the list of different kind of factories and enterprises where you can get your practice. And certainly that's quite important. We welcome you to be the part of our global nuclear community, and we are waiting you on different kind of our events and enterprises. Here you can see our past events, which was in 2023, 2044, even the nearest events, our winter school, Obninsk New School. For us, it's also very important projects, and today students told about this project, that they participate and also be the part of our nuclear community. How we see our project in the nearest future, you can see the numbers. It's about 10,000 participants of different education and science events, 5,000 international students, quite a lot international programs, about 2,000, and certainly a lot of infrastructure and laboratories. In the nearest future, as a lot of people today told, we are going to organize International Young Nuclear Forum. It's something like this forum, which we already do for several years, and it is the third forum. It's called Obninsk New. And we invite each of you to connect to this forum and to be part of our community. I'm pretty sure that you will like the Obninsk if you will come and do it physically. And one more very nearest project is our Summer Atomic University. We are welcome not only students, but students too, to this Summer Atomic University, but also faculties, professors, specialists, in order to participate at events which will take part in Obninsk and also in different cities of Russian Federation. You can see the date, you can see the mail, so you are very welcome to be the part of our nearest event. And will be very happy to answer all your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Minina. Thank you for sharing the insights in terms of what you believe and what Rosatom and the Academy believe that Obninsk can bridge international expertise and equip young people and young professionals to then join the community. And the invitation has been extended. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ms. Radia Sadawi. She's the Chief of Section, Climate Change and Natural Resource Sustainability Cluster, UN Economic Social Commission of West Asia. So, Ms. Sadawi, you are the forefront of global efforts to address climate change through sustainable solutions. Given the importance of international collaboration, especially in the context of youth involvement, we would be delighted to hear your insights on how nuclear energy can contribute to a sustainable future and what role can the youth play in this effort. We had lots of discussions today on Egypt's nuclear project and its impact on the economy, people of Egypt, as well as the implications on the continent. At the end of the day, we should be happy to hear your impressions of what other countries can learn from Egypt's ambitious journey into nuclear, from Egypt's spirit of cooperation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I would like to start first by thanking all the youth with this initiative. I think being the last speaker, I think I came to learn more than to give an intervention. I'm very fascinated by everything that I learned, honestly, given that I came from the gas sector, not from the nuclear. My Russian is not good, so I will not be just using English so far. I think this platform already is a demonstration of collaboration, not only at the maybe my region, the Arab region, but also cross-region, having the important strategic collaboration between Russia and Egypt, and hopefully we'll see the result in the coming years. Why you speak about collaboration? I think when we speak about sustainable development, energy as an enabler, when you look at also that we have just 5 years left for 2030, and the globe is not on track to achieve SDG 7 related to energy, about accessibility, reliability, and affordability, and having modern energy use. More importantly, that maybe the discussion was mostly on the aspect of nuclear power and its role. Maybe my intervention coming from the UN system, but also from the Economic and Social Commission, where we cannot see the things without looking at the integrated approach. And all the solutions are needed because we don't see just the example of Egypt and Russia. We see also that globally, we still have more than 685 million people do not have access to electricity, mainly in the African Asian continent, but also 1 billion people do not have access to clean cooking. So when we look at that, it shows that while we look at the climate crisis, certainly we need to start first. There is a lack of inequality globally, and it's increasing. And we cannot speak about the climate agenda if we don't address this inequality to access. And certainly, look into the global report, the IPCC reports, and all the scenarios that we might have developed, the solutions are in 2 solutions so far. Starting by renewable energy, certainly, but also nuclear power, which has a chance, together with renewable energy, to address the access gap, but also to address the climate crisis and ensure that we achieve the net zero by 2050 or by 2060, independently of how speed we progress. More importantly, as well, I want to mention that certainly oil and gas will continue, and natural gas will remain as an important source for electricity generation. But at the same time, electricity is needed in other sectors with IAEA, digitalization, electric vehicle, and all of that. We need more as long as we develop, as more we need electricity. And certainly, the electricity markets need to be not only developed at the national level, but also regional, sub-regional, regional, and international. This is where we can really address the gap. And that's why nuclear power had the chance, importantly, to be an important source of energy together with renewable energy if we want to address this gap. Now, in terms of collaboration, certainly not to focusing on this specific case, but I want just to highlight that collaboration needs to be not just, we need to talk the work and as we see it in this project. It has a pillar of work. Certainly, we need to have the enablers, starting from the access to technology. I have nothing to add to what all speakers did mention, but just I want to mention something important. It's not just about nuclear power where we see it from the perspective of generation, electricity, and other applications, but look at the whole value chain, how technology transfer can be done in a sustainable way, in a way that if I'm holding critical energy transition minerals that are needed for energy, then certainly we need to work together also in order to ensure that this supply chain is also sustainable and it's done in a win-win situation, in a way that this technology transfer help me as well, as other countries do not have access, in order to develop my market, but also to ensure that it's a long-term perspective, it's not just by the horizon that we know in our generation. Number 2 is maybe less have been told about access to capital and finance. Most of the misperception when we speak about nuclear power, specifically at a large scale, is not cost competitive, depending on the way you present it from a cost benefit. But certainly, the access to finance remains, specifically in my region, as we speak about Egypt as well. Access to finance is extremely critical. This region attracts just less than 5% in terms of climate finance, even less when we speak about energy. And obviously, when you spoke about countries like in the African continent willing to use nuclear power, but it's not about just access to technology, it's also about access to capital. And this needs to have a business model with the technology owners and providers in a way that to build a business model that is profitable for both and look at the financial solutions that can help look at the whole value chain and the whole cycle of from the construction theoretical commissioning of these facilities in order to make it, I would say, commercial, but also sustainable. The other element also, I think, and it drives the last point in terms of the sustainability and how to make regional collaboration. As you get an example in Egypt, before that there were the United Arab Emirates, others are following like Saudi Arabia, but also Jordan and others. The element that I think was present in one of the videos, collaboration starts by the leadership, and the leadership starts from strategic collaboration, why the leaders in the country show and demonstrate their willingness to pursue this collaboration. We have seen President Sisi and we have seen President Putin presenting and giving the light that starting this project, which shows that it's not about strategic collaboration that you come to by 2030, it's really strategic and sustainable. And this is how the vision needs to be aligned with the long-term planning. The other element I want to mention is since we speak about the role of youth, you certainly, specifically globally, but in my region, the Arab region, and Egypt is an excellent example. It's not about the education, it's not about the issues of basically the interest of engineering and STEMs and others. And it's not about access to education, actually. We see it in this beautiful library and the university that we see just nearby in the Alexandria, but also in the whole city of Cairo and other cities in Egypt and other countries in the region. But mostly it is the gap that we have in terms of employment. So if we are building and working together in terms of supporting this exchange program of education, and also working on research, working to ensure that we have the human capital. But we need to work on two aspects. We may have a brain drain, that we have it and still in our region. So how we can build the capacity if we don't collaborate collectively in order to ensure whatever we educate and build the capacity, we also ensure that we give the markets and job and ensure that there is a career development that is also sustainable. And that's why I think some of the examples were presented in terms of sustaining the human capital, but it's a lot of effort also needed to ensure that also there is an exchange in human capital regionally in order to replicate the example of Egypt, hopefully when the plant is operating. And since you did mention also the role of youth, youth certainly, today we are 2025, I think all those who are maybe born today, by 2050 will be already in the job market or at least finishing the BA. And then they need from now and so from the dates, let's say after 10 years or something like that, they need to know which career to pursue. And if we want to look at STEM and engineering, but it's not just about engineering, it's also looking to other kind of education, like for what is needed for technicians, vocational training. It's the whole value chain. It's not about universities. We need really to focus on this aspect. And it's not about just energy, it's all the other sectors that we need to ensure. So that's why youth-led initiatives like this forum that shows dedication and importance, but also importance for them to look at alternative source of energy, is also to look at that the youth need to be empowered through addressing the skills gap, communication, but also empowering them in terms of that they need to be, the career, it's from the time that they reach the university and they select the engineering background they want to do and anything related to the subject matter, they need to ensure also that the job market is ready for them, and we need to sustain it. We sustain it, but ensuring that policy and regulations ensure that the human capital is sustained, the youth are empowered enough in order that they are part of the change and they are part of the implementation of the policies, provided that there is a long-term planning, not only in order to put this kind of projects online, but also to ensure they are sustainable and in line with the national vision, but also the regional vision.
Thank you so much for your insights, and in particular, highlighting the issue around the access to finance and capital. And I think when you ended, what you made it critical is that for the youth, as we embark on these programs, there should be nothing for us without us as the youth. We should be part of the solution. Thank you so much. Before we wrap up, I would like to invite Mr. Alexei Kononenko back on the stage to wrap up for us. I would like you to share, on behalf of Rosatom, the co-host of the event, I would really like you to share the presentation that you've prepared just to wrap up the conversation we've had here in terms of the insights from the project. Thank you so much.
Ты включаешь, да? Так, слышно? Нет? Работает? А? Раз. Алло. Что-то не работает. А, все заработало, да. Так.
Yes, working. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, I will sum up all what's been said and what is the status quo related to the nuclear energy in the context of Rosatom. If we will talk about all of the achievements and innovations and advanced technologies, the specialized calibration that work in this company, it might take us 2 or even 3 days. So I will try as much as possible to sum it up in just within 25 minutes. Because what's being shared today is enormous. So again, good afternoon to you, everyone. The sustainable future is the main concern of all of us. In whatever country, in whatever continent, in whatever dimension of the globe. The current rapid evolution that we have pushes toward thinking on how to face the global challenges, how to have fruitful and safe, secured future for our youth. Today we will talk about the response of Rosatom towards these challenges and what's the role played by the nuclear technologies in that context. At the outset, allow me to share with you how the journey of Rosatom started. I'd like to say that just 70 years ago, precisely in May, when the Soviet experts in 1954 in Obninsk city started to work in the first world power plant. This was a historical momentum that paved the way towards getting into the new era of the peaceful usage of nuclear energies in the mankind. This was a strong source that's been relying on atoms. This event that opened the gates for a new pathway since being launched. I believe that such NPP at that time was of a momentum that the whole world witnessed, and within 60 years we started to have the operation of lots of industrial units in Bolyarsk NPP and in Voronezh NPP. And since then, those units have become the actual units and source of units of the current ones. So to have such a governmental nuclear energy entity was historical, as it combined lots of governmental entities in collaboration with production related activities and also commercial ones. This model has enabled us to be one of the biggest scientific and productive entity that can cover the whole production cycle from mentality to implementation, and Rosatom nowadays have got over 460 enterprises with more than 4,1300 employees, with over 70 countries in different overseas enterprises, where we have more than 60,000 Russian and foreign specialized employees work of high-tech skills. So our global presence is in line with the principles and values of Rosatom. We are ranked as number 3 worldwide in terms of compliance and construction of MPP and uranium-related manufacturing and nuclear production. And our presence and power is not only in the fact that we provide the construction, but also we construct holistic industrial units, including scientific research and the infrastructure and the local manufacturing, in addition to the pre-qualification of calibers. Moreover, Rosatom is the solely entity worldwide that construct nuclear power plants on a wide scale. In terms of the nuclear plants, Rosatom nowadays has become the mega world entity that constructs, as I said, NPP within just the past 18 years. We've connected 18 different NPP within the Russian grid, and this is a testimony that we're having consistent progress and we have never stopped. So, just recently, our international registry includes 22 nuclear power under construction in 22 different countries. Moreover, we've got into the nuclear power plant market, and we have some countries like India, Egypt, since we have Al Dab'a MPP in Egypt. And without any exaggeration, Al Dab'a MPP currently is the biggest construction project not only in Africa but in the whole world, since we construct all the 4 units in parallel, and this is unprecedented model for the nuclear international projects. As I stated before, we have more than 24,000 workers in the site. 24,000 workers in the site, most of them are Egyptians. Almost 28,000 even. It's the widest ever scale project in the history of Russian-Egyptian relations. It could be compared to the history of the High Dam in Aswan. We're so proud that we take part in achieving the Egyptian old dream, which is having its own operational and maintained NPP. One of the most important features of the Rosatom collaboration with Egypt is to have the involvement of the mega local and international suppliers, and to scale up the local calibers in nuclear power plants. We have more than 22 Egyptian companies taking part. Some of them are the mega projects and enterprises that are well reputation. Also, we have 220 Egyptian enterprises that take part in this project that are of very well-known reputation, with contribution of the Egyptian companies to ensure efficient and huge economic benefits, such as the enhancement of the infrastructure for the surrounding area to the plant, in addition to the bridges, and the evolving of the small enterprises, and improving the incomes for the citizens, along with the different partnerships and the increase of the GDP, and to create new job opportunities. Meanwhile, to have a sustainable energy sector. Furthermore, to increase the skills and capacities and technical competences for Egyptians. Rosatom has a wide range of technical nuclear technologies that meet all of the needs of the clients and that comes in line with the state-of-art energy standards. And to expand the accessibility, we work on improving the NPP projects on a small modular scale that has become nowadays one of the main directions in the nuclear industry worldwide. Rosatom also work on operating the first nuclear power plant floating in the world. In Chukotka city in the eastern part of Russia. Such kind of plants can be a future reliable source of energy, especially in the arid regions where there is no infrastructure, just like the African continent, where we have such floating power unit that works for providing the electricity power. And there is a huge work in that regard, especially in terms of the construction of the nuclear units that could be independent source of electricity. In addition, or compared to the fossil fuel, that what we work on profoundly nowadays. And actually I'd like to say that last year Rosatom has signed on the first exportation contract for having a small MPP in Uzbekistan with a total of 330 megawatt with the 6 reactors with 55 megawatt capacity for each. These projects that we started to work on already and that relies on having the first export contract for SMR construction that's being made precisely to be used for the territorial with rhythm 200 that's being developed for the territorial usage. This project is very unique with its integrated construction and the time scale that's very unique compared to the mega NPP projects. We work currently on improving new generation of MPPs, which is the 4th generation that will make the nuclear power more safe and more eco-friendly, where such technologies will help solving the issues and the problem of the radio wastes through the recycle processes that can minimize the impact on environment by those reactors. That will help having the optimal usage of this fuel. So this technology nowadays has already become up and running, and it's been in a wide range of usage in Russia. So in conclusion, I'd like to quote from the Soviet expert Igor Rosatom, one of the founders of the nuclear Soviet industries, when he said that humans are not immortal, but knowledge and information can go beyond the universe. We're so proud that our knowledge and information and science can contribute in the peaceful usage of nuclear power, and we do look forward to share such knowledge with our partners, because the development of sustainable energy is the actual key for sustainable future for the universe. Thank you so much for your attentive listening. Special thanks to you and Ramadan Kareem.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alexi, for sharing that and wrapping up the session for us. I know I had promised you that I'll take some questions. I'm going to encourage you that later at the gala, feel free to engage with the panelists for some of the questions that you might have had. So I know we're standing between you and the gala. So I'm going to thank the panelists for your insights, for sharing your insights, and also offering your time to be on this platform. Thank you so much. This is the end of the session. They might not feed me at the gala. Can we please pose for a photo?
Thank you, our esteemed panel. It was a pleasure to learn from you. So, yeah. So, Hala, you have something to tell our wonderful audience. Doesn't work? Try using this one.
Thank you, Vadim. So I have something to tell you guys and everyone respected guests here. Sadly, our forum is nearly coming to an end, and it was such an honor for me and my colleague Vadim to be co-hosts and be here with you today. You were such an amazing audience, and we will forever remember you.
So thank you very much. And now, before the concluding remarks, we'd like to invite all of you to watch a video about our common nuclear dream.
All the brightest minds in human history followed a dream. Dreams inspire and empower us to act. A dream about the nature of things helped Dmitry Mendeleev develop his famous periodic table. The other dream instilled Maria Sklodowska-Curie with a passion for science with no borders, and she became the first female Nobel Prize winner in physics. We can't imagine our lives without laser technology, thanks to Nikolai Brasov's dream. Igor Kurchatov dreamed of a peaceful atom. 70 years ago, he made his dream come true in Obninsk and created the world's first nuclear power plant. Today, not only does nuclear illuminate and warm our cities, it also saves lives by fighting diseases. It helps produce and preserve food and provides millions of people with clean drinking water. Do you have a dream for yourself? What do you dream about? Share your dreams with one another, because they must have lots in common. Let's join the efforts to make our dreams a reality. With every little step together, we come closer to our common dream.
Welcome to you once again at the conclusion of the International Youth Forum for Nuclear Technologies. It was a rich day that enabled the sharing knowledge among youth and experts in the field of sustainable nuclear technology. Allow me to invite Professor Dr. Mohammed Saad Al-Waidar, the board chairman of the nuclear plants agency. So the floor is yours, say, to give his concluding remarks. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, ladies and gentlemen, with the end of the International Youth Forum for Sustainable Nuclear Technologies, I would like to thank everybody who took part in organizing that distinguished event, which combined a selection of experts and youth from all over the world. They had rich discussions on the peaceful applications of nuclear power in different fields. It has become clear that nuclear power is not a secondary choice, but it turns to be a pillar in achieving the energy security. It could be an engine for achieving a sustainable future. And now, with our steps to work for the preparation of Dab'a NPP, we are moving forward towards promoting energy security in Egypt, so that the experience could be a role model for the whole world. That achievement will come through accurate planning and investment in human cadres and attaining international collaboration with international institutions. And I would like to say that NPPA will continue its collaboration with the next generation of engineers, technicians, and scientists who are capable of managing that vital sector for a safe operation of a Dab'a PPA. Ladies and gentlemen, along the whole day we had panels with experts and youth in the field of nuclear technology, and those discussions resulted in outcomes, including benefiting from nuclear technology in the field of peaceful use of nuclear power, the importance of nuclear industry and its pivotal role in attaining transition into clean and sustainable energy. Nuclear education is the core for building a new generation of professionals who are capable of having innovations, the importance of attracting young talents in the field of using nuclear energy, and the need to increase skilled human cadres in different nuclear domains, not only in the field of nuclear power plants. The importance of attaining international cooperation to develop nuclear infrastructure. Among the recommendations of that forum is that the future of nuclear energy is based on collaboration and attaining partnerships among academia, governmental entities to develop ambitious programs online with the developments of the age. The success we achieved in that forum will not be achieved without the support of different institutions and agencies. So I'd like to thank everybody who took part in that event, especially His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Athmat, the Minister of Electricity and Renewable Energy, who is the patronage of that event, and Biblioteca Alexandrina that hosts that important event, and Rosatom governmental institution, and of course the calibers of NPPA. And all local and international partners who took part in enriching that forum with all their inputs. I would like to thank the young researchers and specialists who were the heart of that event. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, that forum is the beginning of a series of efforts to achieve more achievements, and we are hoping to enhance international collaboration and share knowledge and have more integration of youth in different technical interventions supporting peaceful use of nuclear power. I'd like also to thank all attendees for their active participation in that forum, and I wish you all a bright future with all achievement and success in your scientific career. Thanks a lot, and I wish you all success, and see you in upcoming events contributing to enhancing the role of technology. And peace be upon you.
جزيل الشكر للسيدة الدكتورة.
Thanks, Professor Dr. Muhammad Saad Widar, the board chairman of NPPA. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the sessions of the International Youth Forum for Sustainable Nuclear Technologies. Thank you for your listening, and allow me to invite you to take some group photos outside the hall. Thank you.